Tom Richardson is our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. Ooh, Altoff Merchant. Firing.
0-0-1. Second serve. 0-0-2.
All righty. Just getting a few final things teed up here on CC2. Adam, you rocking over there?
We'll find out in a second.
Oh, I hear that low tone of the Adam Stone voice.
Ready to go.
Mitch, are we doing replays over here? Sure aren't. All right. Bare bones setup over here on CC2. Gotta love it. Makes my job way easier. There she is. Drew has joined us in the chat. Welcome, Drew. So, of course, Altoff Merchant, this is his final tournament for his pro career as he graduates into senior pro next year. Zane Navertil has tucked in the shirt to pay tribute to the Merchanator, or Bollywood, or Mumbai Monster. Indeed. Lots of amazing nicknames for Altoff Merchant. Will be very sad not to have his entertainment on court, but he'll tear through the senior pros, I have no doubt.
Yeah, well, we got to find someone else to match his pelvic thrusting.
There's no one. There's no one. No one could even dream.
Is it still 0-0?
It is. Oh, Ignatowicz getting a hold of that one, sailing it. And we should unleash on the pickleball world that it's been well noted, at least by myself, that James Ignatowicz does not like being called Iggy. As a nickname, he said to call him Big Poppy. So you heard it firsthand.
Well,
James Big Poppy Ignatowicz.
That's right. And that nickname's already taken, but for James, it's his.
He takes priority over anybody else.
Yeah, there was some guy in the Hall of Fame baseball, but whatever.
No,
whatever.
Never heard of him.
Yeah.
0-0-2.
These guys hate scoring points, Lauren.
They really do. It's just an aversion to it here for some reason. Yeah, they want Altoff to stay longer. They just want to prolong his beautiful presence. Oh my gosh, Big Poppy.
Yes, big.
Whoa.
The solo shake and bake. He does not need to use his partner, Thomas Wilson. He took care of that two-shot combination himself. That's some incredible agility from Altoff Merchant. Not easy to get out of the way of those balls at age 49. Looks like Thomas Wilson and James Ignatowicz are going to be playing straight up, meaning stay on their respective sides. We'll see if anything changes if they run into some adversity.
Great. Oh, thought he was going to get it. Almost great pickup there from Navratil. It is a little breezy here today in Hilton Head, a little bit cooler. Had some rain this morning, which pushed our bracket back just a tiny bit, which is why our stream came on a little bit later this morning as well, technically this afternoon.
Oh, the old man saying I can Ernie as well after the Thomas Wilson Ernie, a little taste of his own medicine from Althoff Merchant.
1, 2, 2.
That is a body bag. Lots of power over on the far end of the court. Wilson and Ignatowicz. Yeah, both players on it, Thomas and James. Althoff often, when he's coming in hot, likes to go to the middle with his lefty forehand.
What do we think of the tribute from Navratil with the tucked-in shirt?
I think it's absolutely amazing, and even pulled up his shorts a little bit higher, a
Oh
couple
yeah,
inches from
definitely
above his waistline.
Oh,
I think that was a Thomas Wilson lefty switcheroo in the middle of that.
very, very possible. The man is versatile.
1, 2, 2.
Althoff. Went for the poach.
And it was a
Caught a little.
pretty reasonable drop from Althoff. So I think the decision was fine from Zane, but great decision from Thomas Wilson going behind Zane. Really nice job from James Ignatowicz using every bit of his tall frame. Would not label that shot an attackable ball, but he pulled it off with some good reach into the kitchen.
All right, 3-1-2. Very slow climb up the scoreboard. Oh yeah, that's an Althoff Navratil special right there. He's getting fired up. He's getting fired up. And I know for sure he's glad I'm over here because I feel like he ramps it up a little bit every time I'm commentating.
I think he's already made a little bit of eye contact with you so
Oh
far.
yeah, absolutely. I feel like I'm gonna get. He wants to make sure we see the hip thrusts, the grunts, the flexing. I have to imagine there might be a chest bump with Navratil in the cards. Steve. I will chat with Mitch about that. Apparently our audio seems very low for the viewers at home.
2, 3, 1.
We'll try and crank us up a little. I guess CC1 much louder than 2. Very possible. We'll see what we can do about that. Thanks for letting us know. Good patience from the fellas. Wilson just waiting for that right opportunity, and he sure got what he was looking for there.
Yes,
Nice floater.
very nice shot from Thomas Wilson.
Ooh, I didn't even see him coming. I looked back a little to look at Navratil and see what he was doing. Then all of a sudden,
It's a
Altaf
flash.
Merchant just there.
The Mumbai Monster is
Just
where he needs to be.
appears.
It's where he needs to be, I promise you that.
It's like Beetlejuice. Say his name, he just appears.
Yeah, very heavy hands from James Ignatowicz on the first ball. Definitely looking for Thomas and James to a little bit more power, a little more foot speed, a little more raw with the athleticism. But once these points get into a really nice pattern and structure up at the kitchen line, I definitely think that Zane and Navratil and Altaf Merchant are the better dinkers of the two teams.
Getting a little pep in that step. Tell you what, and I mean, Merchant and Navratil have played together for a long time. And they've known each other for even longer than they've played together. So, extreme chemistry between the two of them. They know exactly what to do, where to be, what to expect out of the other person, where Wilson and Ignatowicz, is this the first time?
Blind date, yep.
Yep. I was like,
First
I
one.
don't think they have played together before. So, again, both very talented players, but Ignatowicz pretty new still to pickleball, just really getting into the scene, 6 months ago. So, definitely still learning the ins and outs, especially of the doubles game, which has its nuances, as we talked about yesterday. For mixed, Thomas Wilson, a little bit more experienced, but
Nice spot from Thomas Wilson. Has gone inside out or middle with a couple forehand attacks that time, rolling over the top of it to the Merchant backhand.
oh, I did not think he was going to get that. I mean, he's got super long arms and reach, but that was ambitious even for him, but barely squeaks it over. Eric Lang, what's up? Oh my goodness, Thomas Wilson flying through the air with the greatest of ease on that. All right, 5-4 here in game one. Do we have the bracket pulled up on here anywhere, Mr. Stone? Look at you. Look at you.
On it. Heavy hands on the far side of the court from Ignatowicz and Thomas Wilson.
Ooh, coming up next here on CC2, we got Chuck Taylor and Rob Cassidy taking on Andre Daescu and Kyle Yates. That will be a great matchup. So Merchant Navratil taking out the Johnson twins of Yates and Hunter. 11-0, 11-5 in their previous match, while Wilson and Ignatowicz took out Jack Foster and Vu Nguyen.
Vu Win.
Vuin?
Vu Win.
Vu Win.
Yes.
Thank you.
4-6-2.
There's the stare down, as Eric Lang mentioned in the chat. Altaf likes to walk up to the kitchen line and get the ball back from his opponents with some eye contact, of course.
I mean, the Altaf Merchant eye contact hits differently. I'll tell you that right now. There's nothing quite like it.
6-5-1.
Yep.
great spot.
Always looking for the middle there. I think the guys will get maybe not a beat on it, but get used to some of Altoff's spots as the match progresses. But Altoff playing very well at the beginning of this match.
6-5-2.
We got Eric Lang again asking about better if Thomas is on the left or the right. As I mentioned, they are playing straight up right now, but I would expect them to maybe find a defined role as we move on in this match or tournament. I mean, why speak in between points? Like, why would we do it when we have the Altoff show right now?
No, I just... Oh, that was probably definitely going out.
Yeah,
Altoff Merchant with the big smile.
Yeah, it was a great ball. Altoff Merchant definitely known for his dinking consistency and his counter-attack hand speed.
6-6-2 here in game 1.
A couple nice speed ups from Thomas Wilson and a couple soft shots as well, executed perfectly, forcing Zane to bend down low to his left side. Couldn't come up with that backhand dink. Up to the net with the paddle tap in a tight first game. You see Thomas and James Ignatowicz smiling a little bit, but could possibly get annoying after a period of time.
I mean, Altoff Merchant, a smidge polarizing. Some
Yes.
people find the excessive grunting, the peacocking a little excessive. I live for it. I'll tell you what, I understand why people feel the way that they do. I'm here for it.
Yes, and I've played Altoff, who knows, maybe 20 times, 15 or 20 times, and I wouldn't say he's ever got under my skin, but there's been a couple times where I was just like, Altoff, come on, man. Come on, man. Nice eye. Tough to get out of the way of that ball from James Ignatowicz as the cross-court attack from Thomas Wilson coming right back at him off the Merchant paddle.
6-6-1. Oh, and the serve into the net. Good hustle there from Ignatowicz, saving that ball from rolling onto the ladies' court and interrupting their match. Very gentlemanly.
They say chivalry is dead, Lauren.
I mean, no, not here, not on this court.
Yeah, too high on the dink attempt from Ignatowicz, and Zane Navratil has poked a couple of those backhands to the middle of the court, and he goes fully cross court on this last attempt, and no chance for James Ignatowicz to come up with that one.
6-6-1.
All right, 6-6-1. The yell, the flex, the stare down.
Tell you what, he is very good at covering the middle. You kind of feel like there's space there, and there rarely is. I'm just kind of thinking, this is an older gentleman. There's some nice space in the middle of the court, but it closes quickly, and he can really hit that lefty forehand big when he's really on it.
A lot of people might be a little distracted by all of Merchant's sort of antics, and underneath that, though, he is just such a good player.
Yes, for sure.
Such a good player. Really fast hands.
8-6-2.
8-6-2.
And Lauren, interesting here, Zane and Althoff had a pretty testy match with Thomas Wilson and AJ Kohler at the U.S. Open. And there was a little bit of barking and a little bit of extracurricular activities. So, just a little fun fact for the viewers. Seems to be.
I could see it.
Yeah, seems to be all good. The vibe is good so far to start this match, but I don't think any of the 3 players on court that were involved with that forget. Tough break on the let cord from James Ignatowicz. Very much there, just couldn't get it over.
6-9-2.
All right, 6-9-2.
Point.
Oh to be 20 again. He's got Cheetos and cookies. Dylan Frazier back here.
Oh, baby Dill.
Yes.
7-9-2.
Cookies and Cheetos in between matches. Love it. A tough miss from Zane. Just a slight miss hit on the short hop dink.
8-9-2.
Great inside out there from Wilson. Left up a little high.
That was very much sexy time. I thought, from the booth, I thought he was going to the middle or cross court at Althoff. Really led with his palm and pushed that ball to the left side of Zane Navratil's body. Nothing Zane can do there. Just very well executed shot from Thomas Wilson.
And we are tied up at 9s here.
Yeah, James with that look on his face, like, how am I losing hands battles to this person? And tell you what, James, I've won quite a few from Althoff, but I've lost quite a few as well. He once those exchanges start, he's on it.
Yeah.
9-9-1. Second serve.
Yeah, just a little late break from Althoff. I don't think he was going to make a move. Saw a slight opportunity and just a half step behind. Offensive timeout.
All right, at 9-9-2.
Could it be a couple too many pelvic thrusts? He's kind of feeling it already, maybe? I don't know.
I don't know if Althoff has a limit.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if there's a pelvic thrust limit that he reaches.
And you know,
I haven't seen it.
I've definitely seen him get tired at times, but he's not really known for fatigue too much. He's usually pretty on it with the fitness, even with all the celebrations.
I mean, we talk a little bit about Julian Arnold and how much emotion he puts into his andiamos and getting crazy out there, and that to me much more taxing than what Merchant's doing.
Yeah, I remember playing a tournament with Jeff Warnick, who started the full body clench pump ups in the first round, and he definitely fizzled out in that tournament.
Man.
I have to say though, it's not the worst thing when for me when my partner's cramping, because it's not always me. You know,
exactly.
It's nice for it to be someone else at times.
You.
That's right. That's right.
All right, back into the action. 9-9-2 here, coming out of this timeout. No one yells out like Althoff Merchant.
Yes, and great speed up from Althoff Merchant. As I mentioned, very well known for his consistency and his counterattack ability, but not always known for starting the fire with some of the offense. So great spot from Althoff.
This is a game point for Navratil and Merchant. Couldn't quite get it done. I have often My only thing with Merchant is, as a player, Adam, do you think he is towing the line of being a hindrance or distraction with the way he yells on certain points or on certain shots, or speed ups? Oh, Navratil was there.
Yes.
He was there. He was right behind Merchant. That one goes up and over the fence.
Yes, and to answer your question, I think Althoff toes the line on a lot of things. And I think
fair enough.
He's got a great reputation off the court, so he might be able to get away with a little bit more. But there is definitely a time or two that he might let out something, grunt or celebration a little early, and that is very much in that gray area.
Yeah, I think it's still a little subjective. Don't see it called a lot. Oh. Oh, the tomahawk is what finishes off that nice rally. I mean, it's so rare, especially when Althoff and Zane are on the court together. It's rare that a rally doesn't end with some sort of a speed-up hand exchange. You mentioned earlier, great at dinking, and obviously Wilson and Ignatowicz can do both. They can get into that dink rally. They can speed it up a little.
Pretty good strategy against the 49-year-old. Clip the tape, have it trickle over. Yes, you're exactly right, Lauren. There is a lot of patient, consistent play, not a lot of errors on the third shots and the dinks, and often that point does end with a firefight.
So, unfortunately for Navratil and Merchant, had an opportunity to take this first game, but it is the blind date duo of Thomas Wilson and James Ignatowicz who ultimately take it 12-10. We're taking a short break, and we are back into the action with Game 2 right after this.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey, Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
Welcome back, everyone, to Championship Court number 2 here at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open, presented by Lexus, Lauren McLaughlin, and Adam Stone. Here courtside, we have Thomas Wilson and James Ignatowicz on the near end. They're taking on Zane Nabertil and Althoff Merchant. Wilson and Ignatowicz trailing for most of game 1. Ultimately do take it, though, 12-10.
Nice
Nabertil just kind of laughing at Merchant.
Yeah, nice combo from Thomas Wilson, who gave me a little wink. And to answer Eric Lang's questions, I think right now the positioning of the players is James being more comfortable on the left.
That makes sense.
Point, way to get down on that last ball from James Ignatowicz. So not that it's necessarily a strategy like I want to be in front of him. I like these patterns that we're getting into. I think it's just as simple as James is more comfortable on the left, and that's what they're going with.
Oh, Nabertil in the air, just struggling with a couple of the resets here in this match. And we are, as I mentioned in the chat, we are getting a scoreboard. We just had to get someone to run it. She's here now, getting the lowdown, so we'll get that scoreboard up and running as soon as we can. But it's coming, don't worry.
A couple very nice, one on the forehand, one on the backhand, low, powerful drives from Thomas Wilson.
4-0-2, Wilson and Ignatowicz out in front early here.
Yeah, I think a little catch and release from Ignatowicz. A little flinger, caught it on the paddle. Did not hit the sweet spot, did not hit it clean, and sails it long. Good job of Zane Nabertil getting out of the way. Solid inside-out dink from Althoff Merchant, forcing Thomas Wilson to a little bit of a reach.
1-4-1. A little wide on that block.
Yeah, great step back.
Wilson.
Great step back from Zane Nabertil. We saw it quite a bit yesterday in mixed doubles. Definitely a strong point of his game. Also wanted to say, I saw the chat earlier talking about referee discretion, and
yes,
that is definitely a bit of a gray area on the hindrance calls, and I've been on court and involved with a couple kind of dicey situations. So anytime there's a gray area or it's up to the referee to decide if it's okay and it's not black and white, it can always cause an issue of some sort.
Absolutely. One player springs to mind who does not struggle calling a hindrance call. Who do you think I'm thinking of?
Michelle Esquivel?
Close. A close second, I would say.
Who? Tell me.
Andre Diaz.
Oh, yes. Oh, yeah. Well, they actually had an issue
yes,
with those two at a
yep,
previous
yep.
event. Yes.
2-4-1.
All right, 2-4-1.
I think we're kind of back here in the corner of CC2. We're getting littered with pros in our booth.
I know.
This is very exciting.
They are drawn to us, I think, Adam. Like a moth to the flame.
Let's go. No. So far in. Like, go, no. No, not even close, James. No.
Oh, we don't have the replay.
Oh, so this was, they were saying he was in the
they
kitchen?
said he was
Sorry,
super in the kitchen.
I was distracted by my wife. This is going to be interesting. Let's let them talk, see what they come up with.
My vision was blocked by the player coming at me. I cannot see his back foot.
I mean, that's a fair point there from Tom.
Again, my vision was blocked by
We don't have replays, but I am going back.
Oh, no, we have a... Oh, this is behind.
Yeah, we're always behind on the... I just watched it.
Oh.
I mean, he definitely didn't land in the kitchen. Are they saying he took off?
They were talking
in
about the takeoff. They verbally said the landing was fine.
It looks clean.
Yeah.
Yeah, that left foot looks like it might be, but we're behind. The landing definitely clean. And I can't see from behind if the takeoff foot was in.
I got it. 4, 2, 1.
I mean, no, it was. The takeoff foot, yeah. Looking at it several times, it's very clear his foot was about the middle of that line. Yeah, no question. Definitely was in.
Althoff needs a timeout. He's rattled right now.
5, 2, 1.
Nice hands. And for being a very emotional player, he's actually pretty mentally tough out there.
Oh, yeah,
so if
definitely.
He gets a little flustered, it's worth noting for sure. Really nice sustained pressure from James Ignatowicz. Very, very low over the net and a lot of pace. 3 balls in a row. Althoff not being able to come up with that final ball. Yeah, nice spot. Middle twice in a row. Thomas Wilson thinking Zane was going to pull that to his right side, but fantastic spot in the middle of the court from Zane Navratil. Nice.
That was probably going out from Navratil, but
yes,
Wilson can't get out of the way.
For sure. And Althoff speeding up several times so far in this match, and I think his percentages are pretty good so far.
And I mean, to be fair, Adam, I'm sure you completely agree. Watching something live, even courtside or on court, can be wildly different than when we look back at it, especially at a slow-mo replay. And so until the technology gets to the point of, say, tennis, where technology is making line calls constantly, there are going to be mistakes. And the problem is it's not possible right now for the players to look to us and say, look at the replay and see what it is. That's just not how it works right now. And so, refs are human, They got a lot going on, a lot to look at. Mistakes will be made, no question, until it's fully, computerized technology. So at the moment, it's tough. You can't take it back. We can't make that call for them.
Yeah, come on. Light out. 6, 5, 1.
Double stare down. Super stare down there from Merchant.
And the slight miss hit off the paddle of Merchant on the counterattack, but it went right to an awkward spot for Thomas Wilson, who was hoping to get a forehand, instead gets the backhand and pushes it wide.
6-5-2.
Oh no! All I could think of was him running to the kitchen.
Sorry, I got to laugh at that one. It's pretty good.
He likes it. He likes to. I appreciate Merchant's comments on court. They're often
7, 5, 2.
in good fun, good-natured, while still driving home the point. Yeah, Navratil upset about letting that one go.
Yeah, big shot from Thomas Wilson. Seeing both players on the near side really unleash on not only third shots, but some fifths and seventh as well. So lots of power. when they keep it down low a couple inches over the net. A lot to handle for the boys on the far side.
8-5-2.
Anna Bright in the chat sitting right behind me. I love it.
Right out. 5-8-1.
All right, 5-8-1 here in game 2. Navratil and Merchant must win this to try and force a third. It's just too good from Wilson.
Yeah, it's a great spot, and Zane Navratil having to hold to go line, and Althoff Merchant just late getting back to the middle. So great spot from Thomas Wilson.
Little collision course in the middle there.
Who hit it?
Who did it? Who got it? They were like, you,
They
me,
both
you,
they
me.
both pointed to each other. They wanted the glory.
Is that night at the Roxbury as well? Him, me, him, me, who, me. I'm not saying anything.
Second serve.
It was tough, but I do think it might have caught the back of the line, but in real time, very difficult to call.
Sure.
But it was just funny that James was telling the referee, "Hey, well, if you saw it in, then we're going to go with in." Well, yeah, yes, James, that's how it works there.
Oh, that was sending a message.
Well, it's actually a pretty good play because
100%.
at the belly of Althoff is not a great place to go, but if you can get it up around the Adam's apple or the shoulders, much more difficult to counterattack. Yeah, and I don't want to say too much because I'm in that 40-plus range now, but much more difficult for the older players to get out of the way of the ball, even when they know it's going to go out for sure. Just a little bit slower on some of those, some of the footwork stuff, and getting out of the ball, getting out of the way of the ball is definitely in that realm.
8-5-1.
I can think of another player that I played several times as well, Steve Deacon. You put it at his belly button, good luck. You hit it up a little bit higher, you can catch him sometimes. A good look from Althoff, definitely on that. And that's his natural forehand stroke to kind of catch it a little bit behind him on his hip. So looks a little unusual, but that's how he prefers to do it.
9-5-2.
Yes, nice return. Thomas Wilson not able to get his feet underneath him. Off balance just a little bit and paid the price with the error in the net.
Do you think Merchant and Navratil are going to have to go on a run here for sure to get back in this?
Yeah, nice combination from James.
5-9-2.
Yeah, it seems to be in this head-up matchup, even though both players, James Ignatowicz and Althoff Merchant, have heavy hands on the counterattacks, it seems to be who's speeding up first that has won the majority of those points. Very interesting dynamic.
Definitely seen both sides use that floater up the middle to success as well.
Yes, so I would say going into the match, I would have expected a lot more counterattacking success from Ignatowicz and Althoff Merchant, but whoever's creating offense seems to be winning about 2/3 of the points right now.
9-6-1.
9-6-1.
Second serve.
That's Lauren. That's out.
That was
Yes. That's
just
out.
just missing those lines. Ignatowicz is telegraphing that speed up just a smidge too much. When I can tell when he's going to speed it up, I feel like definitely the players on court are, and I think both of those speed ups were handled really well from Merchant and Navratil.
Yeah, so telegraphing the mid-pace attacks, a big issue. If he's going to telegraph it, you better rip it high and hard. So I think that that's a good observation for sure.
Oh yeah, he was. He was up on those tiptoes, trying to reach that in the air. It was just a little ambitious for Wilson. 7-9-2.
Yeah, nice job. I think Thomas Wilson sliding to his right, thinking Navratil might go around the post, and so getting him a little out of position when Navratil decides to go middle with a nice two-handed backhand.
8-9-2.
8-9-2. Merchant, there's been maybe 3 times now Navratil has had a much better look at a ball that Merchant's kind of gotten in there, and that's so tough because he can't see him necessarily a little behind him or to the side. I mean, it's tough. Oh, just a little short.
And
Who is that?
Interesting too that it's the team that's played together about 50 times that's having some issues with the middle balls.
Exactly.
Nice hands from Althoff.
I think I got a point. I got a point right at me from Merchant after that. Did a little pony. Nunnery? That is a great question.
Oh, Robert.
Big shout out to the, what is it, good looking Rob Nunnery. Has been established as fact.
I mean, I think it was that Rob Nunnery. He's a good looking man.
I mean, what are you going to do? What are you going to do?
8-9-2.
All right, 8-9-2.
Yes, come on. Point.
Wanted to apologize to everyone for scratching my beard in the middle of a previous point. We very much hear it on the microphone attached to my sweatshirt.
Great spot there from Wilson, right at that left hip of Navratil.
Yeah, and it's a great pattern too because occasionally with Althoff Merchant having that heavy slice dink, it occasionally travels too far, and that's a perfect opportunity for Wilson to get in there with the misdirect forehand.
9-9-1. Oh boy, goodness. Navratil really short hopped that return from Ignatowicz. Wilson takes over, 9-9-2.
9-9-2.
Oh my gosh, the scorpion.
Yeah, I'm giving him 50% fortunate, 50% skill on that from Zane Navratil.
Yeah, absolutely.
Very awkward, but very well executed with a little mini scorpion, as you mentioned.
9-9-1.
9-9-1. Just misses it.
Yeah, definitely long. You can see the reaction from Althoff and Zane, though. Definitely, especially Althoff wanted that one.
All right, 9-9-2. I'd like to see Navratil and Merchant be a little more patient here. Let the opportunity come to them instead of try and rush it here.
Yeah, very nice cross-court roll from Thomas Wilson. Althoff Merchant coming in hot, thinking Wilson was going to play a middle ball. Took a little pace off, rolled it at Althoff's right foot, and very well executed from Thomas Wilson.
We have a offensive timeout here from Wilson and Ignatowicz. It's going to be 9-9-1.
Yeah, and I think it's reasonable. They've been on 9 for a while, Lauren.
Yeah.
I think it's been 2 side outs, if not 3. So just as you can see, the fellas chatting a little strategy and figuring out a nice pattern for them to get into to possibly seal the deal here in game 2.
As I mentioned, coming up next here on CC2, we have Chuck Taylor and Rob Cassidy taking on Andre Deescu and Kyle Yates. That should be a very good matchup.
It could have been me, Lauren. About 5 days ago, I was supposed to play with Andre. About 5 days ago, I gave him up. So we'll see how very, very reasonable fill-in for Andre Deescu playing with Kyle Yates. So I expect that to be a high-octane match. A lot of showmanship on court as well. Rob Cassidy will be rolling on the ground at some point, I can only hope.
Yep, saw them playing Brendan Long and CJ Klinger a little bit earlier. Rob Cassidy certainly on the ground no less than 3 times that I saw.
Nice job, good look. Has to be aggressive with that ball. Ignatovich coming in hot, but Althoff Merchant able to keep his initial volley quite low.
9-9-2. Ooh, just a...
Yeah, he had his
mind?
I don't know. He had his feet moving a little bit, so possibly a little tight on that soft shot, or the mind change is definitely a possibility.
All right, let's see who wants it here in the second game.
Somebody needs to want it.
9-9-2. Again, Navratil and Merchant need to win it to force a third after Wilson and Ignatovich took game 1 12-10. And I like going back to the patience. Both teams waiting for their moment. I mean, Merchant saved them a few shots ago from that being over. The ball left up a little high there from Navratil, but can't get to that 10. Oh.
I think it was a good slide over to his right to hit a backhand, but Zane put it in a nice spot at his belly button instead of to the space James was hoping for.
Ooh. Oh. I mean, that was another moment that Althoff almost got in the way of Navratil there, who was coming over to take that. Luckily, gets out of the way, and we are still stalled out at 9s.
9-9-1.
Rob Nunnery says Althoff wants it, though. I mean, I have to say, if anyone on this court does, it's going to be Althoff. There's the chest bump. All right.
Althoff is glad Zane did that, Lauren.
Yeah. He's feeling pretty decent about it.
Oh, Rob coming in hot with his bag of 14 paddles. Very impressive, Rob.
10-9-1. Game point here for Navratil and Merchant to force a third. Again, don't want to see them rush it. Wait for their moment. Merchant threatening that Ernie. Oh boy. It's good. Oh my gosh, Navratil. Man, do I wish we had some replays. What a get there. I thought that was it. That one popped up a little high. Ooh, my goodness. All right, we'll take a short break. Game number 3. We needed more Althoff Merchant. All right, we're taking a short break. Back into it right after this.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
There's only one winner, just one way out. With every single break comes crashing down. There's only one.
Just like, I know you.
Welcome back, everyone, to this men's doubles matchup here. Zane Navratil and Altaf Merchant in their farewell tournament together as a pair. Altaf Merchant aging out of the pro bracket, going to be running through the senior pro draw next year, but very excited to see them in action together. It's been a little while, and he is putting on the show that I was expecting out of the Merchant Navratil partnership. They're taking on Thomas Wilson and James Ignatowicz. I believe we've lost Big Poppy Ignatowicz. Might have had a restroom run that needed to get done. Oh, there he is. He's back. He's back. Oh, it looked like he needed his drink. What is that? It's like an iced coffee. It's like cold brew coffee, I feel like.
He's got his routine, as we can see. It might be an odd routine, but he's got his routine.
Whatever works. Whatever works. I love it. So James Ignatowicz and Thomas Wilson will start on the far end after taking game 1 12-10. And it is Merchant and Navratil who fight back in game 2 and take that 11-9. Or was it 12-10?
No, I think it was 11.
It was okay.
It was, yeah, it was a
9-9.
9-9 battle for about 10 minutes.
That's what I thought.
I knew whoever got off 9 first was obviously had the advantage, but was definitely going to take it, and that's exactly what happened. Here we go, Lauren.
All right, they will switch ends at 6.
Yeah, James confirming. Was a little wide, hard to tell from our vantage point on the far sideline, but a nice start from Altaf and Zane.
This is a quarterfinal matchup in our men's pro doubles bracket. Just a little flat on that last one. So winner of this match will face the winner of Gabriel Tardio and Shelton Jean-Baptiste against Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson in the semis.
Nice mid-paced attack from Altaf Merchant. James Ignatowicz sailing that counter-attack long. Nice job of Altaf mixing up his paces.
0-1-2.
Told you.
That was a full hip
Always to the middle.
thrust stare down.
But still, amazing movement from Altaf Merchant to get all the way from the back left side of the court, and he also hit that Ernie with a forehand. So nice footwork from Altaf.
Ooh, ball on court from our other men's doubles match going on next door. So we will replay.
1-0-1.
1-0-1.
Got him again. Got him again. And that's Ben Randlet. I do know him.
Yeah, we got Pablo Tellez.
Uh-huh.
Excuse me, Tellez. Eric Forsyth, and I do not know who Eric is playing with.
I think it's Andrew Yagari.
All right, well.
I believe that is correct. I've seen his name on draws before. Great job from James Ignatowicz, who bailed himself out early in that point after a high dink, and you can see the heavy hands from James on full display in that point.
1-0-2.
1-0-2. All right, boys. Let's get a handle on it over there.
Altaf looking at the booth. Like, what the heck? We can't help you there, Altaf.
1-0-2.
1-0-2 again.
I was going to recall the score before he served, as I was answering your question. No serve was made. 1-0-2, you're up.
I think Navratil started to ask a question, and Merchant didn't realize he was doing that, so he thought he needed to serve.
Great job on the initial extension from James Ignatowicz, and Thomas Wilson with the second ball and the third ball put away nicely from James.
Ooh, right up the middle.
I've said it several times now. Now, don't get me wrong, it's a very quality shot, but he doesn't mix up the spots too frequently.
Great. Oh boy. That was tough. Merchant barely got there to get that next one, and Navratil kind of pulled into the center to cover.
Yeah, I think he was in the right spot. It was just too good from Thomas Wilson. Oh, he changed it. He went line there.
He hurt you.
Sorry
he hurt you.
Sorry for talking crap, Altaf. That was a nice spot change.
All right, 1-1-1.
Second serve.
And we should mention, yesterday for mixed doubles, we did not have that court in play next to CC2, but because we have the double brackets going on today, we needed the court. So yesterday, didn't have anyone over there to interrupt this court, but oh my goodness. Defending the body.
Yeah, tough 2 points from Zane Navratil. Slightly short on the initial drop and leaving that one a little high. Happens to the best of us. And friendly game here, Lauren. James Ignatowicz returning the favor with a loose third shot.
1-1-2.
1-1-2.
Yeah, so that is 4 consecutive third shots missed. Even though the last one from Zane Navratil was not a miss, it basically was by leaving it high. So let's see if we can't clean it up here, boys. Yeah, nice. We've seen James a few times on the backhand really extend out and poke the ball at his opponents, and did the exact same thing on the forehand side there. Great spot to the middle of the court. Nobody home.
Merchant always reminds me of Rafa Hewitt. Also a lefty. They have that ability to get, even though it's real tight on that left hip, to kind of dig out some shots on that side. They're both very similar.
Yes, not textbook, but Rafa Hewitt very good when the ball comes behind him on that left side. So I think you're exactly right.
I mean, it's tough. 2 forehands in the middle. That is, it's an advantage and a disadvantage depending on the situation. And again, we've seen a couple times when Merchant and Navratil just got their wires crossed.
Yeah, it's always tough. It's always tough to get any let cord, but when there's a lot of backspin on the shot that hits the tape, almost impossible as that thing's moving into the net.
3-1-2.
Referee correction.
Oh,
Thank you. 3,
good
1,
call.
1.
3-1-1.
Yeah, and that one there. Seen, as I mentioned, 3 or 4 good ones from James. But that one a little too extended, and you can see him not able to get the same pace as some of those previous speed ups on the backhand side.
Nice job.
Yeah, it was a nice slide over from Zane Navratil, protecting Althoff Merchant, coming from the back left of the court to the front right. So a lot of ground to cover for Althoff. His partner protecting him nicely. Nice power from Ignatowicz and Wilson. Merchant able to get 3 or 4 back with some good hands, but just too much from the boys on the far side of the court.
1, 3, 2.
Ooh! He got it.
Wow, great adjustment off the net tape.
Oh, my.
Yeah, great move from James Ignatowicz, clipping the tape, and somehow Zane Navratil bringing that back into the back of the court.
That was 99% luck, 1% skill.
Yes. Different ratio than earlier.
I mean, it's coming over the net and just clips the tape as it's passing by. So Ignatowicz, I mean, he's right there, and it just millimeters that ball changes. Oh, no.
Nice hold from James Ignatowicz. Pretty good drop from Navratil and Merchant to get back in, but James not only ready with the initial speed up, more importantly, the second ball right on it.
So it looks like the match we were going to have up next has been moved. So now I'm not sure who we have. We'll keep you posted.
Yeah, too much. He's had some nice success with that in the last 5 minutes or so, pulling the trigger on the right-hand side. But definitely a ball I would have liked to see him dink. Very hard to have perfect decisions out there.
3, 3, 2.
All right, 3-3-2.
Yeah, nice spot from Zane Navratil. And I think James Ignatowicz did the right thing, sliding to his right to cover the line. And if your opponents put the ball in the perfect spot, just not a whole lot you can do. What is going on?
I think that he was saying he was touching
Well,
contact with the net.
Oh my gosh. That's way more embarrassing, Althoff. Way more embarrassing.
9 options. You pick the worst one.
Yes.
3, 3, 2.
I don't know. Did he hit it? I can't tell.
and I mean, he was kind of talking after it was over, but his momentum did kind of carry him in
He
afterwards.
was super close.
Yeah.
I mean,
Last couple points between Thomas Wilson on the left. It's been a while since we've seen that.
and you are correct. We have coming up next a women's match. Simone Sharjim and Anna Bright will take on Kirsten Pappas and Christy Marunski, who I will ask both of them if I'm saying their names correctly. But Ladies coming up next now on CC2, and we have a timeout.
Yes, who's heckling?
That's Simone. That's Simone Georgine. For anyone that needs to know.
I was waiting for what he was going to say. Zane walks by. He's like, this is something. He couldn't have said it better, actually. Yeah, yes, no, for sure. That's funny. Oh, man, this is entertaining stuff. I love having full-on conversations with the players during the broadcast. This is great.
This is CC2 energy over here.
Yes, it
I
is.
like it.
It's a different vibe on CC2, and it's not the worst vibe, I'll tell you that much.
So I think Merchant was in the kitchen, but the technical official call was contact with the net.
Which was incorrect.
Which I believe everyone agrees was probably not the right call, but a call was made.
Well, Merchant even said it. He's like, you could have called me on 5 things, but
it's like that was not the one.
What happened? Either way, the right outcome happened. So we'll roll with that.
Yes, everything's good. I'll recall the score.
All right, 5-3-2.
5-3-2.
Again, we'll switch ends at 6. Ooh.
Side out.
Catching him on the run. Tough spot for Merchant to be in to try to pick that up.
A couple nice rolls from Thomas Wilson, who did not have as much success going power through the middle to the Merchant forehand, but the roll at the Merchant backhand has been very successful.
Out of position, serve. Second serve.
Oh, wrong server.
Oh my, what, like seriously, what is happening? This match, this is crazy stuff.
You're correct. 3-5-2.
That's multiple times that there was a real window to catch Althoff Merchant transitioning, and he closes the gap in a very crisp initial volley from Althoff, and then back to the middle on the next ball. Just a big-time combination from Althoff.
Ooh, yeah, that's tough. I mean, he even could hear him talking to himself that that's a must-make situation. 5-3-2. Oh, I don't know. Do we think that was dropping in the backcourt?
I think it was going to go in.
I do think it was as well.
Thomas somehow, unbalanced on the Ernie attempt, was able to kind of float it with a mid-pace shot, and I think it was going to drop.
Looks like Navratil was making the move to try and get that if it went over Althoff, but he was able to get a piece of it.
Can't yell it in. You can't yell it in, he says.
That's a good point. It's a good point.
A lot of people try, but you can't do it. You just can't do it.
Hey, hold on. 4-5-1.
4-5-1.
Point.
Yeah, just a couple errors from Navratil here. We are tied back up at 5s.
Nice pull from James Ignatowicz after the Althoff Merchant slice backhand carrying a little too far. James looking pretty solid on the right, so I kind of called that he's probably on the left from a comfort level, but he looks very comfortable on the right, so we'll see what they come up with for the rest of this match.
Yep, we got the end change at 6. Wilson and Ignatowicz out in front, but Merchant and Navratil right there with them.
Yeah, it's a nice kind of regaining their umph after the out of place service call. Often that can rattle you a little mentally, but they've done a nice job. They were down 3-5 at the time, and then switching ends up 6-5 is a nice job to hold it together mentally from Ignatowicz and Wilson.
And I do, we talked about it a little bit earlier, the merchant antics sometimes can, get in players' heads, might rub some a little bit more the wrong way than others, but I think Wilson, who generally is very even-keeled on court, I think he is starting to get a little annoyed. We saw that comment earlier. Mm-hmm. So I think, he's not letting it affect him per se in his play, but I would say he's...
Second serve.
Let's go, T. You got this.
6-5-2.
That's 6-5-2. Wilson wanted that out of the air, just wasn't quite there. Great spot from Navratil, the inside out right into Ignatowicz's chest.
Yeah, the upper chest is a good spot to go with that ball. If he would have picked a different spot a little lower, I think he would have been in trouble.
Second serve.
Let's go, James.
5-6-2.
5-6-2.
He says, I won it. Maybe he heard us talking about it earlier. Who wants game 2? He wants game 3. Great hands from James Ignatowicz. Yeah, I think the court positioning, I heard the footsteps of Thomas Wilson possibly poaching, forcing an error from the Althoff Merchant volley.
7-5-1.
Yeah, and we talked about Althoff liking that forehand a little behind his body. I think that was a bit too far.
Oh, Navratil. Oh. Rocket ship into space on that shot. Way to run down that lob. Good switch with Merchant. And then, Ignatowicz, his overheads don't come back a lot. And Merchant, Navratil just fired off of that one.
James kind of pulling at the back of his neck a little bit. Hope that's not an issue for him moving forward. But after that, I've seen
it on the overhead?
3 or 4 times since the overhead. I've seen him pull at that spot.
Oh, great job.
Good look right where he needed to be. But yeah, Thomas Wilson is fast at the running. He's where he needs to be. James can't believe he was there.
5-8-1.
Yeah, what a spot from Wilson, clearing the body out of the way and able to go right along that sideline. No chance for Althoff Merchant.
5-8-2. Net cord there.
And I really think we have seen an uptick in intensity of footwork and purpose from Wilson and Ignatowicz
Without question.
These last few minutes. I really like what I'm seeing from them. Yeah, nice pull from Zane. Nice job from James neutralizing that initial threat, but perfect spot up the line with the two-hander from Zane Navratil.
8-5-2.
Yeah, it's a great hold and flip. Looked a lot like a Dylan Frazier forehand there, but we've seen Ignatowicz occasionally kind of waffle whether he was going to do it or not, fully committed to that speed up, and he was rewarded with the point.
would like to maybe see a timeout here from Navratil and Merchant.
9-5-2.
Gonna be tough if they can't get this hold. They're looking at a match point. Oh, but they do get the hold, so.
Yeah, you're right. Big difference between 9 and 10. Like,
absolutely.
It's just mentally. So
9-9-1.
Big serve from Navratil, gets the short return. Wow.
Wow.
What?
I'm no words. Just let the boys play. It's crazy right now.
Oh, I got full eye contact from Merchant after that. Wow.
Point.
Let's go, T. Get it back.
7-9-1.
7-9-1.
Let's go. Come on.
Great power from Thomas Wilson and a fantastic setup drive from James Ignatowicz.
7-9-2.
Need one more to get that ball back. Yeah, that's the spot. I think that's 4 or 5 now, where Althoff has been coming in hot, looking for the forehand in the middle, and Thomas Wilson has rolled it cross court.
9-7-1.
Second serve.
Haven't had a rally in a long time where it's been short and just a dink into the net.
9-7-2.
Wow. Again, I mean, they're targeting Merchant on the run. You've mentioned several times how it's tough for him to get there, but he's doing it well, and Ignatowicz just pushes that wide because it's exactly what he's trying to do, is keep it out of Merchant's reach on that run up from the return. And a massive hold for Merchant and Navratil to get that back, still avoiding that match point. Oh, that sat, took a look around and dropped over, but wide.
7-9-2.
7-9-2 here in game 3 of this quarterfinal. Oh, they had, that was, I mean, they had it. That was it right there.
Yeah, so tough. And just to touch on your point earlier, having played Althoff so many times, I also find myself feeling like I have a window to drive my third shots. And we talked about, he's an older gentleman, 49 years old, and
he shouldn't be able to get there.
He closes that gap so well.
All right, 9-7-1. Another opportunity for Ignatowicz and Wilson to get that match point here.
Point.
Tough.
Yeah, a little too much carve on the backhand dink attempt from Althoff Merchant.
I'd still like to see the timeout here, but we don't. And a match point for Ignatowicz and Wilson on first serve.
Yes!
I mean, what an effort, what a match between these four. Oh, my goodness gracious. It is Ignatowicz and Wilson that come out on top, though. So Navratil and Merchant not done yet, but they drop into our back draw. And as I mentioned, coming up next, we will have our ladies, Simone Jarjim and Anna Bright, take on Kirsten Pappas and Christy Moronsky. And you'll see the screen come up that says technical difficulties for just a moment. We are resetting something in the system to get that scoreboard up for our next match. So don't worry, no actual issues. And we're back into the action here on CC2 in Hilton Head right after this. Welcome back, everyone. As I mentioned, we have our ladies taking court next here on CC2. This is the first match of the day for Simone Georgine and Anna Bright, who are teaming up for the very first time ever here in this tournament. And a second matchup for their opponents, Christy Moransky in the pink tank top and Kirsten Pappas in the gray camo. Didn't even see her out there for a second.
Yeah.
That always reminds me of the Count from Sesame Street. 1,
Yes.
2,
Count Dracula? What?
No, the Count.
Chocula.
No, the Count from Sesame Street
Oh,
does
no,
it
I'm
when he
talking about
counts.
Count Chocula.
Oh, well,
from-
yeah, that's
yes.
an entirely different
Okay.
fictional Dracula-esque character. So don't want. they're
Sesame
not the
Street
same.
was a long time ago.
Yeah, but we are that old. Did you not
I
grow
did,
up
I
watching
did.
Sesame Street?
I did. I liked
of course I
Oscar,
did.
liked Oscar the Grouch.
I mean,
that was my
who
favorite.
didn't relate to Oscar? I mean, especially as you get older as an adult, like, he's all of us. He's really all of us. I digress. As I mentioned, Kirsten Pappas, 31 years old, out of Purcellville, Virginia, again in the gray camo, and Christy Moransky, 30 years old, in Highland, New York, in the pink.
And they had a battle first round. Went 3 games. They won 10-12, 11-6, 11-7 against Taylor Oliver and Joanna from New Belgium Brewing.
All right. Well, a fierce
one of my buddies.
matchup.
Yes.
And they certainly will have a tough battle here against the number 2 seeded team, even though Georgine and Bright have never played together in a tournament. Usually 2 players of that level can be very successful together, even if it's not the best chemistry. There's some learning to do, possibly some middle balls, as we've seen, maybe get lost in the mix. But I anticipate that Moransky and Pappas have their work cut out for them here.
I would say a reasonable amount of talent between Simone Georgine and Anna Bright. Just a reasonable amount.
And we just have a few final moments here of warm up until our ladies get into the action. They are looking to get into the quarterfinals in our ladies bracket. Taking a look, some of the quarterfinals already set. Georgia Johnson and Andrea Koop take on Olivia McMillan and Lee Whitwell. That is next on CC1. We also have Lauren Stratman and Jill Braverman taking on Sarah Ansbury and Jade Kawamoto. Then we have Maggie Raminzi and Michelle Esquivel. They will take on the winner of this match in the quarterfinals. In our final quarterfinal on our ladies' side, Vivian David and Corinne Carr take on Mary Brasha and Susanna Barr. So those quarters almost entirely set on the ladies' side. So again, this is the very final match to set all of those quarterfinals up. And it looks like Georgine and Bright will be on the near end to start us off for game 1. Pappas and Moransky on the far end. Joey Jones, our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup. And we're still working on that scoreboard, so I will make sure and keep you guys apprised of the score as we go on. A little wide there for Pappas.
0-0-1.
Nice power from Pappas. And I would expect Anna Bright to stay on the left unless something really goes wrong in this match. Yeah, nice close from Anna Bright. A reasonable try from Pappas to keep both ladies back, but a little too much air underneath that ball, and Anna Bright closing in tight with a nice forehand winner.
Great spot there from Bright, jamming up Moransky.
Yeah, right at that right shoulder. Very tough to handle that ball.
A little clip in the net there as it sails over.
It's just good strategy, Lauren.
3-0-2.
Yeah, nice drive from Simone Jargin. Catching Moransky transitioning, and Moransky, I think, took a little too big of a swing on that two-hander coming forward. Yeah, too much combination. Definitely not an obvious speed-up situation from Anna Bright, but going with the offensive shot and very ready on the second ball.
I mean, we talk a lot about Anna Bright. She's always looking kind of for that speed up. She likes a fast-paced play. So it looks like she was going for that.
You're trying to get me back for yesterday with the dramatic pauses, aren't you?
I honestly was like, sometimes in my mind, I know where I was going with something, and then the word isn't quite what I wanted it to be, and I'm looking for another one, and my brain just can't get through it fast enough.
Yeah, nice offense from Simone and Anna, and you're exactly right. Anna Bright, much more well-rounded in the last few months, but offense is definitely her favorite option, no question.
5-0-1.
And our chat is saying that they have never seen Anna wear that skirt before.
I already complimented her on it.
Yes, people were talking about it back here when they were getting ready for the match. So funny
it's
comment.
By Penguin. I'm gonna go get it. It's super cute.
Very nice point.
So if you're, Pappas and Moransky, you're a little bit lower level of a player, certainly, than Jargin and Bright, as most players are in pickleball. What would be your strategy if you're them coming into this? You got a lot of offense. It can be a bit intimidating maybe to come up against this team early in the day. What would be your advice for their best bet to be as competitive as they can be?
Yeah, so the main thing is you don't have to have an out-of-body experience to beat a good team in pickleball. So staying a little bit within yourself, but going for some shots. They've never seen them play before. Mm-hmm. So if they initiate the offense, I think that they can catch them occasionally not knowing exactly where they like to speed up. If they just really focus on the soft game, I have a feeling they'll probably get picked apart by the veterans. So a couple early triggers pulled, but don't need to do anything too crazy.
I was definitely thinking something similar watching them play. Let's get a score update here, though. 6-0-2. Definitely think if Moransky and Pappas get pushed off that line and start scrambling on defense, they're probably never going to come out on top of the rallies if that happens. That was definitely sailing, but so we'll see. They get back up to the line. Really well done. Ooh, got it. Let's see what they can do here. Ooh, a twofer in one. Oh no, just kind of misjudged the placement. But I think if that happens, they did a great job staying in that as long as they did. Phenomenal. But I think if they get pushed back, the offense of Brighton Jargin is going to be too much to handle. So I think if they can initiate some offense, maybe earlier on, like you said, catch them a little off guard, I think that is also a great potential strategy for them.
Yeah, and it always needs to be in balance, but I know occasionally when I have not seen a player before and I play them the first round or two, they usually get me a few times early on. but the scrappiness, I thought several of these points were about to be over, and they have not been. So getting a lot of balls back, Pappas and Moronsky. Too good with the angle from Anna Bright.
7-0-1.
And sometimes tough too, early on, first match. Don't know the people to be locked in and focused. Not going to be an issue for the veteran Jargine, and Anna Bright being Anna Bright, always locked in.
Definitely.
Second serve. 8-2-2.
Great spot from Anna Bright. Catching Moronsky loading on the forehand side and putting that two-handed backhand speed up at her left hit. Nothing Moronsky can do after loading forehand. Nice deep serve from Anna Bright. And definitely in the driver's seat, Jargine and Bright.
10-0-2. So, as to be expected, Bright and Jargine pretty dominant here in game one. Again, we'll see if Pappas and Moronsky maybe saw some things here in this first game they can adjust in game two, and we're back into the action right after this.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Dude, they're fragging C. Rez, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false nine?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it till you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
Welcome back, everyone, to our ladies doubles matchup going on here on CC2. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside. Simonia Jargine, Anna Bright on the far end, taking on Kirsten Pappas in the gray and Christy Moronsky in the pink. Game one dominated by Jargine and Bright, 11-0.
1-0-2.
Some very nice rallies, though, from Pappas and Moronsky. Some good gets, some good shots in that first game. Just did not quite translate onto the scoreboard. Unfortunately, they're looking to change that here in game two.
Second serve.
Just a little too high there from Pappas.
And one of the best parts of right side Simone Jargine is that forehand attack. Great extension from Simone Jargine, leaning that wide base with the footwork, but leaning that upper body as far into the kitchen as possible.
A little wide there on the attack from Bright.
She tried the patented Bright pre-come on, but sailing that backhand wide.
1-0-2.
Again, just good spot there, high on the body.
2-0-2.
Nice recovery from Pappas.
That's tough. Fantastic hands off the let tape.
Anna Bright thinking she's a little too chaotic out there. 0-3-1. And yes, I'll try and get a score update from next door.
Slight confusion in the middle from Moronsky and Pappas, and usually when that happens, a pop-up follows, as it did there.
So it is now next door 10-11-1. The Johnson twins playing Jack Foster, and do you know Jack Foster's partner over here?
That's Vu Win.
Yes, that we were talking earlier.
Vu Win, and they had a pretty big lead in this race to 15, so Johnson boys getting back in the mix. Nice return from Moronsky deep in the court. Missed third.
3-0-2. Moronsky pushing that just a little wide.
4-0-2.
Air Bright in the middle of the court, letting it go. Jargine stabbing at it and able to get it over the net.
5-0-2.
Funny moment. That's a nice job from Moronsky on that counterattack. Going with some bigger swings earlier in this match. Nice and compact on the backhand side. Great adjustment from her.
Lob there from Jargine, and sets up exactly what she wanted to with that lob.
It's one of the best disguises in the lob game out here. Simone Jargine looks just like her forehand dink.
Nice pickups.
Wow, really good point. Really good point.
Nice.
Tell you what, Pappas' footwork pretty legit.
Yeah, she's got those resets really nice from her as well in that transition zone. That's a tough spot to be in. 5-0-1 though.
Nice job. Pappas sliding over to cover the middle, knowing that Moronsky must hold line with that tough two-handed backhand speed up from Anna Bright.
A lot of backspin on that, unfortunately, for Moronsky. Oh, tough break. But very impressed with Pappas', especially that backhand cross-court dink. Slices that a la Corinne Carr, the professor.
The prof.
The prof.
Wow, nice hands from the near side of the court. And a nice power finish as well. One of the better played points from Moronsky and Pappas so far in this match.
0-7-1. Let's see if they can do it on their serve now and get some points. Great spot from Georgiem. Coming up next on CC2. The boys are back. Thomas Wilson and James Ignatowicz. They face Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson. Ooh, gonna be a good one. That's coming up next. Tell all your friends.
Nice job for Georgien handling the initial pace of Moronsky.
7-0-1.
Yeah, nice ATP patience from Anna Bright. No fence over there in the middle of the court.
Yep.
So
she might run into some other players, but they were on a timeout, so she's good.
Going for a little too much, Pappas. Simone was closing that gap quickly. Not a big window to hit into for Pappas.
9-0-1. Oh, they've been rocking those lobs.
I think it's 5 for 5, Lauren.
Yeah.
Not had a mistake, and I believe they've won every point that they've used it. And we had a 2-1.
I think two. I think there were two rallies that had double lobs.
Rarely works out.
This is two. Don't call me Iggy. And that'll be it. So, the number 2 seed of Simone Georgiem and Anna Bright moving on to the quarters. Really nice play from Kirsten Pappas and Christy Moronsky. I know they didn't get any points on the board, which is tough. It looks like they just kind of got destroyed out here, but they really didn't. Really well played from them. Some really nice rallies, some good gets. Very impressed with both of those ladies. Just, at a lower level right now than the two veterans that we've mentioned. So they will drop to our consolation bracket. And we'll take a short break. As I mentioned, that men's match coming up next here on CC2. Plan to join us in just a few moments.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Our priorities? They've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever. This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm just enjoying myself. We talked yesterday on CC1, Adam, about asking everyone what their favorite and least favorite trick-or-treating candies were to receive when they were younger. I know candy corn, a polarizing candy, but I am enjoying some right now as we speak.
Yes, Mama Stone, a big fan of the candy corn.
Oh.
You know what I didn't like? You remember Dots?
Oh, dots are disgusting.
I don't like dots.
On the paper.
Yeah, I don't like
They're
dots.
just eating chalk.
Yeah.
Just eat pieces of chalk if you want that, my goodness. But everyone, it's a little looser here on CC2 between Adam and myself, as it should be. The vibe on CC2 is a more relaxed vibe while still enjoying some phenomenal pickleball.
And I just wanted to apologize to all the viewers out there. My energy's been a little low these first couple matches. I'm about to step it up, Lauren.
Yeah.
I'm about to step it up. No
Did
doubt.
you not have an espresso this morning?
No, I did. But I did. The late start threw off my
That is
caffeine
true.
consumption. I have a very serious routine, and I wasn't able to do that.
He is
so
very serious about it.
I know. It's okay. We're gonna get through it, though.
Yeah, it's one of those weird, funky days. A bit of a later start, some rain this morning.
Well,
I mean, it is what it is, but we're powering through. We're going to step it up right now, especially with this matchup. Thomas Wilson and James Ignatowicz taking on J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier. We saw previously on CC2 before the ladies took court, Wilson and Ignatowicz barely eking out a win over Zane Navratil and Althoff Merchant. That was a fantastic match. All of the fireworks that you would want and expect from that matchup, we got them. So Frazier and Johnson, a little easier matchup in their quarterfinal. They took out Gabriel Tardio and Shelton Jean-Baptiste, 11-7, 11-3. They are the number 1 seed. Wilson and Ignatowicz, the number 5 seed. So this is a semifinal match now on our men's side. So winner of this heads to our winner bracket final and will face the winner of the match, I believe, currently happening on CC1 between Deckelbar and DJ Young and Andre Deescu and Kyle Yates. So that is a really nice matchup as well over on CC1. I gotta say, I mean, I prefer ours, quite frankly, Adam. I'd rather see this one. That other one sounds terrible.
No
I knew he was drinking cold brew. I knew that was cold brew.
There's water in it. It's just a cold brew thingy.
I know, but I know. But James Ignatowicz in his earlier matchup, I was like, is he drinking just cold brew coffee right now? He is. I see the bottle now. So he's getting a little extra jolt of caffeine. We did see him in that matchup with Navratil and Merchant that right side sort of neck shoulder was looking a little tight. He was massaging a little. He did say it was really tight when he woke up this morning, kind of tweaked it a little on some overheads in that matchup. So we'll keep an eye on that, but went to see the trainer, took some Advil, got some cream rubbed in there. So hopefully he's going to be all right here. Andrea Gately is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match, and Ignatowicz and Wilson on the near side start us off serving. And a very quick restart as a ball comes over from Gabriel Tardio himself.
El Bendito. I think that Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson often just kind of blow through their opponents with hand speed. I do not think that this is a matchup they're going to be able to do that. So very interested to see the strategy from J.W. Johnson and Dylan Frazier about when to speed up and where to speed up.
Oh, Dylan Frazier said, no. He's not a finger wagger, but if he were, that would have gotten a finger wag.
Yes, that we'll just go with not the spot for Thomas Wilson there, but maybe they'll often loading on the backhand, but he was ready on the forehand side on that counterattack.
Ooh, the reset from Wilson, really nice. And then the error on that dink to finish it off. And we did see Dylan Frazier and J.W. Johnson earlier in the year pairing up a lot to tremendous success. And then they split up for a little while. Saw Johnson with Deckel Barr for a few tournaments. Dylan Frazier having some different partners as well. I have to say, I'm glad to see them back together. And I did hear around the water cooler that we'll see them a lot next year together. So pick up between his legs there from Johnson. And first time partnership, as we mentioned earlier, between Thomas Wilson and James Ignatowicz here today in Hilton Head. Wilson 32 out of New Braunfels, Texas, while Ignatowicz 22 in Delray Beach, Florida. Dylan Frazier 20 years old in Ashland, Missouri, and J.W. Johnson 19 years old in Boynton Beach, Florida. Both of them about to have a birthday, I think, in the next month or so.
High dink from Thomas Wilson. Definitely give the dinking consistency advantage to Johnson and Baby Dill in this matchup.
Yeah, come on.
Big forehand from Thomas Wilson off a uncharacteristic high drive from JW.
Little dribble. It's funny how players that are so good, like a J.W. Johnson, any mistake they make, it's uncharacteristic. Because they're just so good, we expect them to be perfect.
Mentioned it yesterday in mixed doubles as well. The preferred speed up of Dylan Frazier in this specific matchup going right at the Thomas Wilson forehand. So I expect Dylan to very much pick his spots as opposed to speeding up frivolously.
Enjoy that word, frivolously. Always feel like I missed a running list of all the great words that Adam Stone says. Wilson very frustrated after missing that dink. He missed that same one a little bit earlier here.
Yeah, just really the soft air is killing them right now, early in game one.
Yep, 5-1-1. Frazier and Johnson out in front.
Nice speed-up combination from Thomas Wilson. Just can't describe to you how unsettling it is when you're playing opponents that do not miss dinks and have heavy hands. It really puts you at a decision point and makes you very uncomfortable out there about picking your spots when to speed up. Yeah, Thomas Wilson there with the two-handed backhand after initial forehand speed up. So I would actually expect Ignatovic and Thomas Wilson to speed up a little bit more moving into the heart of game one, as some of the soft stuff has been an issue so far. Yeah, very nice from Thomas Wilson stepping to his left, kind of picking on the body of Dylan Frazier with a nice forehand speed up.
1-6-1.
The youngsters just so casual up at the kitchen line, yet the hand speed is just so electric.
1-6-2.
It's always the quiet ones you got to look out for, Adam.
That's what they say. Well, you don't have to worry about me, because I'm very loud.
No problems with Adam Stone.
Nice job. Couple successful speed ups by Thomas Wilson and Dylan Frazier. Gonna need more of that.
6-1-2.
And I don't hate it. Obviously, attacking J.W. Johnson, you have to be careful at all times, but I thought Ignatovic was very much on that second ball, just couldn't make it. Yes, a lady in the front row almost lost her life off of that ricochet.
I mean, you almost took that to the face.
Oh, and the hands are quick.
I mean,
the hands are still there, Lauren. There's no way that thing was hitting me.
Yeah, Wilson and Ignatovic just a little thrown off here. Maybe Dylan Frazier started grunting and hip thrusting, they'd get it together a little bit more. Certainly did so against Navratil and Merchant.
I mean, it's probably one of the only errors from the kitchen line. We've seen a couple mistakes from the back of the court from Frazier and Johnson, but once they get to the kitchen line, the dinks are in and the timing on speed ups are there.
1-9-1 here in game one. Oh boy.
The old solo shake and bake. Often
he
we
does
will
enjoy that.
Yeah, often you'll use your partner, but if you don't need him, you don't need him. You do your thing, James. 3-shot combination.
2-9-1. Ignatovic telling himself, you got to drop that. As in, hit that drop shot over the net. Don't leave it up so high. Great Ernie there from Ignatovic. Good recognition. Wilson, perfect partnership there. Comes in right behind him, cleans up that next shot.
Yeah, and he's so prepared, Thomas Wilson, after the Ernie that he's able to hit a forehand on the next ball. And if he was a little late getting to his spot, much more difficult to put away the backhand.
All you got to do is ask. All you got to do is ask.
And just ask if you're good. That's all you got to do. Ask if we're good.
I mean, all you have to say is, am I the correct server? Am I on the correct side?
You don't even need to say all that. Just say, am I good?
Easy peasy.
Yeah, I think that the youngsters just so adept at handling the pace of third shot drives. Really got to pick your spots, and I'd like to see a higher ratio of drops to drives. We heard Ignatowicz say it to himself earlier.
9-3-1, make that 10-3-1. Yeah, Wilson just...
Yeah, and it's tough because their drives are so good, but when your opponents are just easily handling all the drives, got to look to get forward with a drop.
Game point here for Johnson and Frazier in game one, and they will get it. Wilson very much off his game here in this first one. We'll see if they can make some adjustments, get back into it here in game two. We'll take a short break, back into it right after this. Welcome back. Simone says, how y'all doing to everyone in the chat. We let them know we could hear. Oh, how you doing? How you doing, Simone? J.W. Johnson, Dylan Frazier on the near end here in game two. Thomas Wilson, James Ignatowicz on the far end. Struggled in game one to get anything going against the teens. Oh, excuse me, Dylan's 20.
Can't go there, James. And I actually like this lineup a little bit better with James on the left and Thomas on the right. We'll see if it pays any dividends, but I think it was a good decision to switch it up.
I mean, they needed to switch up something, that's for sure, after game one. I mean, they're both just, it's all wrist.
Yeah,
from such a low position, it's just so hard to read. And two of them doing the same thing, it's why they're so dangerous.
I'm not going to lie, though. When your opponents are both smiling a lot, like JW and Dylan are right now, it's pretty annoying.
Yeah,
but at the same time, Lauren, all you can do is play better to wipe those smiles off the face. So it's the situation we're in.
Frazier got pulled out a little, and just kind of.
I don't really see him do that almost ever.
No,
so
I feel like he got
uncharacteristic.
Caught,
yes.
Sort of not knowing what to do, and sort of went in between a couple things that usually doesn't work out.
Once again, J.W. Johnson going to a similar spot almost always with that backhand speed up, but it's just so good.
Yep, 3-0-2. Johnson and Frazier starting to get rolling. Oh boy.
I mean, goodness gracious. And you know what? We talk a lot about this paddle technology, lots of offense in the game. But this is textbook old school pickleball from JW and Dylan Frazier. Don't miss dinks, have really good hands. It's a phenomenal recipe. We'll label that ambitious from Dylan Frazier. Speeding up about mid-shin. See, and this is what it does. It forces opponents into odd decisions or uncomfortable spots when you feel like there's not a lot you can do and your opponents are giving you no freebies.
Yep, 0-4-2.
Yeah, great spot from J.W. Johnson. James Ignatowicz leaning to the forehand side as he was moving his way to the kitchen, but putting it on the left side of his body. Perfect spot from JW.
4-0-1.
Yeah, let's see if the boys on the far end can get some kind of momentum, or we're going to be tapping paddles soon.
Definitely playing an out ball in the middle of that. Johnson tries to call him off. It's always so odd when Johnson occasionally will really raise his voice to say no or out, and I'm like, who said that? Who said that? Oh, it's J-Dub. What?
I'm not going to lie, when he does it, it's kind of a whiny no, too. No. Like, that's how he says no to his partners when they hit the out balls, so.
It's not quite the Althoff Merchant out call.
Yeah, very different. A lot of players have some unique ways of calling out balls. Too good, but a little too casual on that one. I don't even say words, Lauren. I just go, eh.
Yeah.
Eh. That's it.
Wilson just played so well against Merchant and Navratil. It's just, this is what we talk about. I mean, every match can be so different, and Wilson just not with it, it seems like, in this match so far. At least not like he was in the previous one.
Nice poke from Ignatowicz and a nice leave from Thomas Wilson, who definitely could have reached that last ball with his forehand.
4-1-2. Good cover of the middle there from Johnson, bailing out Dylan Frazier, and they get...
That's right. And the thing is, Thomas was speeding up at Dylan, but JW hit it.
Yeah, exactly.
Issues.
Great spot from Ignatowicz. Up the middle. Had some good pace on it, I think. It's that combination of the pace that makes you think it's going out, but then it's got the spin that slows it down at the end and drops it in.
Yeah, you can see the frustration on Wilson's face, and
he's mad about the ball in the background, then call ball.
True.
You saw it. If it's a problem, call it. And no one has a problem with that. Literally no one. But don't play the point out and then complain that the ball distracted you in the background. No sympathy for Thomas Wilson on that one.
No sympathy for the pickleball. Thomas Wilson on that big forehand counter attack. But yeah, it's not this is not just like I'm feeling it today, I'm not feeling it today. The ups and downs mentally and physically throughout the tournament are just so... Oh my.
He's got some signed balls. I think he got some Adam Stone signed pickleball. He's got some Sunmed. Right here on the text, Chad. What do you got? How would you pull stuff out of your pocket? One more ball.
Sorry, I lost my train of thought as we hear Dominic Catalano screaming in the background. But he did give away an Adam Stone signed ball, so that's one positive of that.
I can't. There's literally not a thought in my head during this moment. Ooh, and that's Ignatovic talking about that sore. You got it, J-Dub? He's got it. I mean, we talked about that sore shoulder. I mean, you could see it rubbing it, right? He was rubbing it after that one. He said, I hope they don't give me any overheads. He's gotten a few this match. Patience, good movement.
Great patience and very nice speed up from Thomas Wilson. And you noticed a lot of middle dinks on that point from Ignatovic and Thomas Wilson. Interesting change up. Interesting bounce there after a nice shot from JW, but often when played these guys a lot with Dekel Bar, and we often play middle dinks a lot as well, because Dylan Frazier, when he gets pulled out wide on the forehand side, phenomenal off the bounce. And when you pull JW Johnson out wide when he's on the left, amazing speed ups with the backhand out of the air. So much safer spot to go on the court in the dink rallies, to the middle, to the backhand of Dylan Frazier and to the forehand of JW Johnson, who often is not willing to speed that ball up on the forehand side off of the bounce.
Well said. 2-5-2 here in game 2.
Another soft error from Ignatovic and Wilson. Really the difference in the match so far. Yeah, he said, why hit soft? I'll just hit it hard. Great two-shot combination. Really on the second ball, hitting down to finish the point. There we go. Nice couple shots and points from Ignatovic and Wilson, kind of barking at each other as they go back to the baseline. Let's see if the energy can pick up for these two.
Definitely feeling it build a little. Oh, an attempt at the scorpion there, but again, it just comes at you so fast from Johnson. It's such a low spot.
Absolutely. Yeah, I'm not, you see that two-shot combination. You have J-Dub out of the air here and Baby Dill on the right side off of the bounce. Just so good at those two shots.
Ooh, it's good.
Oh my God. Pretty funny stuff from Ignatovic.
Just the hands. First of all, the anticipation of it coming, getting ready, and then executing the counter. I mean, how does he do what he does? Oh, it's the shoulder.
Yeah, he's apologizing to Thomas Wilson, and they're going to take a timeout. Obviously, something not completely right with James Ignatovic, and that's too bad.
I know, you hate to see one of the players struggling with something physically that you know is hampering their efforts a little bit on court.
And I've had a couple, nothing major, but a couple neck stingers and a couple upper back things. And I mean, you can take them.
We've all woken up and slept on something wrong and just.
I mean, you can take some drugs, you can rub some creams on there, but the bottom line is that's not going to be better for a couple days. It just isn't.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll see if possibly. Yeah, I don't know with the issue. I mean, I would say maybe shorten the points, but I think the hard stuff is going to hurt them more. So maybe some more dinking, but it's really a tough position to be in, like I said, as the youngsters with the consistent soft stuff and the electric hand speed puts you at a tough decision point.
8-2-1, especially if they're going to speed it up at you and you got to kind of move very quickly. That's what really aggravates that type of a tightness.
That's a very nice shot, and one of the reasons why I like Thomas Wilson over on the right, he has the better forehand misdirect, and that's one of the only places that you can catch J.W. Johnson.
8-2-2. Oh, again. He didn't want to hit it.
Oh, you can see that was about 62% on that overhead from James Ignatowicz.
And I mean, will we see a couple more lobs from Johnson and Frazier as a result, knowing he doesn't want to hit those?
Who knows? These two kids probably have no idea that he's even feeling anything.
Oblivious. Typical youngsters.
That's one of the few lengthy dink rallies that the Ignatowicz and Wilson team have come up with. So see if they can get something going. They have to. Yep. And that's not the way to do it, unfortunately, as the youngsters continue their commanding lead.
4-8-2.
Yeah, it was. I wasn't sure if they were going to call it or not, but definitely long, even though both players were fooled by that shot. I don't think they left it, they just couldn't get there.
Agreed.
Yeah, and that's another one of the low ones. And I'll be honest, I am one of the shorter players on tour.
What?
But sometimes
No.
that let cord, he hits it from so low, it blocks my vision.
Oh,
so
yeah, absolutely.
It's really insane. It's such a quality shot. If you're not seeing it till it crosses the precipice of the net, I mean, you are at a big disadvantage.
I think that's something a lot of people don't think about, is if you're blocked by the net or the tape. Oh, this is a match point here. Oh, the butterfly. Good switch in the middle of that. Oh, just too good. And a big smile from Johnson to Frazier. They keep it going. I mean, they always have a great time together. And they come out on top here. So they are heading to the semifinals. Again, they will face the winner of Daescu and Yates versus Bar Young, which is happening on CC1. We will have a senior pro matchup coming up next here on CC2. Don't go anywhere. Back in Hilton Head, South Carolina for the APP Sunmed Open presented by Lexus right after this.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Dude, they're fragging C.
Rez, hit me.
I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
What's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false 9?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it, so you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
would have been better. All righty. Okay.
I don't know where we got these. These game balls that we were using? Yeah.
She's got it on her.
I have it on my watch or under there somewhere.
Mary Beth? Mary Helen? First over. You got your very own, huh? Yeah, something like that. Okay. USA approved. All right. Well, that's what I want to hear. So those Sunmed balls?
Yes. Oh, we got them right out of there, so I'm not sure. Okay.
Ready to do this, Adam?
Let's go.
Let's go. Come on.
Tropical, come on.
Tropical, come on.
So
I need lessons.
Are we hot right now?
We're hot.
We're hot. Let's go.
We're hot and firing, ready to go. Took a minute. Our referee got sent to the wrong court, so a bit of an extra wait there. But we have a senior pro mixed doubles match on deck here on CC2. This is a semifinal matchup. We have Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy defeating Shirley Johansson 11-8, 11-4 in the quarters. And we have Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore defeating Thompson Sperling in 3, 11-9, 5-11, 11-2. So we got semifinal matchup. Our other semifinal in the senior pro half set with Wilhelm and Crandall. They are awaiting the winner of the Simon Granat Johnson Marariu matchup for our other semifinal. So winner of this match heads to the winner bracket final. Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside at the APP Sunmed Hilton Head Open presented by Lexus. Kathy Postal-Waite is our USA Pickleball certified referee. I appreciate both gentlemen in pink today. This tournament definitely highlighting the pink aspect of Breast Cancer Awareness Month for the month of October. A lot of people wearing pink in support. I am wearing a version of pink. It's kind of like a, what color is this?
Not pink.
It's in the pink family.
No, you have pink in your APP, yeah. You're good.
It's like a neon coral type color.
And you got the female Vuori version of the pants.
Vuori, I know. We were going to be twinsies.
Looky there. So yes,
God, who has a hookup with Vuori? I need some.
It was the
free stuff.
It was the most amazing initial MLP gift bag. They had like
I
four,
heard
like
they did
four
all your
Vuori.
stuff in
And
the first one ever.
And last time we got like a koozie and a program or something like that. But we actually, Lauren, we have a Hall of Famer on court. Scott Moore, legend of the game.
I mean, true legend. He has been playing for I don't even know how many years since it started in '68.
I'm not sure that long, but at least I'm pretty sure a solid decade.
Yeah, minimum.
Yes.
Of course, his son is Daniel Moore, who's over in Japan, really helping spread pickleball in Asia. Doing a fantastic job with that. Also a really good player as well.
Yes, I played with him one time at the World Pickleball Championships a few years ago, and I think he has a new child as well. So congrats to him, Daniel.
Well, all right.
And there's always a chance he's watching with Pops on court. So very cool.
Shout out to Daniel if he is. I don't know what the time difference is in Japan right now.
I would imagine it's significant.
I would imagine it's very late. It's the middle of the night there.
Very late or very early.
Yeah, I think he's probably sleeping.
One of those.
All right, it is Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore on the near end serving first to Rick Witskin and Beth Bellamy. Bellamy and Witskin are the number 1 seed here in Senior Pro Mixed, while Atkins and Moore the number 4 seed.
0-0-1.
I would very much look for Scott Moore to attack almost everything on the forehand side. One of the better forehand speed-ups in the senior game.
Oh, that angle. I mean, that was basically the tomahawk right there, essentially.
Ridiculous angle. And as you can see, Rick Witskin, definitely a person on tour at most of the stops, if not all of them, and he is a very large human, Really big wingspan, lots of good poaching and court coverage from Rick.
Also going to be easily the most vocal person on court. Just long on that shot.
Yes, there will be limbs flailing. And Fengs said he's a showman. He likes being out here in front of the fans, so always loves putting on a show, and he often does. Kitchen.
I mean, did you see that leap from Scott Moore? That was very J.W. Johnson, where you like take one big giant step versus like the shuffle over. And Scott Moore, he's tall as well, so he's got those long legs. Put him to use. Witskin throwing the paddle in the middle of that, couldn't quite get it.
Yeah, and I'm not sure his exact age, but Scott Moore definitely one of the older competitive singles seniors. Yes, I knew it was closer to 60 than 50 for sure.
Yes, definitely. Okay, Mary Helen Atkins with that backhand punch. She's using that elongated onyx paddle.
Sweet shorts, too.
Oh, yeah.
I
She
like
always
the
has
purple,
some
the
good
purple
shorts game.
pocket. Oh, yeah, that's good stuff.
4-0-1. Out. Second server. 4-0-2.
Nice hands from Rick Witskin after another solid punch from Mary Helen Atkins. It'll be interesting to see, Lauren, as we had yesterday, Beth Bellamy playing with Natalie Bagme for our last match of the day on CC1.
Yes.
And she was the alpha, more dominant of that pairing.
Yeah, definitely one of, if not the top female on tour right now.
For sure, but definitely switching roles in this mixed doubles matchup with Rick Witskin on the left side, Bellamy playing the supporting role today. Yeah, real nice shots early on from Beth Bellamy, and Mary Helen Atkins up to the task, blocking two in a row. But Beth Bellamy on the third attempt off the Scott Moore speed up, all over it with a big forehand.
Yes, you are. 1-4-2.
Great shot from Scott Moore, kind of throwing a slight shoulder fake, making Rick Witskin think he was going to play the middle, but puts it behind him very nicely.
4-1-1. Second server.
Beth Bellamy over on the left, so possibly a half stack going on with Witskin and Bellamy.
4-1-2.
They have played together a lot, so they definitely have a lot of... Oh, good defense on that great ATP there from Moore. But he gets back after bouncing off the sidelines.
It's like a wrestling move. Just bounce
right
off
the
the
ropes.
ropes. Right back in for the big forehand in the middle.
Yeah, Bellamy and Witskin, though, win a lot together, so no surprise they're the number one seed here. Oh, yeah. The pace, I think, wasn't quite there as Bellamy went over, and then the ball wasn't quite there, and then couldn't finish it. Oh, and we got Anna Shirley front row cheering on some of her peers, perhaps scoping out the competition.
Tell you what, some pretty legit defensive hands from Mary Helen Atkins. I know she came up short eventually in that point, but she's already had 7 or 8 phenomenal gets.
6-1. Second server.
Nice misdirect from Mary Helen Adkins, catching Rick Witzkin leaning towards the middle.
1-6-2.
Okay. Ah, a couple nice pickups there from Atkins.
2-6-2.
Nice combination with the initial Scott Moore speed up. Mary Helen there to clean up, hitting down on the ball.
6-2-1.
6-2-1. Atkins and Moore out in front here in game one of this semifinal, looking to head to the winner bracket final.
Yeah, definitely Witzkin and Bellamy going with the half stack, meaning that they stack while serving and play their respective positions on returns.
I know stacking can be a little intimidating to some amateur players as they're moving up in levels. Do you know if there's any good resource out there where there's something that very sort of clearly explains what stacking is, how you do it, the different versions of it that you are aware of?
I do not. I have no doubt there's a YouTube video somewhere explaining the basics.
Yeah, I would.
Basics for sure.
I would simply YouTube how to stack in pickleball. I have no doubt there's some good videos and definitely something to work on. It can be a little intimidating, can be complicated. Some people find it very confusing. I am among them when I'm playing. I can do it a little bit better now, but something to work on, something to incorporate into your game, and can come in handy when you want to mix things up.
Off-pace speed up from Scott Moore, catching Beth Bellamy out in front of her counterattack. But you're exactly right. Humans don't like change. So, but once you kind of power through, do it a couple times in practice, stacking's not that big of a deal.
Yeah, the more you do it, the easier it becomes.
But definitely initially, I get it. You know, there's a lot going on very quickly out there on the court. It's just something else to think about.
5-6-2.
Setting up with that lob serve. He needed a couple extra steps.
Yeah. That was the thing. Is that was not unusual at all. That was Rick
typical.
being Rick. Surprised we haven't seen that already. Just that was the first time.
Little backhand there from Bellamy. Not too much on that, but just a good spot. 6-5-2. Great cover from Atkins. Oh boy. Oh, very nice job. Good job by Witzkin running that down, but
yeah, I haven't seen Mary Helen Adkins play too much, but I'm impressed so far.
Oh yeah, she's great.
She's a scrappy little thing, that's for sure.
I mean, as I said last night in our Senior Pro Ladies Winter Bracket Final match, I'm not sure there's a Senior Pro I know that couldn't crush me on the pickleball court. It's a little wide there from Bellamy, and she's going to shed that jacket.
And you know,
a little warmed up here.
And you know, Lauren, I always have a soft spot for the shortest player on court.
Oh, of course, of course.
Mary Helen Adkins is definitely that. So keep on going, Mary Helen. Let's go.
Do it for the shorties.
I'm often the shortest player on court in men's and mixed doubles.
mean, we're almost the same height, so I get it. I think you're maybe a smidge taller.
I'm 5'8" on a good day.
On a very good day, Adam? With shoes on?
with boots on.
With lifts in the boots.
7-5-1. Second server.
Scott Moore showing a little frustration, not able to
7-5-2.
bend down for that backhanded dink.
7-5-2. He's had a couple ATPs. He's been very successful. That one, though, leaves it a little short. So he tries to sneak it past Kathy. Must have been a great match over on CC1.
Yes, I think so.
That just concluded.
I believe it was Pickleball and DJ Young.
It's Diasco and Yates over them, 12-10 in the third.
No.
Wow.
Could have been me.
Could have been you.
Nice shot from Rick Witzkin. And even though they have switched sides on that point with Scott Moore on the right, I think it's a big point of emphasis early in this match for Bellamy and Witzkin to go soft behind Scott Moore when he is on the left, causing him to bend and knowing that he's always looking to be a presence in the middle with his forehand.
Yeah, I think we mentioned, he's on the older end of the senior pro players. Maybe not quite as quick as some of the younger ones. So I think if you can pull him out wide, open up that middle, and then Atkins has to come over and cover. If you put it behind her, then work those angles. Definitely, I'm sure something Bellamy and Witzkin are thinking about.
Definitely one of the better covers of the lob from the left side, as I mentioned, with that very long wingspan, and definitely for a big guy and a senior pro big guy, plenty of footwork from Rick.
Second server. 9-7-2.
9-7-2.
9-7-2. Bellamy and Witzkin have taken over.
Yeah, and it was do you remember what it was? A 5-1 start, maybe?
Yeah,
or
and then they were up
yes.
7-5.
Okay. Yes,
and then they've been stalled out now.
Yeah, just a slow, steady climb for Bellamy and Witzkin.
7-9-1. Long. And I'll probably mention this yesterday in the Senior Pro Ladies match as well. Oftentimes, I have found in Senior Pro matches, it is rarely a huge gap on the scoreboard, especially as you get into the quarters and semis, and it's the higher level teams. Score very close typically. Even if one team pulls out ahead, I know that the other team's going to get back in it. It happens consistently. What's happening? Oh, this lady next to me is talking to Kim Kestner on the next door match about something. There's a kerfuffle going on over there.
A what? A kerfuffle?
A kerfuffle?
Oh, never heard that one. I like it.
You've never heard kerfuffle in
never.
your whole life on this earth?
Never.
What? That is wild to me.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on over there. Maybe we'll just focus on our own match and not worry about it.
Well, we got a timeout. We got a timeout here from Atkins and Moore again. Looking to... Oh, perhaps. I'm sorry. I think it was Bellamy and Witzkin that took that timeout.
Yeah, it was. So I believe it's...
I believe it's 10-9. Did they overtake them or 9-9?
Is it 8-9? But you have Scott Moore serving on the right. That can't be right. So...
It is 9-9.
9-9. Okay, gotcha. We were both wrong.
Yeah, it happens.
Let's just meet in the middle. We'll get it done.
I mean, if someone's going to be wrong, it might as well be both of us.
Yeah, there's that spot again.
992.
All right, 992. That was tough because Bellamy off the court, choosing to use her forehand in that dink versus the backhand, and she opened up that space just a little too wide, got taken advantage of. Game point here for Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore. Net cord clips.
Tough one there. And yes, court positioning so important for the senior pros. Obviously important for everyone, but they just don't have some of that makeup speed that the youngsters do. I like it. Nice punch. Widskin floating that, I believe it was a 5th shot, a little too high. And Mary Helen Atkins, crisp shot to the far sideline.
9-10-2. Side out. 10-9-1.
Another game point opportunity. Good hold for Moore and Atkins. Oh, very short on the lob from Bellamy. Normally she's a very successful lobber, does it very well. That one just much too short, even for shorty Mary Helen Atkins. So we'll take a short break, back into game number 2 here in the semifinal match in our Senior Pro Mixed Doubles right after this.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Dude, they're fragging C. Rez, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false 9?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it, so you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
Welcome back, everyone. About to get game number 2 underway. Very highly contested game 1 with Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore eventually taking it. The number 1 seed of Bellamy and Widskin looking to even this match out and force a game 3.
Game 2, time in, 0-0-2.
All right, Bellamy starts us off serving on the near end. And that backhand punch, I tell you what, no joke.
Looks very legit, and she's generating a decent amount of pace without much of a backswing at all. Very nice, Mary Helen.
I think it's just enough, but a little less than maybe what is expected, and so that's throwing off people as well. Good attempt.
Yeah, that's a nice combination with Scott Moore sliding over and Mary Helen at the last moment realizing Widskin was going to Ernie and throwing up a well-timed lob. previous lob, well-timed off the Ernie attempt. I think that one was more of the bailout lob that we often talk about. So definitely similar looking shots, but different situations. Nice deep return to the backhand of Scott Moore from Beth Bellamy.
Did we get an update on the kerfuffle that's happening next door?
Something about hitting the hand or something? It was very...
Somebody got hit in the hand, and it... Oh, they stopped play? The person that got hit stopped play?
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Oh. Well, again, you can't stop play in the middle of a rally. Wow. Unbelievable job withstanding that attack from Witskin. Oh, Scott Moore dumps the easy one into the net. One, 1-2 here in game 2. A little long there from Moore.
Yeah, he was kind of poked that one with one hand and did 2 shadow swings with 2 hands, so we'll see if he can make that adjustment.
Wow. Did you notice Witskin was switching the paddle into his left hand on the dink?
I think the second one he had time to not do that, but
yeah.
Witskin's a showman. As he looks over at the booth after that exchange, just letting us know that he enjoyed himself on that shot.
No surprise there.
It's actually a pretty good look from Scott Moore, who has not looked for the Ernie too frequently. It was well timed. He just couldn't get it over the net after a pretty low dink from Beth Bellamy.
They're playing the song I thought was playing earlier. A little Blink 182. Clipped something. It hit Kathy, I think.
was it pole?
It hit her clipboard.
The clipboard, yeah. It's tough. It's tough. Beth Bellamy trying to get Rick under wraps as he's having a little too much fun up there chatting.
We're in the middle of a match, Rick.
Yeah, that's a better spot from Scott Moore. Sailing the previous one-handed backhand speed-up attempt long. That one jamming up his opponent, Beth Bellamy.
There's the Ernie he was looking for last time. Got a better look at it.
Yeah, and he had such a good look at it, he was able to hit a forehand, his preferred stroke. A little late, slightly late break on the previous one, having to go with the backhand side, and you can see the results. Much better option with the forehand. Lauren, people are yelling behind us. Can you hear them, Lauren?
I didn't hear anything. Are you? I missed it entirely. What's going on? What's happening?
Yeah, that was Beth Bellamy giving him the serious look, saying that was nice, and it was nice spot to whip through at the last second from Ripskin to the forehand of Mary Helen Atkins, and we've seen that backhand counter. I would definitely be looking to attack her forehand.
Five, 3-1. Bellamy and Witskin looking to take this to 3 as they lost game 1. Shay! It's Hey Shay, she's back. We missed you. Bestie, how you doing in your tourney? Timeout here from Atkins and more.
Yeah, pretty solid run from them the last few points, and a smart timeout from Adkins and Moore.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I got it. Yeah, and I don't mind you telling me that. Yeah, it's all good.
Woohoo, Adam.
Why you disrespecting me?
I would never.
Yes, you are. Time in. 6-3-1.
6-3-1, game 2. Nice job by Rick Witzkin, able to use his length to poke that backhand up the middle.
7-3-1. Second server.
Nice slide over from Scott Moore. Seeing that his opponent was going to go with the drop, knowing that he didn't have to worry so much about a ball being hit behind him.
7-3-2.
Side out.
So ball back over to Moore and Adkins, but as I mentioned, nice run from Bellamy and Witzkin. I believe that's a 4-point lead at 7-3-1.
Your math is accurate. Jeb covering that upper body from Witzkin.
Yeah, I think pretty telegraphed on the two-handed speed up from Scott Moore. Yeah, reasonable spot from Beth Bellamy. I'd like to see her go a little bit softer. They've had some nice success making Scott Moore bend. That ball sitting up a little bit, and a great punch to the middle of the court from Scott.
4-7-2.
That looked like Bellamy was going to push that wide. I thought there was no way that was staying in, but Moore tried to get up there just a little too outstretched as he got a paddle on that.
7-4-1.
Leaves it a little short.
Will you keep playing around?
I'll say it once, I'll say it again. Do not attack the Mary Helen Atkins backhand.
She has got him.
I mean, this is
multiple times.
And by the way, Lauren, is this not a 15-minute delay on the far court?
Minimum. We got the Byron Frezzo head referee out here for the kerfuffle action. Scott Moore. He's got the ups.
That was pretty nice because that lob was not bad. And Scott Moore didn't even particularly read it too well, but very nice ups from Scott.
4-7-1.
4-7-1.
Nice. Good job, Doug.
Yeah, and a great job by Beth Bellamy to be completely ready with her paddle position for the second shot. Rarely winning the point in one. Those combinations are the moneymaker.
Good leave from Bellamy.
Yeah, I think Bellamy just reading the previous shots from Scott Moore and seeing where he was making contact with the ball. I think she was deciding to leave that ball from the very beginning.
100%. She was already making the move out of the way before that ball was struck. 7-4-1.
Second server.
Yeah, I think that one came back harder than the Witzkin drive. Scott Moore right there in the middle with a big forehand.
You're right. 7-4-2.
a little stalemate here after a solid run in the heart of this game, too, from Bellamy and Witskin. Several side outs in the past few minutes. See if Adkins and Moore can put a couple points on the board. Couple very ready shots from Beth Bellamy after speed ups earlier in the point. So the second and the third, she knows it's coming back. We've seen the defense from the players on the other side. So way to be ready for Bellamy. Seems to be a little distracted by what's going on the far court. Yeah, very odd situation, I'm not going to lie, Lauren. With a 20-minute something break, we have our own referee on CC2 walking over to let them know to keep it down a little bit, distracting the players here on CC2.
I mean, I feel like they're just talking over there. Did you hear the eruption next to us on CC1? If that's not a distraction, nothing is. Oh, she is really painting those lines on that sideline.
Absolutely, and a great job of getting inside of the ball and not only hitting the line, but having that side spin to push Scott Moore even further off of the court.
Oh, you monster of the midway!
I don't know most of those words.
Is that a thing, monster of the Midway? Midway's like Chicago, isn't it? That's the airport.
It is one of the airports in Chicago, right. Yes.
Monster Midway. I have not heard
that
one.
Monster of the Midway.
Yeah, that's exactly what he did.
I mean, he lives in Indiana by Indianapolis, so that doesn't make any sense for it to be the Chicago airport. I feel like he was just saying words. Great cover from Scott Moore.
Wow, what a point. Nice cover is exactly right from Scott Moore, and he hangs in that point and comes up with a big shot to handcuff Beth Bellamy. I think Midway was a war or a battle in World War II as well.
Oh, yes. Ball coming over, ball coming over.
Might have fabricated that last one, but
no, I feel like
right.
that is tapping into my middle junior high history. It seems like it's buried somewhere in there. Yes. Yeah, just too good from Scott Moore. Again, his experience on court unmatched.
Certainly, there's no doubt he has more court hours and big moments than anyone on this court. Too tall, and you could see it. He did not really telegraph the lob at all, and Witskin was right on the kitchen line, but nice ups and nice reach, just unable to get it over his head.
5-7-2.
5-7-2.
Side out.
She's committed. She's got a good eye, and I mentioned
very good eye.
Many times before. It's one of the last skills to come across for a lot of players. So Beth Bellamy with lots of success on tour, but really has not been playing too long. So kudos to her.
That one definitely wide.
So game of centimeters, as that was going to be a fantastic shot if it does not clip the tape, but pushed wide.
Again, this is a semi, so one of these teams looking to head to the winner bracket final at the conclusion of this, and a guaranteed spot on the podium at the end of the day. Our senior pro brackets do play all the way through their gold medal match each day, even though we have Championship Sunday for our pro divisions, which is tomorrow. All the gold medal matches will take place then. do think we unfortunately have a little rain in the forecast tomorrow as well here on Hilton Head Island, so could be a touch and go situation for tomorrow. But I tell you what, haven't been here in Hilton Head for this tournament without it raining at least once. It's just that time of the year, that time of the place. That time of the place,
Yeah,
that time of the year,
I knew what you were
that
saying.
type of place.
Yeah.
There you go. That's worked it out.
Nice eye from Mary Helen. Well, I guess they got it situated over on the far side of the court because they are playing again.
Six, 8-2.
Nice.
Such a well set up Ernie. I mean, Scott
That's right.
Moore just kept going forward, and he could tell that Bellamy wanted to keep going back to him.
And and I think kind of what I'm seeing here, Lauren, is they're going to the backhand dink of Scott Moore so frequently that he's kind of posted up there with his court position. So I do think that the strategy is completely fine, but if they could move the ball around a little bit more, get Scott leaning towards the middle, and then go behind him, I think it could be a better recipe. So definitely picking nits there, but without him leaning to the middle, Scott's going to be able to handle most of those dinks. If he is leaning towards the middle, it becomes much more difficult.
Yeah, definitely getting into some patterns which are getting easy to read. And when that happens, as a team, you absolutely have to make some of those micro adjustments and certainly move it around. I mean, we talk about that in pro all the time. You got to go to different spots. If they are knowing where you're going every time, just completely neutralizes any sort of advantage to doing so.
And even if it's a good strategy, you still got to mix it up.
Yep.
Yeah, slight funky bounce. Beth Bellamy not able to take that step back and keep her balance, missing that dink into the net.
Let me recall the score. 8-8-2.
And we are tied up at 8, so Atkins and Moore have been trailing most of the second game, but they're hanging in there, battling back, trying to close this out in 2 and not let Bellamy and Witskin push this to a third game.
And I believe the biggest lead was 7-3.
Yeah. Bellamy and Witskin definitely had a good advantage here in the second one that has slipped away. Nice pickup from Witskin. Working the angle.
Yeah, he's got it all on the forehand. He can put the speed ups to different spots. He can put the putaways. We saw a mini little cobra from him earlier with a fantastic inside out angle.
She is just handling everything that's getting thrown at her. That backhand block, chef's kiss.
That's right, and it's easy to think just get it to the forehand, but she covers her body in such a wide range with her backhand. It's just not easy to get it there.
8-8-1. Atkins and Moore looking for the lead.
Wow, Scott. That's, 4-5 Ernies from the oldest man on the court. Great athleticism from Scott Moore.
9-8-1.
We have another kerfuffle going on now in our men's pro. We got Rafa Hewitt calling over Byron Frezzo. Joey Farias and Rafa Hewitt taking on the Johnson twins of Hunter and Yates. Another kerfuffle has broken out. Pretty sure Byron rolled his eyes when he heard his name and saw who was calling him over.
Byron Frezzo often snacking. And when he gets called over to a court when he's snacking, he does not like that, Lauren.
Very much Brad Pitt in Ocean's 11.
Is it 9-8 or 10-8? Do you know?
I think it's 9-8.
Okay.
Is it 9 or 10, Mitch?
It's either 9-8, 9-8-2 or 10-8-1, I believe.
I think it's just 9.
But Mary Helen is serving on the right side.
Is it 9-8 or 10?
10-8-1, yeah. So.
All right.
Yeah, that's what I figured with the ball being under the Mary Helen Adkins paddle on the right side. It makes sense, obviously, that they have 10 points and 2 cracks at taking this match in 2.
Servers, 1 timeout remaining.
Really thought Bellamy and Witskin had a great chance to force this to a third, and I mean, they still do. They certainly still could.
10-8-1.
Only trailing by 2 if they can get these 2 stops. Said more, not really moving too much. Oh no!
Oh wow! Great stab hands after a very nice beat up from Scott Moore. Beth Bellamy able to get 1 ball back extra, forcing that awkward backhand error from Scott.
10-8-2, second match point opportunity.
I think she had some evil thoughts in her mind of a possible ATP or speed up. Ends up sticking with the soft shot and unfortunately mishitting that ball.
Like I said, Bellamy and Witskin definitely still have a chance to push this to 3, no question. Kathy, our referee, she hardly even noticed. Oh, she said they hardly noticed as he ran through the other court.
I don't think Kim Kessner was too happy about that over on the far court.
Especially after the kerfuffle. Wow. Unbelievable hold for Moore and Atkins to hang on to that match point and not let Witskin and Bellamy get back in there. I mean, they're the number 1 seed. They're just such a tough team.
Second server.
She has not tried that one this match, so tried to sneak in a drive past Rick Witskin, couldn't do it.
I just feel like if it's something you haven't been doing, don't bust out something brand new on match point. But it works out. So it is Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore who will head to our winner bracket final. Again, Witskin and Bellamy. There's a good chance you may see them at the end of the day in our Senior Pro Mixed doubles action. But don't go anywhere. The action continues here on Championship Court number 2 here in Hilton Head. I see a Megan Fudge on court, so we're going to have a ladies pro matchup coming next to 15, so don't go anywhere. Coming your way right after this.
Dark, you know, but then they started getting closer and closer, and that's when I saw it. This was no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
And that's over now.
What?
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a sass. It's made up.
With capability comes responsibility. The legendary Lexus GX. With Apple CarPlay support.
He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Our priorities? They've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
All right, everyone, welcome back. We have a consolation bracket match here in our women's pro doubles. Olivia McMillan and Lee Whitwell face Megan Fudge, and brand new to Adam and I, Dominique Lemperle from Germany originally, as is Megan Fudge.
Nice. There's a little connection there.
Lemperle, 42, in Naples, Florida now. Well, Fudge, 35, in Bel Air, Florida.
So I got a question for you, Lauren.
Yes.
Who is taking the middle between the lefty combo of McMillan and Whitwell?
I think that it is going to be Lee Whitwell.
Lee Whitwell, obviously with a reach advantage, but I think Olivia McMillan with the footwork advantage. We'll just have to see.
It's a toss-up. It's a real toss-up. I was you heard how long that pause was. I had to really think about it because didn't know.
That's right.
Didn't know.
I can't wait for some good points out here, Lauren.
Like I said, it's a process. It's a process.
It's a process. So I gotta say, for you back at home, I got scolded.
You didn't get scolded. You got educated.
Educated. I gotta say rallies, not points, and I gotta say ends, not sides when we're switching. Got it. Hey,
it's tough. I mean,
gotta learn on the job.
I still think I'm literally the only commentator that does it right. You know, everyone had a chance to do better, and they chose not to take it. That's on them.
Will I take it though?
I don't know. It's time will tell, Adam. Time will tell.
Time often tells, and I think it will in this situation as well.
Shay wants to know if you are naming your baby Dylan Frazier Carr.
Correct.
Yes,
correct.
Absolutely. I mean, that was. Didn't everyone already know that?
Yes, Dylan Frazier Carr. Yes.
The second you knew it was a boy, Dylan Frazier Carr.
Not Dylan Frazier Stone.
No, absolutely not. I mean, maybe like Stone hyphen Carr. That's a lot. So it is Lee Whitwell taking the forehand in the middle, as I predicted.
Atta girl.
This is a match to 15. They'll change ends at 8.
And very comfortable talking about the games of Fudge, Whitwell, and McMillan. Seen them play lots of times, so I'm excited to see what Lemperle has in store for us. If she is a power player, a touch player, we'll just have to find out.
I always love seeing new players. This is for both of these teams to stay alive here in our back draw. You know, Fudge, some of the best defense just will grind everything out.
As she hits 4 consecutive balls very hard. Just joking, but absolutely right about Megan Fudge. Really very relevant on the scene in singles right away, and the doubles game has been growing drastically these last few months. That was very close.
Inga Carr is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this match. All right, 0-0-2 Lemperle with the serve.
Just missed. Fine with the attempt from Olivia McMillan. Certainly wouldn't speed all of those balls up, but her previous forehand attack was at the left side of Fudge's body, and she switched her spot with the line there.
Just looking for that ATP, didn't quite have it, so back up and over the net. Ooh, goes long.
Yeah, solid reach in, just unable to get enough English spin on that ball to bring it down into the court.
Something that you taught me.
But I'll tell you what, that right there was a heck of a rally.
It's the power in the middle there from Whitwell.
Yes, and a nice setup from Olivia McMillan. As soon as Whitwell saw the trajectory of Olivia McMillan's drop, she stepped right to the middle and cleaned up that rally nicely.
I'm telling you, you just start doing it, it just comes naturally. Don't even think about it.
Great ball from Olivia McMillan. Megan Fudge stepping to her left to look for a forehand, but leaving the middle open.
2-1-1. Fudge and Lemperle doing a little mixing up on the sides.
Yeah, I think she was too aggressively yelling at McMillan to go, go, go. Didn't quite get to her spot.
She needed
to
to
cover.
go, go, go.
Yes.
Good setup there from Lemperle.
Yeah, she's
Speed up, gets the pop up and the put away.
Well, you know, it's nice when your partner sets you up, but it's fun to set yourself up too.
I mean, you get all the glory yourself. 1-2-1.
Nice little half Ernie from Olivia McMillan, ripping that lefty forehand up the middle.
Great reset there from Lemperle.
Nice job from Lee Whitwell, taking an aggressive two-shot combination. Often see her play a lot of soft shots. Good aggression there.
So after Fudge and Lemperle started with Fudge on that right side for a couple rallies, they mixed up. It looks like they're sticking now with Fudge on that left side. Oh, that was a miscommunication, I think, about who was going where.
Right, you can see Fudge kind of throwing her hands up after the point, knowing that they were not on the same page.
I mean, if you were Fudge and Lemperle, what do you think they saw? Maybe the straight up with Whitwell wasn't the best for Lemperle, and they wanted to put her cross court?
Yeah, so I mentioned it in a previous match where often it's just one player being more comfortable there,
Yes.
but also sometimes you just see the shots better from a certain player, so lining up with that player can be another reason why that happens. I know there's multiple players considered better than me that I see their shots well, and multiple players worse than me that I just don't pick it up very well. So different matchups are a big factor.
1-4-1.
Crafty veteran with a delicate touch and then a nice backhand roll to end the point.
Whitwell loves herself a drop volley. Very good at it.
Nice put away power from Whitwell. And as you can see, always lobbing the short guy or gal. But a nice overhead from Olivia McMillan, exploding back and getting some nice action on that shot. Nice backhand roll from Lemperle, getting the ball down.
The push-off.
The classic push-off.
The push-off foot fault.
And
Lemperle there.
just in case no one knows, when I say roll, that just means getting underneath the ball, going from low to high, and getting topspin on your shot. Just wanted to clear that up.
Good attacks from Lemperle here, keeping McMillan from getting all the way back to that line. Ooh, she is digging him out in that transition, though. Oh, after all the work, you hate to see
Yo,
it.
take it off. That's right. It must have been the sweatshirt.
Is that sweatshirt getting in her way?
Yeah, I think she just needed an extra step on that last ball. But I mean, what was it? 6, 7 incredible digs from the midcourt on very nice aggressive shots from Limperley. She says, third shot drive. Let me fifth shot drive, see how that works. Nice and low over the net. Olivia McMillan not able to come up with the volley.
3-5-1. Fudge getting fired up over there.
Yeah, nice close in the middle and a big two-handed backhand. A very reasonable move from McMillan. Just, tough on those ernies to time it properly. Fired up. Megan Fudge.
They have tied it up.
Five, 5-1 in this race to 15. Tell you what, Limperley's got some game. She's had some defensive digs and had some nice offense as well. So we've seen a little bit of everything from her early in this race to 15. And the ladies on the near end, Whitwell and McMillan deciding to take a timeout, and I think it is well timed.
Especially because Fudge and Limperley have now taken the lead after being down by a handful. So definitely the momentum train is rolling, has left the station. And they need to try and slow that down. I am really enjoying Megan Fudge's shoes as well. Big fan of the color combo.
Okay, I see. It's a little...
It's like neon orange with like some blue. Sucker for some good shoes. All right, in from the timeout, 6-5-1. Gorgeous. Right up the middle.
And she didn't crush it. It was
took some pace off.
Perfect spot and perfect spin. Well executed.
All right, so we have the end change at 8 with Fudge and Limperley. Indeed, keeping that momentum train chugging. Whitwell and McMillan just not able to slow them down a little bit. What do you think, what was the shift? What got them back in here and keeps them running?
Well, it's really good spot picking and well-timed aggression from Fudge and Limperley. So we've seen not a whole lot of initiating of offense from Whitwell and McMillan, and a decent amount of blocks, not counters. So I think that the ladies that are now on the near end have kind of felt comfortable putting pressure on. So I'd like to see Whitwell and McMillan maybe take a couple cracks at some counters when Limperley and Fudge speed up at them. Let's see if they can make an adjustment, because the patterns right now, the last 5 minutes or so, Lauren, have definitely favored Fudge and Limperley.
All right, Fudge with the serve after the end change. Looking to keep it going.
Yes, in the right there. A speed up, possibly a few points ago. McMillan might have dinked that ball, but catching Limperley a few feet off the kitchen line with a nice attack.
Oh, landed in, I think.
I don't think yeah. Yeah, you can. I heard Olivia McMillan mutter, "How can that stay in with such a big swing from Limperley?"
And I did suspect she had some tennis in her background. As I mentioned, born and raised in Germany, she was a nationally ranked junior player, earned a full tennis scholarship to the University of Colorado in Boulder, has a master's degree in print journalism, and she ran the pickleball program at Bonita Bay Club and is now the director at Esplanade.
All right.
Just getting into the pickleball game for a few years now. Very excited to be introduced to her on court here.
I did recently, or a couple months ago before the U.S. Open, I did a clinic at the Bonita Bay Club. Very, very nice establishment. Did not know that she formerly worked there. Excellent.
Ooh, in. Nice spot there from Whitwell. And I have gotten word that we're going to have our ladies winner bracket final coming up next here on CC2. That is going to be Andrea Koop and Georgia Johnson versus Simone Jargin and Anna Bright. Get your popcorn. I mean, the Germans.
Yeah, big two-hander from Megan Fudge. And a reasonable shot to hit hard from McMillan, but I would like to see her take that at the transitioning player. Obviously, hindsight 2020, easy for me to say right here in the booth.
Yeah, just a little wide there. Eleven, 7-1 here in this match to 15. Oh, good switch. She was there, just didn't give it enough juice.
Yeah, a little funky sometimes on the switches, but I think you're exactly right. Her feet were where they needed to be. Just flubbed the contact a little bit. It happens.
Her like pitter-patter steps are like, she takes so many little steps. 7-11-1.
Fudge is an athlete, man.
Yeah, there's no doubt.
You can tell when she moves back and cracks that overhead. We've obviously seen her cover the court in singles, but she's tough. Really nice on both sides, forehand and backhand. Really nice extension into the kitchen from Limperley and great spin. Good ball from McMillan, putting Limperley in an awkward spot in the transition zone.
Oh, that clip in the net saved them from the massive put away from Whitwell.
Yeah, it was a tough break because I really liked the speed up from Whitwell, obviously jamming up her opponent, but the let cord neutralizing any advantage that they had in that point.
I almost thought Fudge could have poached that.
Nice pressure from Lee Whitwell, who stepped in nicely to the middle on a ball that was very much not obviously hers. So I like to see her stepping over with that aggression. Solid stuff in the midcourt from Olivia McMillan. definitely known as a scrapper out there, making her opponents hit one more ball, and Lemperle putting that into the top of the net. Great move. Lee Whitwell taking off very early, looking for that offensive opportunity. Understand clipping the tape sealed the deal, but she was in a great spot either way with that poach.
Timeout here from Fudge and Lemperle, as they're still up 12-9, but obviously McMillan and Whitwell with some momentum here. Whitwell especially getting fired up.
Yeah, it was good. It was back-to-back. We had Olivia McMillan, a couple of scrappy points, getting real fired up, and the very next point, Lee Whitwell. So they needed that energy, and we'll see if that can, springboard them to a solid finish to this race to 15. What is this, 9-11?
9-12.
9-12.
I believe first serve. And it is getting chilly here in Hilton Head. Temperature starting to drop here in the early evening hours. A lot of top spin on those shots from Lemperle.
I'll tell you what, Lemperle's got nice strokes up at the kitchen. Pretty solid technically. Nice low to high, lots of rotation, spin on the ball, as you mentioned, Lauren.
I was just thinking in my head, gotta work the angles, ladies, gotta work the angles. They're coming back every time otherwise.
And it's funny, too, because Fudge was in a better position on the previous 2 or 3 overheads. The one moving back was the one she was able to angle off the court, the higher degree of difficulty shot.
DeHart and the kiddies front row cheering on Fudge and Lemperle here. 12-10-1.
Really nice penetrating return. Lemperle forced to hit that drop off her back foot and couldn't convert.
The stutter step.
That's right.
Into the backhand put away.
I like that she didn't stutter step on her side. She stuttered step to the middle, and that's exactly where she needed to be to put that ball away.
Yeah, really good court movement from her. I've been very impressed. First time both of us seeing her. Hope to see her more. Ooh. Yeah. Ambitious?
Yeah, I think so. I wouldn't say an always no, but that's probably a 2 out of 10 kind of situation there, Lauren. Tough break from McMillan, who is incrementally getting closer and closer to the kitchen line, but clipping the tape and pushing that last ball wide.
Pretty sure I saw a stare down from Megan Fudge after that as well. Don't get a lot of stare downs on the ladies' side, but I like it. So many net cords again.
Great shot. And I think what happened, Lauren, is when Megan Fudge made that error on the two-handed speed up, There was a large cheer.
There was a
and
very big cheer
I don't
on
think
the
Fudge loved that, to be honest.
I mean, I don't necessarily love a huge come on when you get a net cord winner. So I understand.
A big error, an error as well. It's funny. It rolls off some people's shoulders, and some people it's more difficult. So I think I've been on both ends of that. A tough break. McMillan's face said it all, kind of rolling her eyes at herself, knowing she needs to come up with that. I know that feeling all too well. I was not expecting Limperley to attack that ball like she did. So sneaky, unexpected speed up.
And this is a match point for Megan Fudge and Dominique Lemperley to stay in the bracket, and they'll have another shot at it here. If they get it, Lee Whitwell, Olivia McMillan will be done for the day.
That's great eye from Olivia McMillan, because she was not established at the kitchen line. She was moving forward. That makes leaving the ball even more difficult.
Got to get an angle. They're coming back. They're going to come back every time. Drop volley or an angle. Someone's going to throw a shoulder. Heard the miss. Oh, second miss it. My goodness. My goodness.
Yeah, crazy defense, very nice aggression. I think the biggest issue for me in that point was that McMillan and Whitwell couldn't get one deep. They were never moving back to hit an overhead. And it's tough when you're scrambling back there. You've got to find a way to get it deeper into the court.
Seeing Rafa Hewitt and Joy Farias taking on Thomas Wilson and James Ignatowicz on the court behind ours. Both of them looking to stay alive as well. Another match point here for the ladies. Yeah, I think Lemperley dumped a couple drops into the net, and so she wanted to make sure to get that one over and just overdid a little bit, leaving it high. That one also a little high. Whitwell doesn't get quite as big of a piece of it that time. Oh, tough. I mean, Fudge is covering for Lemperley, who she saw have to jump that kitchen instead of falling in it. But I think she was back in time to get that, but Fudge just, you just never know.
Yeah, can't blame her for that court positioning.
All right, here we go again. Oh, that one's too deep. You mentioned, Adam, they needed to get it deeper. Not that deep. 11-14-2. Olivia McMillan. My goodness, what can't she dig out? Oh, my. Catching Whitwell on the move with the angle. I mean, Lemperley, who are you? Where did you come from?
Yeah, it's tough too. Lee Whitwell making a move after finally getting themselves forward. So just well-timed and perfect spot from Lemperley. You got to tip your cap a little bit to her.
All right, had a few opportunities now to close out this match. Let's see if they can finally get it done here.
Nice, McMillan getting the let cord, then getting back for the lob, and then ripping a two-handed backhand. Very, very Nice showing of all the skills of Olivia McMillan on display in that rally.
Definitely seems a little bit like Limperley and McMillan are kind of doing battle right now between the two of them when I get into these slightly longer rallies.
Yeah, we got to get Limperley to clean up some of those third shots. I would expect Whitwell and McMillan to continue to return to her.
Yeah, she was hitting them very cleanly earlier in the match, but yeah, these last 10 minutes or so definitely getting a little messier. 11-14-2. I mean, catching Whitwell off guard because she's barely been hitting the ball during these rallies. McMillan just going to work over there, but just can't quite close this gap. And two more opportunities for Fudge and Limperley to... I like the side change from them. They just haven't been able to close it out. Looking to mix it up. And they get it done in doing so. Well done. So Whitwell and McMillan, tremendous effort, just wasn't quite enough in this match. They are done for the day. And as I mentioned, our ladies winner bracket final coming up next. Georgia Johnson and Andrea Koop take on Simone Jargin and Anna Bright. It's coming your way right after this.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
All right, everyone. We have our ladies winner bracket final on deck here for CC2, Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone. Here courtside for the action, and we have Simone Jajin and Anna Bright. First-time partners here today. We saw them a little bit earlier today. Got the job done pretty easily in an earlier round matchup, but now nothing easy about facing Andrea Koop and Georgia Johnson. Would you like to give us a little rundown on how these ladies got here, Adam?
Absolutely.
As you're looking at our bracket.
I am. So we have Koop and Johnson kind of smooth sailing up into the semifinals, where they ran into Lauren Stratman and Jill Braverman, but were able to win that match 11-4, 7-11, 11-3. And then we have Jargine and Bright, pretty smooth sailing as well, all the way through to the winner's bracket final, as they were able to beat Maggie Remenzi and Michelle Esquivel 11-3, 11-6, and then Vivian David and Corinne Carr 11-6, 11-4. So a little tale of the tape of how these ladies made it to this point. And we have, shocker, our number 1 and our number 2 seed here in the winner's bracket
final.
final.
Who would have thought that's how it would go? I mentioned this maybe was it in Houston? I can't remember. But Georgia Johnson, when she's chewing gum, when she's playing, she will literally blow bubbles while she's playing, like during a rally. And I just looked at the official APP Tour social media, and there's a photo of her literally blowing a bubble in her mouth as she's about to hit a shot. The multitasking ability of this young lady. Phenomenal.
Yeah, don't try that at home, guys.
I will not. I
can't wait to watch some rallies and then see the players switch ends. I'm very excited for that, Lauren. Very excited.
Yeah, I mean, do you think the end change makes a difference with the backdrop on one side and the court playing in the back on the other?
That is correct. The backdrop always makes a difference when switching ends. And, you know, if we run into some adversity from either team, maybe they'll just switch sides of the court.
I mean, yeah. Left and right, you got to switch up that stack sometimes.
But honestly, I don't really have a pick here. I think this is in the gambling world what they call a pick 'em. Take your pick. I don't see a significant advantage for either team, and I'm expecting some high-end play from the ladies out on CC2.
And while I mentioned Jargine and Bright, first-time partners, Koop and Johnson have played together, but only a couple times, certainly not a depth of pairing up that they have to draw from, but certainly have played together before, and they have had some good success at some other tournaments. So I expect a good matchup, just 4 extremely talented players here on court. And I'm excited to see this. Diane Anderson, our USA Pickleball certified referee.
So low, shake, and bake. Starting it off strong, Georgia Johnson with a 3-shot combination, each one a little closer to the kitchen line. And similar pattern in point number 2, the young buck taking control early in this winner bracket final.
2-0-2.
I mean, okay, Georgia and Andrea. I think that's 12 balls struck, 11 of them as hard as they could possibly hit it. So.
And a quick 3 points. My goodness, like the resets, the two-handed backhands, the speed ups, the ladies always bring everything. Every part of the game they bring into these rallies is just, it stays in right on that back line after clipping the net. It's just, Johnson has some awkward looking shots, especially on that backhand side. We've talked before. She pulls, especially on the backhand dink. She gets some roll, but she pulls in her elbows so tight to her body, and it's just kind of, you call it, what is it, T-Rex arms?
T-Rex arms, and she really has her wrist cocked up. So it is a little bit of an awkward technique, but it obviously works very well for her.
It works so well for her, and it just proves, when you don't come from that super heavy tennis background. She's only 16. She has not had time to have a tennis career or played in college or anything like every other lady on court has. So she develops her own style, which, again, very similar to Dylan Frazier. It just comes, what works for you is what you stick with, and that works for her. And every time I watch him, it looks like she shouldn't be able to hit some of the shots that she's hitting, not nearly as well as she is on top of that, just due to sort of the mechanics. But it does. It's just so unique to her, and it works so well for her.
Andrea Koop happy to get out of the way of the youngster after a great backhand speed up and sliding with ease to the middle of the court to finish the point. Wow, Simone just kind of chuckling like, what is happening right now? They are hitting as hard as they can and they're not missing. That's a deadly combination, obviously. Nice ball, nice volley from Simone, but we talk about these runs all the time. All these ladies have firepower. You just got to weather the storm, figure it out, and know that they're going to cool off eventually.
0-8-1.
Well, I'll have to say, early in this game one, I don't think I'm looking at a second job as a bookmaker, because I said this was a pick'em, and this has been a complete runaway freight train of Andrea Koop and Georgia Johnson.
Yeah, she was just bringing the heat. Eight 0-1.
Yeah, definitely just far end on their toes, near end on their heels to start this winter bracket final. Friendly from the opponents to call that ball out as Simone had a tough angle looking down. Obviously easier to do that up 8-0.
Side of the face.
Friendly fire. That's always it's always the worst one.
I mean, all right. Fire. So, unexpected first game here. We'll take a break. I got nothing else. We're back into it right after this. Welcome back, everyone. Game one going a little faster than I think either of us expected, Adam, but Anna Bright and Simone Jargim, I believe you mentioned they have switched who is the first server between the two of them. Now on the far end, Andrea Koop and Georgia Johnson. Bulldozed through them in game one.
Yeah, and after that game one, I did see them switch first server bands. So obviously, your comment is correct. They are on different sides of the court.
Correct.
Nice low speed up from Andrea Koop, catching Simone Jargim with a slightly too big a swing on the counterattack.
Ooh.
Yeah, I feel like if that happens 10 times, the percentages will be in Georgia's favor, but obviously destroying that one into the back fence.
Definitely one of Simone's shots going long that Johnson played it in the middle of that. But again, a lot of times the ladies just get so engaged in these rallies, they just hit everything regardless unless their partner screams in their face to let it go. 0-0-2. Oh.
Nice low drive from Georgia Johnson. Catching Simone Jargim in the transition zone, which is always the optimal situation when driving your third shot.
(4-0-2) here in game two. Koop and Johnson just keeping it going.
I'm almost never speechless, Lauren, but this is
It is rare, very rare.
It's some ridiculous power from Georgia Johnson. And I've had a couple interesting conversations with Simone Jargim about just her progression as a player. She started off playing with the pro light paddle, kind of adapting her game to the early years of the sport. Then she moved on to the Prince paddle, adjusted her game again according to that better paddle technology, and now moving on to the Yola. I think that she is still searching for that perfect balance of being a great, consistent defensive player and when to pull triggers and attack with her new paddle and technology. So definitely, something that is tough as you're always trying to tweak and mold your game. So looking for Simone to continue to find that perfect balance with her new situation.
5-0-2 here coming on the timeout.
There you go. That's I would say probably the first real solid positive energy between the two, Simone and Anna. So let's see. Things change so quickly in this sport. 5-0, definitely nowhere near insurmountable lead. Let's see what they can come up with on the far end. Yeah, really nice forehand counter from Anna Bright. Not taking the paddle back too far. Nice short stroke and plenty of pace on that counter. Really good look again from Anna Bright. Andrea Koop having to step back a little bit to retrieve that ball. Anna Bright sensing an opening and took the gamble. It paid off. Little chuckle from Anna Bright. She is correct. I'm not sure she could have been more on that ball, but that's how this winner's bracket final has been going so far. Nice spot from Georgia Johnson. Often will take that ball to the forehand side of Simone, but able to get it down kind of by her left knee, forcing Simone into a tough counterattack.
Nice pickup from Johnson on the run.
There's a nice combination from Simone, getting a slight pop-up from Georgia Johnson and then finishing at the feet of Andrea Koop. Hi, viewers in chat. Yeah, I mean, just a ridiculous ball from Georgia Johnson. Lots of spin and, I don't know, half an inch inside the baseline. So tough to come up with a quality response when the shot is that deep.
2-7-2. Oh, I mean, when you're in a tough spot, you do sometimes try to force something, try to make something happen that's just not there. And Bright, I think, doing just that, unfortunately, on that last one.
Nice ball from Simone. Georgia Johnson exclaiming yes after a nice defensive scramble, forcing Jargine into going for a little too much.
Diana's talking so quiet over there. She's normally so loud.
Georgia Johnson, what the heck is going on here?
Just playing out of her mind.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, clearly a talented player, but this is just on fire personified right here in this winner's bracket final. I just am not sure what Simone and Anna can do right now, and I think obviously the happiest player on court is Andrea Koop, because she's kind of just hanging out, making some balls and letting the young buck do her thing.
She's just riding the coattails
Absolutely.
of Georgia Johnson right now, and they're up 9-2 coming out of this timeout. Looking to be done for the day and get that spot on Championship Sunday tomorrow in our gold medal match, which would send Bright and Jargine to the bronze.
Too much Georgia Johnson right now. And a quick little update on the back draw. The top half of the ladies' back draw a little backed up, so bronze medal match will not be for a little while.
Andrea Koop wants everyone to know she's here too. She's here too, everyone.
Hey, she got the glory on the last
She did,
point,
exactly.
So
I mean, she's the one that closed out the match.
Georgia did nothing that whole match.
I mean, I didn't even know she was there. It was just ridiculous. Odolph will be pleased. So, I mean, yeah, just very unexpected. Not that Johnson and Koop can't, roll through people if they get hot, and they certainly did, but I just don't. It seems to me that Simone's been a little off the last couple days. I don't know if she's just not feeling well, not at her best. It just seems like something's off with her. Not sure what it is, only speculating, but Andrea Coop and Georgia Johnson done for the day. They are in our gold medal match tomorrow for Championship Sunday. Sharjim and Bright into the bronze, and I believe we have a feeder match on our men's side coming up next here on CC2. Let me take a quick peek. Okay, it has not been assigned yet, but I believe we will have that. That's what I heard from our tournament desk and Nicole Hobson, so stay tuned. Possible match to 15 on our men's pro doubles side coming your way here on CC2 in Hilton Head right after this.
No time to waste under the setting sun, into our wildest dreams. Follow me into our wildest dreams, our wildest dreams.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Do their fragging seat. Rez, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
What's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false 9?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it until you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan. Our priorities? They've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever. Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities with a bold new take on the Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
first it was just like these distant roars in the dark, you know? But then they started getting closer and closer, and that's when I saw it. This was no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
And that's over now.
What?
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a sass. It's made up.
With capability comes responsibility. The legendary Lexus GX. With Apple CarPlay support.
He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
That spot is really thick. He can't get it. It's not going wide. And we'll see him. It's a nice shot. A little risky. That's perfect. I'm not worried about that at all. They gave you 2 minutes, didn't they? All right. Oh, I thought you meant John, like the plate at Cheesecake Factory, it's hot. Why don't you let me get the preliminaries done here, and then you guys can finish warming up. All right, so Helen and Scott, starting to. Hey, good plan. We're gonna make it really close. John and Linda, what's your problem? Good question. You get me a list of names. You have a list.
That's okay, just got the text. I'm sorry, Kathy. I just got the text to come.
Okay, well, damn, you're fast.
All right.
They said one of y'all just got done. Yeah,
they did.
Do you need a little extra time or? No. Okay. All right, so you guys were here first, and you won the two. One. Serve the soup at the end of the show. Guess it's been our. Oh, we're gonna stay over here. Okay. Good, bad, record. That's what we're gonna do. All right, I'll give you another 3 minutes then.
All right, my pickleball-loving people, we have a consolation bracket match. Here to 15 on CC2. Both of these teams looking to stay alive. We have Helen Wilhelm and Scott Crandall taking on Linda Thompson and John Sperling. This is one match to 15. They'll switch ends at 8. Kathy Postlethwaite, our USA Pickleball Certified referee for this match. And, of course, Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here courtside. Having a lovely day. Again, we mentioned before the back draw, especially of our ladies pro bracket, very behind. So they are working to get caught up, as are our senior pro mixed doubles bracket. So the men pretty on top of it, but we have already on the top half of our ladies gotten to that bronze medal match. Anna Bright and Simone Georgine falling to Georgia Johnson and Andrea Coop in the winner bracket final. So that will be coming up a little bit later here tonight. As we're getting into the evening, we did have a rain delay earlier this morning, which pushed us a little back during the day. Not super significant, not a super heavy rain, so fortunate in that respect. However, it's going to push us a little bit later into the evening than we would have been otherwise. Tomorrow, Championship Sunday for our pro brackets. All of the gold medal matches happening tomorrow. And all of the senior brackets playing all the way through their gold medal the same day. So it looks like Scott Crandall and Helen Wilhelm will start us off serving on the far end to Linda Thompson and John Sperling. All right, lefty Crandall getting big early.
Yeah, nice athletic move. One of the better movers and more explosive shot makers on the men's side on the senior tour. So definitely the fellas on court right now, I wouldn't say polar opposites, but the smooth, silky, more under control John Sperling and the more athletic shot-making ability of Scott Crandall should be an interesting dynamic.
And Linda takes one off the body. Wilhelm and Crandall, the number 2 seed in our senior pro mixed bracket, while Thompson Sperling, the number 5 seed. 0-1-2 here in game 1. Excuse me, this match to 15.
Johnny can't believe it. Missed a soft third shot into the top of the tape.
1-0-1.
Nice move from John Sperling, but Scott Crandall very much there. Helen Wilhelm, definitely more of a attacking, speed the ball up type player. She has, after this point, I will continue.
Great read there from Sperling.
Yes, she has a lot of metal in her lower body, so some of the bending and the issues with dinking. Helen Wilhelm, yes.
Oh my, all
yes.
right. Floats it long, good effort there from Sperling. I feel like there's more to that story.
Well, just she's had some issues with her knees, especially.
Okay.
Oh, so that's what I mean. So always tough to hit the softer shots and grind the dinks when you have trouble bending down low. And fortunately for her, she's very good at attacking and speeding up. So maybe a slight issue, but not a huge one, because she is known as a high-end shot maker on the female side. Nice power from El Gringo, Scott Crandall. Nice attempt at the drive from Helen Wilhelm. Couldn't quite clear her hips to make the perfect contact point. Quick side out for Linda Thompson and John Sperling, having a little chat before Sperling serves it up. Yeah, really nice deep turn, a couple inches inside the baseline for Helen Wilhelm, creating the third shot error from Sperling. had quite a bit of experience watching Linda Thompson play at the Beer City Open with Jose Derisi. So very comfortable commentating her game. Very nice player, some good soft stuff and control of the pickleball, and obviously with a good eye letting that third shot drive sail long.
And we are, of course, getting darker into the evening here. We got the lights on. The temperature is dropping fairly significantly here, so that ball is going to start traveling a little faster with the cooler conditions, a little crisper, if you will. Like a Honey Crisp apple in the fall, freshly picked.
Yeah, and I don't think it's a great comment, Lauren, because I don't think a lot of the casual viewers realize how much the temperature affects the ball.
Just missing that long.
Yeah,
I mean, indoor, outdoor, huge difference. The humidity level is going to make a difference, but absolutely, that DuraFast 40 ball, when it's in cooler temperatures, ooh, does that fly. And it hurts that much more if you get hit with it.
Oh, man, it'll sting in the shower for sure. But, everyone at this level, senior pro, regular pro, whatever, is adjusting their game to the ball and to the weather conditions, and just absolutely huge that you're not just playing a standard style no matter what the conditions are.
Pick up from Sperling, that ball getting behind him a little bit, little net cord there, but Wilhelm keeps it in.
Yeah, nice shot from Wilhelm. Either way, sliding to her left to rip that forehand, knowing the lefty Scott Crandall has her back in the middle. Nice first volley from Linda Thompson, forcing an error from Helen Wilhelm from the back of the court. Yeah, John Sperling unsure. I would guess maybe going long.
I would
but
certainly have let it go and then maybe see what happens, but I definitely wouldn't have played that. But again, we have the benefit of just sitting over here watching. In the heat of the moment, a little different scenario.
I believe that was a fudge sickles.
Yeah, I couldn't quite hear what she said. I knew it was something fun.
Nice power from Scott Crandall. Cleaning up.
Tied up at threes here in this match to 15. Oh.
Yeah, nice spot from Helen Wilhelm.
And as you're seeing on court, it's that dusk hour, so it's the lighting is a little difficult. We do have the lights on, but it's an adjustment for the eyes. You see the ball differently once it starts to get darker. Until it really darkens and the lights fully take over, you're kind of in that weird in-between phase.
Nice spot on the soft stuff from John Sperling. Sensing that Scott Crandall was cheating to the middle and putting the soft shot behind him to his backhand side. Well executed from John. As I mentioned earlier, Helen Wilhelm not really looking to dink the ball too much, and I said she's got some high-end offense, and you saw it right there. Yeah, I thought it caught John and Linda kind of hanging out for a second.
Yeah, that means it was close enough that they weren't going to call it out. 4-4-1. It really seems like Crandall and Wilhelm have dominated, yet we're tied. They just took a 1-point lead here. 5-4-1, but it just seems like it should be a little more lopsided based on just how things seem to be going, based on just looking at, I mean, Crandall really moving around a ton, getting involved, very imposing.
And I think really what it is, Lauren, is it's just been solid play forcing errors from Sperling and his partner, and more put away power and shot combinations from the other side of the court. So visually it kind of seems that way.
A little flashier.
That's exactly right. So this, while winners and shot combinations very important, I always like to say this is a game of errors. So being consistent, just another way to be offensive. John Sperling, fantastic three-shot combination. Hey, as he moves forward to the kitchen line. Nice mid-court play from Linda Thompson, forcing Helen Wilhelm into a high dink.
Oh, you mentioned earlier that the senior pros maybe a slightly harder time getting out of the way of some shots that the pros can maybe matrix their way out of the way of. You saw right there, John Sperling didn't even really just took it.
Nice combination from Scotty Crandall. Yes, and I think the issue on the previous point, Lauren, was he was trying to attack Helen Wilhelm, but it ended up on the paddle of Scott Crandall. Yeah, a nice adjustment from Crandall, who very much had Linda Thompson transitioning. John Sperling trying to protect her a little bit, and Scott Crandall going behind John Sperling. Great decision from him.
7-6-1. Still very close.
Nice job from Linda Thompson, kind of catching Helen Wilhelm on the left hip, forcing her into an awkward two-handed backhand.
7-6-2.
Great initial volley from John Sperling, and just a nice little shuffle step to the right to finish the point.
6-7-1. Sperling and Thompson looking to tie it up.
I believe Helen Wilhelm said, "Not sorry."
And then Linda said, "What? You're not sorry about it?" She said, No, not at all.
And just to let everyone know at home, the winner of this match will be taking on the winner of Julie Johnson, Mircea Marariu, and Beth Bellamy and Rick Witzkin, which we saw earlier today on Championship Court 2.
That could be a fiery match.
All right, Linda Thompson with a fantastic, delicate touch in the transition area, gets herself to the kitchen and throws up a lob that paints the baseline.
Now it's her that's not sorry.
That's right. And obviously, clipping the tape, sealing the deal. But Linda Thompson had Scott Crandall leaning towards the middle either way. Good decision by her to speed up at the line. And we are going to be switching ends at 8.
We sure are. 8-7-2 is going to be the score coming back in from this for John Sperling and Linda Thompson.
We have Helen Wilhelm's longtime partner Kim Forsyth here, giving some tips to the team.
I believe no relation to Eric Forsyth.
No, I do not. I believe you're correct. There is no relationship.
No relation.
Correct.
Because they could have a relationship.
You're right.
They could be extremely close. Best of friends. Bonded over their last name.
I mean, same thing with myself and Wyatt Stone. We're
100%. You're not his father.
not his father, even though I very much could be.
I mean, yep.
9-7-2.
That's a great look. Linda Thompson obviously needing to be aggressive with that shot, but catching the net tape. John Sperling with a very nice drop to set her up. It was actually a pretty nice slight pump fake to the middle from Scott Crandall and then holding his ground. But the two-shot combination from John Sperling, just too much.
Just long, but he caught Scott Crandall.
I mean, that was a bird alert in seniors. We don't say bird alert too often in the senior game. Scott Crandall.
Ooh, that sail's just long as well.
Great duck from Linda Thompson, just recognizing that right off the paddle.
9-8-1.
Fantastic drop from Linda Thompson, clearing the net by an inch or two and having a lot of topspin to bring that ball down at the feet of Helen Wilhelm. Yeah, really nice job for Helen Wilhelm to get all the way to the kitchen line, getting herself a nice opportunity to speed up on the backhand side, and her partner there for the cleanup.
10-8-2. Ooh, I think that was going out as well on John Sperling's side there, possibly.
Yeah.
And we did move that court mic over in front of our ref, so now we can hear her much better, getting that score.
Yeah, I like her much better over there, Lauren.
Oh, yeah, it works out. I think everyone's much happier.
Yes, and I think we had a couple issues with some around the posts and previous in the day, so. Yeah,
clearly a little frustrated.
Yeah, clearly, and definitely a great driver of the pickleball on third shots, but not quite getting those legs involved enough and getting underneath the ball. So I don't think it's a decision issue, Lauren. I think it's just more of a getting herself in the right balance and footwork to make solid contact with that third shot drive.
If you're a player that feels like you really have a good handle on your third shot drop, but maybe you're not comfortable with the drive for whatever reason, just doesn't work as well, you don't really go to it, but you want to kind of incorporate that a little bit more into your game to have those options so your opponent not always knowing you're dropping. What do you think is the best way for someone to really work on their drives?
I actually think the best way to kind of be comfortable with it is to pick the right spots to drive. I think a lot of people kind of get caught up, hey, I want to work on my drive, and they pick the wrong spots to do it, get frustrated. So, nice topspin from Scott Crandall. I think so, knowing the right times, and let's be clear, the best way to do it is not all drops, not all drives, picking the right time to do either.
Sure.
Nice shot from Sperling. And also just reps with the third shot drive. Real similar stroke to a powerful serve, but it's a little different than almost every other stroke in pickleball. You can't really, the drive from the kitchen line and the drive from the back of the court, very much different technique.
Let's go. Come on. 8-11-1.
nice load up from Linda Thompson. You know, from the back of the court, you can turn your body, you can step into your shot, Lauren, and at the kitchen line, you almost always have your hips lined up towards the target. Can't step in, can't turn as much as you can in the back of the court. So definitely need to separate those two shots and know the difference is probably the first step to improving your drive. Yeah, great protection from John Sperling. Just fully committing to protecting his partner, Linda Thompson, who's moving forward and putting that ball right at Scott Crandall's feet. Fantastic shot from John. Absolutely think that's the right move for Helen Wilhelm. A little late stepping over to her left, but that third shot floated high enough for her to do something with it.
Was he saying, oh no, because he wanted to get that?
No,
or just on behalf of?
No, I think, yes. Yes. Either way, quite a strong reaction from John Sperling on that shot. Yeah, I think another situation, we've seen it a couple times where Scott trying to speed up at Linda Thompson, but John Sperling getting that big right paw in the way of the shot and coming up with a rock-solid counter.
Come on, right here. 13-8-2.
Linda Thompson with a little sexy time on the cross-court forehand from the transition zone. That was not a kitchen attack. That was from the transition zone, catching Scott Crandall leaking towards the middle of the court. Smart timeout from Crandall and Wilhelm, knowing that this is absolute crunch time in the race to 15. Needing to stop the momentum, and what better way to do that than with a well-timed timeout.
Quite literally the purpose of the timeout, what it was designed to do.
Well, I was setting you up.
I mean,
Lauren, you love timeouts.
You just walk. I
was like, Lauren, I'm waiting.
You were 98% there, and I just. All right, so while it was a strong start for Crandall and Wilhelm, just didn't quite get it done in the end. It's tough when I feel like a lot of teams, maybe they start really strong and then it's hard to maintain that sometimes, depending who you're playing against, depending on the team, but really good effort. Really good play here. But as we mentioned, a lot of matches in our back draw still coming up. Do we have, Mitch, did we get a heads up on who was coming up? Maybe a ladies back draw, maybe? Maybe?
Refresh that thing. Let's check it out.
Refresh. Nope, not seeing anything for the ladies.
Wow, that's, yes, the top half. Or wait, no, that's the bottom half of the back draw. Very backed up. We have Vivian David and Corinne Carr playing Sarah Ansbury and Jade Kawamoto right now, and then several more matches before we get to the bronze.
All right, well, we'll keep you posted. We are not done yet, though, on CC2. Still some pickleball left to be played here in Hilton Head. So don't go too far, but grab a bite, grab a drink, take a little cat nap, maybe like a 5 to 10 minute-er, like a short one, just like a quick refresh, so we can get into the evening play here in pickleball. But Adam and myself will be back at it here in just a moment. Thanks so much for sticking with us.
Heart-pounding design, intelligent technology, courageous performance. Discover a new world of possibilities with a bold new take on the Lexus RX. Never lose your edge.
My crypto's down.
No coiner.
Trust. This'll move.
Dude, they're fragging C. Rez, hit me. I got my ult.
That's 472 horsepower and 395 pound-feet of torque.
Well, what's up with this team sheet?
Inverted fullback and a false 9?
The limited slip diff lets you hammer the throttle.
You don't get it till you go all in.
Poggers.
Stick it in the onion bag.
The Lexus IS, all in on the sports sedan.
But then they started getting closer and closer, and that's when I saw it. This was no bear. It was like a bear squatch.
And that's over now.
What?
Dad, what's a bear squatch?
It's a cross between a bear and a sass. It's made up.
With capability comes responsibility. The legendary Lexus GX. With Apple CarPlay support.
He's usually sleeping.
He'll never sleep again.
we are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Our priorities? They've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever. This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work. Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
Oh boy, we're back. And we've all had our cat naps. We're feeling good. We're feeling refreshed. And this is our final feeder match into bronze for our ladies pro doubles bracket. We've made it. We've made it. The long grind through the back draw almost complete for one of these two teams. We have Lauren Stratman and Jill Braverman, who came out of retirement for, I think, one tournament. I don't think this is her return to pickleball. I was told specifically by Althoff Merchant that they had a really good time playing together in a tournament, and she knew it was his last one, and she wanted to play with him. Again, that was coming from Althoff, so I don't know if that's just his interpretation of this story.
Grain of salt.
I buy it a little bit. And then Lauren Stratman lost her partner, so Braverman able to fill in. And, I mean, they're in the final feeder into bronze, so I should say a pretty good coming out of retirement showing for Braverman here today in the women's bracket. They take on Sarah Ansberry and Jade Kawamoto.
The duper CEO, Jill Braverman.
Absolutely. I'm pretty sure she knows all these ladies' dupers by heart.
Oh, yes.
I think she is required to know everyone's dupers at all time, just like
it's
in the mind vault.
It's in the job description for sure.
Definitely. On the resume.
I wonder who, because as I mentioned earlier, I pulled out of this tournament, and I think Kyle was available. So I wonder if Stratman was matched up with Paris Todd, because Paris Todd. Okay, gotcha.
She was indeed.
That does make a lot of sense, because the same thing happened to Kyle. So, but you said it. Fill-in partner in the feeder to get to bronze. Excellent showing from these two.
And of course, Sarah Ansberry, this is her home facility. She is the pro here at Palmetto Dunes on Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, where she also resides with her partner Lynn. And I haven't seen Lynn. Have you seen Lynn this weekend?
Yeah, she's been
I mean, there's been like 100 million people here, all crammed into a tiny space, so it makes sense that I have missed her.
Yeah, and I just on our slight delay where everyone was catching a 5 to 10 minute cat nap, I caught the end of the Jade Kawamoto, Sarah Ansberry, Vivian David, Corinne Carr match. A very, very tight one. And
it's going on forever. Oh my gosh, there's Lynn right there. I spoke her name, and there she is. Unbelievable.
What a champion drinking coffee at 7:33. Tell you what.
Continue, though. I apologize. That tight match.
Oh, yes. I mean, nothing really more to report. Just a very tight match. I believe match points for Vivian David and Corinne Carr. So, fantastic execution at the end of that match from Ansberry and Jade Kawamoto. And we'll see if they can carry that momentum over here against Stratman and Braverman. And Braverman, as you mentioned, coming out of retirement, but absolutely no slouch. As you can see, quite the wingspan, lots of height, and some pretty good hand speed from her as well. So I have played a tournament with her, and she's got game, no question.
This will be a match to 15 The ladies will switch ends at 8. And then one of these ladies heads to bronze, where Simone Jargim and Anna Bright are waiting after Georgia Johnson and Andrea Koop secured a spot on Championship Sunday in the gold medal match already. So 3 teams remaining that may also join them in that Championship Sunday gold medal match. Yet to see who it's going to be, though. So Braverman and Stratman on the near end to start this match to 15. Ansbury and Kawamoto on the far end.
Tell you what, that skirt's pretty bedazzled over there.
It's gonna blind me.
Very shiny.
Time in. 0-0-2.
And it's certainly been a hot minute since I've seen Braverman play, since she did
Yeah, I expect exactly what we saw in the first 2 points. Some shake and bake, lots of third shot drives, not a lot of structured dinking from Stratman and Braverman.
Kiss that tape and didn't like what it saw on the other side, so stays put.
That's right, and I think Braverman probably one of the better pro players at creating chaos. Some might say she's a little spazzy at times, has a lot of limbs flying around, but great hands, lots of gets, just an awkward opponent, no question. And of course, I mean awkward opponent as a compliment.
Oh, absolutely. As tough to read, tough to take on, for sure.
And I will say that she has kind of calmed down since she has become CEO of Duper. She used to have some antics on court, some fiery play.
What? Jill Braverman? I've never heard anything said about her.
Yeah, Stratman, when Lauren Stratman is on the right side, one of the best players at the forehand speed up at the right shoulder of the player in front of her. Nice job there. I have unfortunately been on the receiving end of several of those shots, playing the left and mix with Stratman on the right. So I expect to see quite a few of those shots throughout this match.
We do have, of course, Jade Kawamoto, the lefty twin of the Kawamoto twins. Jackie is the righty. So you're going to see her on that right side with those forehands in the middle. Oh my gosh, the final score of that last match, 17-15. Oh my goodness, no wonder it took 2 hours to complete.
Yeah, I'm done with Prof. I can't believe she lost that one.
I mean, Prof. She's definitely not sitting right next to you.
Too soon, maybe? Too soon? Possibly.
She's literally like, I tune you out. She tunes you out.
Yeah, she's good at that. She has to. Nice job by Sarah Ansbury. While it was a cross-court attack, she was hitting her forehand from the middle of the court and putting it right on the right hip of Jill Braverman. Perfect spot.
2-3-2. Just at the last moment, Ansbury said you to Kawamoto. She was expecting Ansbury to take that, and then resulting in her popping that last one up just a little high, but some nice defense. Keep them in that rally. Okay, Stratman getting 3 balls back. She had no business getting back.
Yeah, fantastic point from all 4 ladies, and you're exactly right, Lauren. I think it's probably Lauren Stratman, known as more of a power player, and I think some of her mid-court play is underrated because she can dig those balls in the transition zone as good as anyone. That's the classic Jill Braverman. She always says right back after you miss a shot.
2-3-1. Heard the miss hit. It had been a short ball.
I mean, you can kind of tell from the tone she didn't mean that one at all.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, Lauren, I'm kind of liking the headband from Stratman. I haven't seen that too much out of her.
I am definitely.
It's a little ninja vibe. She's doing her thing. I like it.
I think Ansbury and Kawamoto, 2 fantastic players, but I think both of them more known for sort of the defensive side of their game versus bringing a lot of offense. And, I mean, they're trailing 4-2-1, only down by 2 here. But I think Stratman and Braverman, the complete opposite. 2 players known for their offense. And then they, of course, have that defensive side as well. But I think Ansbury and Kawamoto lacking a little bit of the ability to perhaps match that level of offense. That puts them in a tough spot.
Yes, definitely. And, you know, sometimes those 2 defensive players come together as a brick wall, and sometimes they lack a little firepower in that partnership. So we'll just have to see.
And, of course, it's not always needed. You can simply outlast a team.
Correct. So sometimes it's a perfect combination, and sometimes it just doesn't mesh. So, as I said, we'll just have to continue watching and see if that put-away power is an issue for them.
2-5-1.
Yeah, Lauren Stratman, not known for too many lobs. I think that was a pretty good spot to try it, but pushed it long.
Second server.
Yeah, in the previous point, neither Ansbury or Jade Kawamoto was very ready to handle that lob, so they were fortunate it sailed long.
3-5-2.
Nice spot from Jill Braverman going middle as Ansbury was stepping to her left to protect the inside-out angle.
When you do have those 2 forehands in the middle on those overheads, sometimes the middle is a great spot because you got the 2 forehands, so both players looking to cover that middle can put them in a tricky position.
Point.
Yeah, nice job from Braverman. Actually prefers the 2-handed backhand drive to her forehand, catching Ansbury 3 or 4 feet off of the kitchen line.
6-3-1.
Second server. Six, 3-2.
Nice speed up from Sarah Ansbury, and I mentioned this earlier today. Sarah Ansbury normally playing mixed doubles for that year and a half with Rafa Hewitt. So she plays left side in both gender and mixed, and I think that's a pretty big advantage.
Absolutely. Outlasted.
That's right, and that's definitely the type of point that Sarah Ansbury and Jade Kawamoto are very comfortable with.
4-6-1.
No!
Second server.
That was out, Lauren.
I sensed that was the call.
Nice shot. Yes, sorry, go ahead.
No. Seeing Braverman after that call walking away, we talk a lot about the Anna Bright sort of strut walk. Braverman equally up there. She's just got the most intimidating power walk. Well done, Jade Kawamoto. Just thinking to myself, we need an angle or we need a drop, because I think Kawamoto and Ansbury do lack, again, a little bit of that power to put away.
Right, and Lauren, in these extended dink rallies, I think it's important to note that it's not just that Jade Kawamoto and Sarah Ansbury think that they can be more consistent with their dinks, which they all also probably think. It's that they think they can make better decisions when to speed up. So it's not just outlasting them with consistency, it's making better decisions when to attack than their opponents. And I think that's very important to note.
Jackie Kawamoto has entered the chat saying she taught Jade how to do that, referring to the amazing drop volley. We had no doubt, Jackie.
Mm-hmm. Avoided the pole as well. A couple high fives. So just definitely a showman out there. And you know what? I don't hate it. Maybe her opponents do, but I don't hate it.
The Ernie or the showmanship?
The showmanship.
Yeah.
Yeah, tough break from Jade there. Nice patented inside-out forehand dink, but clipping the tape and sailing 2 inches long.
6-4-1.
Bad luck.
Still a very close match here.
Second server. Six, 4-2. Side out. 4-6-1. Second server.
Wow, she just looked right at me and said, "You like that?"
4-6-2.
And you know
I'm
what?
glad it was you and not me.
You know what, Jill? I did like it.
Point.
Really nice adjustment. It looked like Jade Kawamoto was a little off balance and, in a little bit of trouble.
5-6-2.
Came up with a fantastic dink at the feet of Lauren Stratman and put it in the net.
Side out.
Ansbury with a patented high-risk, high-reward drop that she's very much known for. When she gets those drops going, they're very linear, and they can create a lot of coach opportunities for her partner.
Second server.
Nice spot from Sarah Ansbury after the two-handed dink from Braverman sailed a little long. Nice poke with the one-handed backhand from Sarah.
Side out. Five, 6-1. Second server.
Nice pressure from Jill Braverman. As you can see, several feet on Lauren Stratman's side of the court to hit that forehand roll.
Point.
Nice job from Jade Kawamoto taking that second hand off the backhand and getting a little extra reach for the one-handed speed up. She's even dramatic tying her shoes, Lauren.
I don't know if she knows how to not.
6-6-2.
Like, she just lives her life that way, and unapologetically so. Gotta respect it.
Side out.
You do. And I'll say one thing, it makes it more interesting for us. We've had some robots out here today. Not in this match.
6-6-1.
No. 7-6-1.
I mean, not even the worst initial speed up from Braverman, but Jade Kawamoto on it.
You've had many opportunities to bust out the phrase you were waiting for. You haven't taken it. I'm about to steal it from you.
Please do.
Oh, super jammed up there on that right shoulder.
Yeah, that's the Stratman special I talked about earlier. Pretzeling up her opponent, putting Sarah Ansbury in an awkward spot.
Point time in change. 8-6-2.
I believe the statement was, "Hit the ball, it's unbelievable," from Lauren Stratman. I guess that means that she was not hitting the ball earlier in the match, but I'll tell you what, I'm excited for this end change, Lauren.
Yes, Braverman and Stratman have gotten to 8 first, but they are only up by 2. Andielmo Arnold is giving some advice there to Stratman here as she's changing ends. Oh my gosh, Annie's wiping something off of her face.
Was that a bead of sweat or possibly an eyelash?
I don't know, but I got a little warm and fuzzy inside.
Well, he's a sensitive,
do you
delicate
wipe
guy.
the prof's face off like that?
I can't say that I do. But
Prof, he needs to wipe your face off like that. I mean, at least she knows. At least she knows who she married. I appreciate it.
I'll tell you what. I mean, that was very delicate and very sensitive from Julian Arnold.
We talked his on-court persona, very different than the sensitive poetry reading and righting Julian Arnold off court.
That's right. And I'll tell you what, Lauren Stratman didn't skip a beat, meaning I think Julian does that all the time.
Yeah, that didn't faze her at all. She is used to that.
15 seconds. Let's go.
All right, end change complete. 8-6-2, Braverman with the serve still.
Yeah, just unexpected trigger pull. So I think Ansbury had the right idea sliding to her left. She was just a little late doing so. Not late on that backhand counter, putting it right in the corner of the right side of the kitchen. Fantastic backhand from Sarah Ansbury, and they very much needed it. Let's go. Nice resiliency from Jade Kawamoto. Her initial speed up handled nicely, but she stuck with it.
Point. 8-9-1.
Nice spot on that sideline.
For sure. The inside out put away, very high level from Jade Kawamoto. She rarely rips that cross court, but inside out to the middle can be just as effective.
Second server.
Yeah, so previously we saw Ansbury being a little late moving to her left, not late at all on that one, and it was right on the paddle.
9-9-2.
We'll just label that too juicy.
We're tied up at 9s here in this match to 15.
Nice power from Lauren Stratman with the two-shot combination. But you can definitely see Sarah Ansbury and Jade Kawamoto very comfortable in the transition zone. Fantastic cover in the middle from Jade Kawamoto.
One could say, hello, Moto.
Hello, Moto.
9-9-2.
That's the one. Gotcha.
Yep. Oh, that
gotcha.
one.
I'll just keep it simple. Nice point, ladies.
10-9-2.
Braverman and Stratman take a 1-point lead here. 10-9-2. Ansbury and Kawamoto looking for the one stop here. mentioned, I want to say in Houston, we were talking about the paddle weights. And I know Ansbury has a very heavy paddle for the ladies' side. And we talked about how, what's the weight? What's the weight?
It's like 9.
Like 9. That's real heavy to me.
Yeah, I'm a 7.75 guy.
Yeah, I mean, Corinne Carr wielding a 9 ouncer as well. She does me. But you were mentioning the weights depend on. It can help with the power. It can help with the placement. It depends.
Right. So head heavy weight, power, kind of throat heavy or lower in the paddle, more stability and a bigger sweet spot. Where if you do mishit it, you have a higher margin for error.
9-11-1. Wow. I mean, pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah.
Are we having a timeout?
Yeah, I'm not sure. A towel off timeout or a legitimate timeout? I do not know.
All right, I'd be interested to see where the weight in Ansbury's paddle is, because I do feel like she has extreme precision, but not necessarily as much power. I wonder if that is maybe partly where the weight is at, partly just her style, how she hits it.
The weight looks to be in the middle of her paddle. You can actually see the strips.
Oh yeah.
Right. And she's got 3 strips, 2 on the sides and 1 on the top of the paddle. So I would say it's pretty balanced, not really necessarily favoring power or stability. So kind of a neutral placement with her weight.
I mean, certainly the home crowd here for Ansbury. A lot of fans in the crowd, packed over here on CC2, and we're tied up at 11s on first server here for Ansbury and Kawamoto.
That was the old nope yet.
Yeah. Yep.
11-11-2.
Nice job. Sarah Ansbury exclaiming that she lost that ball. And definitely, nighttime, the lights a little brighter in certain spots of the court, so the visibility is definitely a real thing.
Point.
But a nice job either way on the previous point of Lauren Stratman mixing up her spots when to attack the player in front of her. Mentioned early in the match, she loves to go at the right shoulder of the player in front of her, and she's hit a couple attacks recently right up the line. So good way to diversify for Lauren Stratman and keep her opponents guessing.
For sure, and we have a timeout here from Ansbury and Kawamoto as Braverman and Stratman up 1. 12-11-1 will be the score coming out of this timeout. We are getting very close to the end of this match to 15. One of these ladies' teams will get into the bronze medal match.
I heard a Kathy.
Oh, Kathy definitely over on CC1.
Lynn Ansbury coming over from her viewing seat to give some tips and encouragement to her team.
You draw 2 timeouts left.
All right. Feel like this is going to go down to the wire.
12-11-1.
just had a couple errors the last few rallies that have given Stratman and Braverman this opportunity to pull away a little.
13-11-1.
And it's like she knew it was coming and she just moved the wrong way.
I mean, that's exactly what happens. And I'm okay with her sliding to her left to load up on the forehand side. Just kudos to Stratman on perfect placement.
And a match point for Stratman and Braverman. Did that go through Braverman's legs and then Stratman hit that?
That was the 5-hole. Exactly right.
That was unbelievable. Through the legs and then Stratman picks it up. Another opportunity to close this out, though.
Just trying to see who she was looking at.
Definitely Julian and then possibly...
Yes, she was...
Some family? I'm not positive who's over there with Julian. But a big hold for Ansbury and Kawamoto. 11-14-1. See if they can tighten this up.
Second server.
Yeah, really nice two-handed roller from Jill Braverman, who gets in a nice crouch position and just kind of flicks that ball cross court. Very difficult to read where she's going.
Oh my.
Yes, had a way to get skinny from Sarah Ansbury, letting that ball go out.
12-14-2.
Those are just so tough because Kawamoto, again, she's backing up. I mean, what do you do in those moments? Do you hold your ground, try to just anticipate, get a good paddle on it, or do you retreat and risk opening up, your feet? Such a tough call. Another match point here for Braverman and Stratman. Oh boy.
What is happening right now? I mean, seriously, you heard Stratman go, Jill, 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 in the middle of that point. She did not have the paddle in her hand. What is going on? Ridiculous point from all four ladies. My goodness.
That get from Sarah Ansbury to save them.
Sorry, I'll recall.
Are we in the correct spot? I just down one point. I don't know what's happening.
Yes, you're correct.
Okay,
oh my.
14-12-2.
Can they do it again?
No!
Nice. And you're exactly right, Lauren. I don't even fully blame Braverman for dropping her paddle. I thought Sarah Ansbury had
There's no way. I literally was like,
shot.
oh. And
what
then
a get.
She was like out of her body getting that. I literally thought when she ran back to get there, I was like, it's a tweener is the only option. Otherwise, it's done, and Sarah Hansberry doesn't tweener shot it. So I was like, it's done. And then she got it back anyway.
13-14-1.
13-14-1. Ooh, baby. I mean, great duck from Ansbury, got out of the way, but she kept it in that back corner.
Yeah, to be honest with you, I don't even hate the duck, but what execution from Lauren Stratman, able to speed that ball up and bring it back down in the court.
I mean, 13-14-2. Can they tie it up? Oh my gosh. Wow. I'm glad I didn't need that cat nap. I am so wide awake right now. And I'm on a stool. I gotta be careful. I will just fling myself right off of here.
14-13-1. Second server.
You want this right here?
The triple my bad and the right here from Jill Braverman.
Surprised if Stratman goes for that line again. And she kind of did.
Oh, yeah. Come on. Double fist pump across the net and at the hometown fans from Sarah Ansbury. This match is ridiculous.
I'm pretty sure Ansbury's about to Hulk out right now. She is fired up. They have held off 5 match points?
So good, Jade.
Great counterattack from Jade Kawamoto. I mean, when's the last time we had an unforced error? These points are ridiculous, Lauren.
Yeah, no. And they've snatched away that match point, tying it up here at 14.
Second server.
There's the Stratman put away power, much needed to force their opponents to a second serve.
14-14-2.
We'll never know, but
No.
it would have been very close.
Yeah,
It would have been very
yeah.
close. So,
Second in?
very close, very close. Hard to say.
But again, ooh, look at all the people in the backcourt. I think this is the only match going on right now is where waiting for one of these teams to get into bronze to conclude our evening. Ansbury just withstanding the heat being brought from Braverman. Oh, Adam Stone has stood up.
Gosh dang it, I'm standing up. First time of the day. Let's go.
14-2.
That one's super out. Oh boy.
I mean, obviously not positive, but wondering if Ansbury could have gone ATP on that one attempt. It would have been very difficult, of course.
Big at
But
this stage, just risky. Another match point to Stratman and Braverman.
little hesitation for sure from Braverman, who could have come in a little more hot.
I thought she was just gonna
unleash the fury. Yes, unleash the fury.
14, 15, 1.
Second server.
No love on the tape for Jade Kawamoto.
14, 15, 2.
Oh, I thought she might have missed that serve. It was so close.
Side out.
Slightly off-pace shot from Jill Braverman, throwing off the rhythm of Sarah Ansbury, who was looking to be aggressive from the midcourt. And here we go again, Lauren.
They've held off several match points, but I think they're running out of chances. There it is. I mean, what? Ladies, what a showing. Sarah Ansbury and Jade Kawamoto, our fourth place finishers here in women's pro doubles in Hilton Head. But it is Lauren Stratman and Jill Braverman, who I believe will be heading to CC1 for the final match of the day on that court, which is our ladies bronze medal match. Our men have already concluded their day, so final match for the ladies over on CC1. We have one more match, however, in our senior pro mixed doubles bracket. Not sure yet exactly who those players are going to be, but again, CC1, our final match of the day. Ladies bronze medal match coming your way over there. I'm sure everyone is patiently awaiting this one getting done. So we'll take a short break, and Adam and I back for one final match before we sign off for the day right after this.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
my gosh, Kathy and the chickens are here. That is the way we want to end our evening here on CC2. We have a rematch.
Oh, you're right. It was the semifinal.
Yes.
I thought it was the winner bracket final. You're exactly right, Lauren.
So we have, once again, Beth Bellamy and Rick Witzkin taking on Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore. They faced off in the semifinals earlier today on CC2. Atkins and Moore coming out on top, 11-9, 11-8. They face each other again here in our bronze medal match. So Mary Helen Atkins, Scott Moore on the far end.
That's a big senior draw. You love to see that.
I mean, it's massive. We got a Lee Whitwell sighting here courtside, cheering on fellow Pro XR player Beth Bellamy along with Ray J.
Lauren, let's be clear. The vibe earlier in the day was fantastic, but it's next level right now. Just something about the night matches.
It really is something. There's a crackle in the air.
Yes, for sure.
Diane Anderson is our USA Pickleball certified referee for this matchup.
Great dinking from Mary Helen Atkins, but tell you what, when the spectators get a little buzz going, the atmosphere really brightens up.
Anything goes. So we saw earlier in this matchup, I mean, Mary Helen Atkins, that backhand punch straight up with Rick Witzkin gave him a lot of trouble. I expect we will certainly see that here again. Oh my goodness.
And she did a great job earlier of balancing out, punching through the court, and then occasionally punching down to finish. So yeah, really nice cross-court dink from Beth Bellamy. We also saw Beth Bellamy and Rick Witzkin really attacking the left foot of Scott Moore with soft shots. I expect that to continue, but I wonder if the frequencies might change a little bit in this match. He should have just hit it hard again. He did it 3 times in a row. But those were forehands. That was the backhand. Nice big smile off the face of Rick Witzkin.
You know how late and crazy it is. CC1 is literally having a party singing Sweet Caroline. Ba, ba, ba. Oh, she got it in.
Ba, ba, ba.
We're getting secondhand fun of her. Oh my gosh, Lee Whitwell is slowly shimmying towards us. It's a good recovery time off of that net cord from Moore, just 2 straight down.
2-0-2. Right out.
Dribbler, that's right. I'm always a big fan of Lee Whitwell touching me in any way, shape, or form, and that's very much what's happening right now, Lauren.
It's that time of the night.
That's right, we've...
All right, 1-2-1. Bellamy and Witzkin looking to tie this up here.
I believe the last time that Lee Whitwell and I were together, she said if we were jail mates together, she would sleep with me.
That's...
I'm ready for the world tomorrow.
Special vibe at Palmetto Dunes right now. Lauren, let's get back to the match. I apologize for being off task.
Should we say hi to your mom? I can't concentrate with Lee Whitwell over here distracting us.
Great lead by Rick Witzkin there, Adam Stone.
Hey, Lee, in the booth, how you doing?
Taking over for Lauren McLaughlin, who had to just go take a minute.
McLaughlin?
McLaughlin? 3 syllables.
She's never met me before.
Never met her before. McLaughlin watching bronze medal, senior pro. I've got to see my teammate Beth Bellamy bring it, and my roommates for the weekend, Rick Witzkin. So slightly biased commentary.
Yes, so you would label yourself a lucky lady from your roommate being Rick Witzkin, correct?
Rick Witzkin and Beth Bellamy. I'm sharing a house with both of them.
Oh, excellent.
I'm definitely a lucky lady.
So just you're sharing the house, not sharing a bed with either one.
I never said either. I cannot confirm nor deny what is happening in that house tonight.
Uh-huh.
But Paul Olin and his wife are there. But Beth and Rick looking to come back from that main draw loss. And can they turn things around?
That's exactly right. From the same team. This is a rematch of what we had earlier in the semifinals. So, fantastic first match. I expect more of the same, Lee.
So you think Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore are going to dominate this match?
No, they certainly didn't dominate the first match. They won it. But I'll tell you what, I have not seen a lot of Mary Helen Atkins, and she played fantastic that first go-around.
No, she's definitely having an amazing tournament. And, you know, Rick and Beth asked me what their game plan going in was, and I'm like, you know what? Late in the day, I'm going to go pick on Scott, not Mary Helen, because Mary Helen starts feeling it. The longer the day goes, she starts feeling it and starts, you know, seeing balls and making impossible shots. But when Beth does stuff like that,
yeah, I mean it was a slight bailout ATP attempt from Scott Moore, but
it's hard not to be proud of my roomie for that.
Well, of course, a pro XR teammate. But I'll tell you what, mentioned it earlier, but I just want to say it again. Fantastic short skin for Mary Helen Atkins. Those things are spectacular.
Oh, 100%. And I will say, with younger people coming into senior pro, you know, which is 50 plus, I think Mary Helen Atkins sort of gets, she's the hidden ninja. She's a forgotten ninja, and no one realizes what a powerhouse and a weapon she is.
Speaking of younger players in senior pro, tell me a little bit about your plans moving forward, Lee Whitwell.
I have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Excellent. Good talk.
Yeah, good talk. I'm glad we had this. To your point, Adam Stone, because I need to refer to you by first name and last name when we're having a serious conversation.
And we are.
And that's how we know it's serious, right? 2024, I've already scoped out my partners, and I'm looking forward to stepping onto the
kitchen
in God's waiting room.
Sorry, that was funny.
No, in the kitchen, but more of the God's waiting room tour.
Okay, excellent.
They would hate me for saying that, but I'm going to embrace it.
Fair enough. Scott Moore getting big with the forehand in the middle.
You know, and Scott Moore is one of those guys where you look at him and go, "Oh, he's old," and he looks old. I mean, like, and no offense.
I'm sure none taken from him.
No. But then his reflexes and his court presence and how he commandeers the point sort of take you by surprise, because you're like, oh, you shouldn't be able to do that, and he does.
It's just not fair. People with accents.
No, it's not.
You sound so good on the mic, Lee.
I do, right? Should I have a 1-800 hotline number?
Yeah, you're doing great.
Thank you. Would you subscribe?
Absolutely.
Thank you, darling.
Wow, fantastic cover in the middle from Beth Bellamy.
Absolutely.
Rick Witzkin having to hold line in an offensive situation for his opponent, and Beth Bellamy right there.
I feel this match is going to be played. It's going to be a battle between Rick and Scott. Beth and Mary Helen are going to hold their own, and it's going to be between Rick and Scott.
Yeah, maybe it's almost kind of like a gender match, with the ladies just being right there with the guys. It's just 4 equal players on court, right?
100. Or the guys should just play Signey Skills and figure it out. You heard it here first. Corinne Carr made that suggestion a week ago, and I'm just following through.
That's right.
You know Corinne, right?
Yeah, I've met her a couple times.
Yeah. Amazing human.
Seems like a sweet lady.
Yeah. Very smart lady. Professor of finance, got her stuff together.
Big old brain.
Big old brain.
Big
For
old
sure.
brain.
Big old brain.
How'd I end up with him?
What did she say?
My God,
I feel like I heard a voice. What did she say?
That was aggressively disrespectful
Did she say,
from the prof.
How did she end up with you? Or
Yes.
how did she end up with me?
Yes. No. I
Not
think
sure.
it was. I think
Where
it was
was
the
she
first
going?
one. It was the former, not the latter, Lee.
Okay. I would have to say she has good taste.
Atta go.
I mean, I've been an Adam Stone fan since the 80s.
No, for sure.
The 1980s.
Yeah, back when you were on the island of Gibraltar, eh?
Back when I was in the island of Gibraltar and like paying $19.95 to a membership fan club of Adam Stone. And I got a badge and some stickers.
Uh-huh.
And now I got to meet you and we hang out. And I'm still fangirling. That is rude. I feel like when you pass a certain age, you should not hit that shot.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
well, might have been rude, but it was perfectly executed for Mary
Bloody well
Helen.
Perfectly executed. Mary Helen has an amazing touch. I would almost trust Rick to speed up cross court to Scott and trust Beth's hands in that battle than going head to head with Mary Helen, who just gets better as the day goes on.
Yeah, and it's a reasonable statement considering Mary Helen so comfortable just covering everything with that backhand side. The punch is lethal.
Yeah, just like that. And I mean, she's a woman on a mission. She's like, she just wants to go get down to business and get this done.
That's a good attribute in a lady.
I mean,
yeah,
100%.
For sure.
I mean, they wrote a whole song about let's get down to business.
They wrote a song about a lot of things, really.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
I feel like they wrote a song about Corinne, too.
Which one is that, Lee? I don't know. Maybe a Baby Got Back?
No, It's a Beautiful Night by Ace of Base.
By Ace of Base. Oh, God. Oh, man. It is getting... Oh, Corinne, you have a W-9 to fill out. There you go.
The prof, can she fill that out correctly?
Oh, she definitely can.
Are you a write-off in this transaction?
Yes. Yeah, absolutely.
Way to take one for the team.
That's right. She signs way more of those than I do. So keep going. For the family, babe. You're doing great.
For those of you who've just tuned in, we thank you. We love you. We appreciate you. Adam Stone was just made an honest man by Corinne Carr. He is now known as Mr. Carr. And they have entered a life of holy matrimony.
That is correct. And yeah, I've always been Mr. Carr. The chat will tell you that. They love calling me Adam Carr. It's their favorite
Well,
thing.
I mean, I think that if you own it, life is good.
Well, I do own it. And like I said, there's a lot worse things to be than Adam Carr.
100%. At least you have a car.
James Ignatowicz does not.
No. He's just bright. Yeah, and that is a good play. Way to Rick covering that ATP for the block. That is a good play.
Yeah, that's...
I'm not sure Beth intended it that way,
Right.
but Rick covering that made the play perfect.
Very high-level stuff from Rick Witzkin.
Just Beth feeding him an easy center there, and Moore's like, give me more.
That's right. And it was a great 1-2 combination with Mary Helen Atkins setting it up and Scott Moore cleaning it up. Good sportsmanship from Beth Bellamy. But I'm not going to lie, Lee, occasionally I love my time hanging out with you, but occasionally I'm a 40-year-old man as we speak, and occasionally I find myself acting like a 16-year-old man when I'm with you. What do you think about that?
Well, you know what? I would 100% agree, and I've apologized to Corinne multiple times because I feel like I'm a 13-year-old boy when I hang out with you. And, you know, if we want more viewers, we can take this to a whole different level. There's a line skitter by Rick Witskin that he didn't mean, but he's going to act like he did. But, you know, we know he didn't mean it. But, yeah, you know, I feel like you and I bring out the best in each other.
Yes.
And I can't wait to play Senior Pro with you.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
And about
amazing.
In about 1 decade or a little less, huh?
You know, there's worse things that have happened.
That was a no. Oh, from Scott Moore. Mentioned it with Lauren earlier. It's a, you know, you kind of get that vibe at a sleepover where you get a little tired and then you get delirious, and that's where we're at.
100%. The later the day goes on, it's like, it's more about who can just hang.
Yes, that's right.
Ken, we're on live TV, and I think the public just heard what you said, and I don't know how to recover from that.
Hey, we got a mic right here on the collar. Let's be careful now.
No, I did not. I feel like you. I just sat on your lap for a photo opportunity, Ken Herman, who is the amazing guy on the APP tour, who's asking me to hand over my social security number, and I don't know if I should do that, honestly, on live TV.
That's right. So that is game 1, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to take a short break, and we will be right back to the action here at the Senior Pro bronze medal match.
This may sound strange, but you've been here before. You were here when this wrench was turned, and when this line was drawn. Oh, and when this stitch was sewn. Because you inspired the Lexus ES to be, well, more you. So thank you. We hope you like your work.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 about to get underway.
0-0-2.
What do Beth and Rick have to do in this game?
That's a great question, Lee. I'm going to say kind of what you said earlier. Maybe spread the ball around a little bit because...
Did I say that?
Yeah, your girl Mary Helen just doing work up there at the kitchen line.
Yeah, she is. She's a puppeteer right now, and you got to stop the puppeteer from being the puppet master. Oh. Yeah, I mean, she's just splitting the court every which way and just having a fun little orchestral moment conducting this song right now.
They call you Lee Whitwell the conductor.
Do they?
They do. With the fans. You conduct the fans.
Yeah, I'm airing out my armpits, really. But it might look like I'm conducting the fans. But Mary Helen is doing a much better job than I could ever do.
So would you say that you get a heavier accent with alcohol consumption or just when you get on the mic?
It's just when you say, "Are you British?"
1-1-1.
And I say, "Yes." And then I'm like, Adam likes a British accent.
I do.
But if a British accent does not give us more viewers, I will change to whatever accent you want. Corinne, what do I have to fill out?
You just need to sign.
Where? Sign for me. You can sign for me.
Professor,
Corinne is
sign for her.
acting as my legal guardian this weekend. We should all be so fortunate.
Point.
That's way prettier than I would ever do. It's quite floral. I feel like it's a pink color in Home Depot. I tell you what, Mary Helen and Scott right now are just doing whatever they want, and it is quite a beautiful sight. The 1-2 punches, even the 3-4 punches, if it gets that far in the rally, they're just commanding the stage, and they can do whatever they want. And Rick and Rick and Beth have to turn things around.
I mean, I just keep waiting for her to possibly miss a shot, Lee, and she does not.
I feel like she hasn't missed a ball from college.
Yeah.
And college was last century.
That's correct. Correct, yes. So
So,
I'm not going to lie. You have definitely thrown off my rhythm in a good way since you've been in the booth, because I was a little more structured earlier in the day, and we're all over the place right now, Lee, and I love every minute of it.
I mean, I'm quite happy to follow your lead, Adam Stone, because you are a professional, a paid professional. I, however, am just a sub.
Well, you were a paid professional on the court today. I see the check right there.
No, that was not for my...
No, that was for another Lee Whitwell.
That was my sister.
Correct.
But no, whatever lead, I will follow your lead because you are the expert. You are the connoisseur of pickleball commentary.
Yeah, we have one more match. Just been informed we have one more match tonight.
So, because the seniors they play all the way through gold. That's a rare miss from Scott Moore. He rarely misses a third shot. If anyone's wondering why a lot of players are wearing pink this weekend, is there was a group text that was sent out, and they all agreed to wear pink.
Really nice counter from Mary Helen Atkins. Beth Bellamy trying the step-back attack. Not the worst decision, but Mary Helen up to the task.
100%. Mary Helen sitting backhand was just going to pound that down. Scott with a great serve, and Beth in the bottom of the net. Not good. I mean, morale is down on the Witskin-Bellamy camp right now.
Yeah, and it's just a kind of a sexy combination right now when you have Mary Helen not necessarily having to worry about the middle with that big Scott Moore forehand. She can just sit backhand and punch away, and she's been rewarded for that with several fantastic counters throughout the earlier semifinal and this bronze medal match as well.
100%, but what do Witskin and Bellamy do to turn this around, or can they, or are they just now on this uphill battle that's not going anywhere?
Well, I mean, they certainly are that, but I think that you said it earlier. I think that the obvious pattern in mixed doubles is to kind of work the point to be able to attack the female. They're going to have to step up their patterns and their decision-making and possibly attack Scott a little bit more or play soft behind him to get a few pop-ups. But certainly something has to change as all of the momentum with Moore and Adkins in this moment.
Right. I mean, I'm thinking maybe go down Moore's backhand instead of, because he's sitting forehand in that middle, right? But Mary Helen Atkins is just like, whatever, I am seeing the ball so big and I can do whatever I want.
Yes.
And that is a great position to be in, and it sucks to be on the other side.
Certainly. Sometimes it looks like a marble, sometimes it looks like a beach ball.
100%. And right now, beach ball on one side, marble on the other. I do have to wonder why Corinne is sending you new logos.
I think she's trying to get me to order food.
Oh. Yeah, I mean, there's Scott with that big forehand coming over.
Yeah, I would say.
With that put away.
I mean, just...
You got to go when you got to go. Amen, sir.
Just an absolutely legendary
I mean, and that is
forehand.
an applicable sentence to so many things. A rare miss from Mary Beth. She shocked herself. I mean, I saw the whites of her eyes.
Yeah. Is Mary Beth playing?
1-10-1.
Apparently. Mary Helen. Sorry. I get confused between, I got Beth and Mary Helen on one side, so I can sometimes transpose both their names. But Mary Beth missed that shot. Mary Helen would have made that shot.
Fair enough.
See that recovery right there?
I mean, you say I'm a professional.
No, there's a reason they pay me the big bucks. I gotta fill out W-9s and everything.
Oh my goodness.
Where's Chad when you need him? Are we up, viewers? I can send out a live alert. Momo means moron from Rick Whitskin language.
Two, 10-2.
2-10-2. This is a runaway train right now. It's do or die.
Point.
Mentioned it earlier, Lee. Very easy to say nice shot, Beth, at 10-2.
100%.
So
and it's very easy to say what they need to do from here.
That's right. So at 2-10, do you think Scott Moore would have said nice shot, Beth?
No. At 2-10, you're making somebody try to feel good about themselves, knowing you're going to own them.
Fair enough.
You can do it with a couple of side outs. Scott Moore's over here. What do you need, Scott?
That was kind of funny. He said, check this one. Rick agreed, and then he hit the ball away from Rick.
I know. I think 3 courts over. Knowing that Rick has to spend 25 steps going to get the ball.
You got a question? Yes, you have 3. And are we good? Yes, you are. 3-10-2.
I like the attack. I would have rather seen Beth go down the line on that ball. Because Scott is looking to poach that ball. I would like to see her attack his backhand. And there it is.
Point, game match, 11-3, Atkins and Moore.
All right, guys.
What you've witnessed there is a Scott Moore and Mary Helen Atkins wizardry. They played the perfect game plan against Rick Whitskin and Beth Bellamy, who were formidable opponents. I struggle with 3-syllable or more words.
That's okay. But I think what we're going to do right now is take a quick commercial break after that amazing bronze medal match, and we're going to be right back here on CC2 with the mixed senior pro gold medal match. See you soon.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
We are launching Selkirk TV, which brings the best pickleball content to your smartphone, tablet, and big screen TV. This is 24/7 Pickleball, proudly brought to you by Selkirk.
Our priorities, they've changed.
Hey Lexus, play my music.
It's not just about getting ahead, or the constant grind. It's about knowing what you want.
Watch for traffic.
And focusing on what matters. Welcome to the next level. This is the Lexus NX. With intuitive tech and our most advanced safety system ever.
draw. Yeah, you did. Yeah.
Players, sorry.
Yeah.
We forget to do the draw.
Okay.
So, stop.
Oh, one.
One. One. It's one.
We'll serve.
You will serve. Which one do you pick? That side?
Not that side, that side.
Perfect.
Sorry. That one back in the bag.
1 minute? 1 minute?
Yeah.
Do you need more? Do you need it?
Yeah, I have a couple more.
Couple more?
Are you good?
You can go? Thank you.
All right, everyone, our final match of the evening, not the day, the evening, because we are getting late here in Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, but Lauren McLaughlin and Adam Stone here, and we are with you to the end, everyone. We have our gold medal match here in Senior Pro Mixed Doubles. Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore on the far end take on Dan Granat and Angela Simon, who are coming through the winner bracket. So Moore and Atkins would have to double dip if they want that gold medal. Definitely a really good matchup here between the two ladies. Atkins and Simon both very active, very aggressive, quick movers. So this should be an interesting matchup here. Certainly could go either way. But definitely Simon and Granat, bit of the advantage here as they get going since they are undefeated so far today.
0-1-2.
Already two jam ups on Angela Simon. I mean, she's my MVP of the day.
Okay, Dan Granat.
Dan with the backhand flail block right into the forehand put away up the line. Fantastic combination from Dan.
1-1-2.
Dan Granat bringing that lefty firepower. Again, when you have a lefty on court, mixes up, especially in mixed doubles, the look they give, putting that man on the right side with those two forehands in the middle. We have Isabel Gauthier as our first referee for this gold medal match. Melissa Ownsby in second referee.
Three, 1-2.
3-1-2.
So I believe in our 3 days of action, this is the first time we've seen Dan Granat, and we've seen every other player on court.
That is correct.
Including Scott Moore and Mary Helen Atkins twice earlier today.
Yep, defeating the #1 seed of Beth Bellamy and Rick Witskin not once but twice.
Yeah, I mean, very impressive stuff. And we had Scott Moore loaded up with a forehand there, and Mary Helen says, no, 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 my backhand, put away. And last match yesterday evening, we had Angela Simon on court, and she is very much a impressive mover and power player, kind of avoiding some of the soft stuff. So we'll see. Oh no, how that plays out. When
both of our refs.
Right, with the female often being that supporting player in mixed, we saw her very much going for her shots last night. So interesting dynamic. We'll have to monitor that moving forward.
I mean, love Scott Moore, legend of the game, but Dan Granat definitely has him beat a little bit on the power so far that we're seeing here today, especially on those overheads. So I think Dan Granat gets a high sitting ball. It is not coming back.
That's right. And we have a little fun fact here. Angela Simon locked in for 2024 with Lee Whitwell as a female partner in Women's Senior Pro.
Already committed. Lee Whitwell forced her into it. I saw it. It was a tough sell, pressure sell, but I think that would be unbelievable to see those two teamed up. Lee Whitwell will be on her farewell tour next year in the pro bracket. Oh. Okay.
Nice recovery after a slightly awkward forehand. She cleaned it up with the backhand, but I'll tell you what, Lee Whitwell, very talented player and a smart girl. She's a good judge of talent, and to scoop up Angela Simon says a lot about her game.
Oh my gosh. Very forward thinking.
I tell you what, Dan Granat would not have touched that ball. Unfortunately, Mary Helen Atkins could not convert that inside-out backhand shot, but I think the decision was completely fine, just the execution lacking just a little bit. Uncharacteristic mishit on that forehand side. So powerful and so consistent. Scott Moore just a little too far inside the ball, and an early timeout from Atkins and Moore.
6-4-2 our score here in game one of this gold medal match. Again, Granat and Simon looking to certainly close this out in 2, but they could push it to 3 and still avoid that double dip if they can win 2 out of the 3. Excuse me, or avoid the possible double dip going into that tiebreaker to 15.
I'm not going to lie, Lauren. The times that I have double dipped my opponents very much is not as much as I have been double dipped, and it's a very sad situation as a player.
That's tough. That's a
It
tough.
is tough. It's probably somewhere around 5 or 6 to 1 or 2. So the double dip is just completely spirit breaking, and you're exactly right. Angela Simon and Dan Granat very much trying to avoid that fate.
Side out. Four, 6, 1.
4-6-1. Thinking it was going out, lands right on that line. Simon immediately changes the call to in.
I don't think Angela Simon got the memo that Mary Helen Atkins' backhand punches are always in.
Yeah. Just got to definitely be wary of that. Okay, setting herself up.
Yeah, big time
Beautifully.
power. Yeah, big time power. I mean, that ball goes up high. It's, I mean, there is no hesitation from Angela Simon.
And we're tied up at 6s.
That's right. And as a player I haven't seen before, that's the one thing that could be an issue is the decision making.
Side out.
Talent, not in question. Court time and decision making,
6, 6,
always a work in progress.
Yeah, that's tough. You see a lot in mixed doubles at pro level and senior pro that the man will crash the net if the lady gets the third shot opportunity. And Simon, unfortunately, did not hit a great third shot in that previous rally, and Granat paid the price.
I mean, I would say an ambitious attack from Mary Helen Atkins, but obviously the let cord sealed the deal as that ball left high and Angela Simon knowing what to do with it. But you can't blame her too much, Mary Helen, because that backhand speed up and counterattack has been on fire all day.
Side out.
I mean, I understand that she hit that into the net. Couldn't clear the tape, but a lot of pace and pop off the paddle.
And you see the switch up on the stack there, Granat on that left side, but again,
6, 7,
a ball that's too high on Dan Granat's paddle hasn't come back yet.
Yeah, that's correct. And we've seen a lot of half stacking from the senior pros today. Big issue from getting to the left side to the right side from the ladies. It's an issue for me as a regular pro player, so not surprising to see that.
You maybe mentioned Angela Simon. She's looking for that pace. She's looking for the speed up. She is definitely an offensive player. And I think those types of players do struggle. A little impatient sometimes. Gotta wait for the right time still.
But
we've seen Simon a couple times maybe. Not
Sure.
the right time.
Sure, and you're exactly right. And then we see I mean, she makes the mistake 2 points ago, and then she has a great result in the next point. So if she can just find that balance, watch out.
Second server.
Yeah, completely fine with the combination. Simon going at the Scott Moore forehand, which is a little bit of a no-no, but I'll tell you what, Dan Granat had a good look at that forehand in the middle, so don't hate the pattern or the combination from those two.
Just an awkward spot there. Good placement from Mary Helen Atkins. Right, Simon's kind of right elbow,
You're
shoulder area.
exactly right, Lauren, and she didn't quite get her body out of the way to get full extension on the forehand.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Yes, you are.
It's a good observation.
8, 7, 1.
All right, so Atkins and Moore back with a 1-point lead.
So let's be clear. We've seen that pattern a couple times throughout the day, and I'm not sure Mary Helen has lost one of those. So obviously that ball is coming off the Simon paddle with a lot of oomph.
Side eye.
7-8-1.
7-8-1.
No.
Second server.
We'll go ahead and say great leave by Mary Helen, and a little bit of a late call from Scott Moore as that ball was striking the fence as he yelled no.
Maybe it was just for him. It was
Yeah.
just for him. Okay.
Oh, Dan. Third shot
mean,
lob.
You see lobs. Oh, Scott.
Is this a joke or is this real?
No, that's very real.
Oh, my. Oh, my God. No, this, wow. Wow. Oh, my goodness. He's asking for Uli. I'm a little bit confused.
That's literally every shot then that goes anywhere near the fence
Right.
would be an interference. That you can't.
So Scott is asking for the head referee, Byron Frezzo. This is a bit shocking, Lauren, and you can see that Dan Granat had a very strong reaction.
Visceral reaction. As I would as well. Again, literally any shot.
No, they just said watch for it. They just said watch for it. It's a hindrance. I think it's his power. Yeah. Okay. She ran into it. How are you calling it on her behalf? She said it didn't matter. Scott, I just want a ruling. Want to get your ruling? That's fine.
I mean, again, I understand that it is tight and there's issues, but again, that's you could literally say that for any shot in the back side of the other end, along this left side of the court. If you get a sharp angle, I ran out of room. I mean,
Yeah, exactly
it
right.
can't. It's just that's an impossible thing to ask for a call on one shot and then not have a blanket cover everything. And I'm shocked that he doesn't get that.
Yeah, but also,
or see the problem.
Lauren, and I mentioned earlier when we were on CC1 a couple days ago, I'm not sure if it was singles or mixed day, but I have been to a tournament where the referees brought us together before the match and said if you clipped your paddle on a return on the back fence, that you were due a do-over. So, I mean, we have to be black and white with these situations. When there is discretion, whether it be from the players or from the officials, that gray area, I mean, we're talking about highly competitive stuff. We're talking about more money coming into the sport. We cannot have these gray areas. There must be a consensus and a decision made before we get into these situations about what's going to happen.
Absolutely. So if there wasn't that can't be a call at your discretion.
And the thing is I mean, you don't call it, you call it. You don't call it, you call it. I mean, this is just a situation that the players cannot be put in. There has to be something more concrete, whatever the situation may be. Yeah, I you know what? And the thing is Scott talked about that he was told before the tournament started that this could be a situation. So maybe, I mean, I don't blame Dan Granat. I mean, Dan Granat he's walked over to the far court a couple times. He is obviously
he's trying to.
Yes, he's obviously disgusted with the situation, but so it's very odd that I completely agree with him. But then Scott Moore makes a reasonable statement that he was told something before they started play. So
I heard him say they said it was our discretion or something, or they said. But then it was Angela Simon said they said to look out for it, not that it could be used as a hindrance. They just simply warned everyone, it seemed like, that it was a little tight on some of the courts and just,
Right. And you also noticed that I'm not sure initially Mary Helen had any issue. So Dan Granat had the problem with Scott Moore calling it for her when she was the one returning the ball and had no issue in the moment. So
I think that's that's like a separate issue in my mind.
Right.
The whole is it or is it not is one thing, and then to call a hindrance on behalf of another player, again, that's just no, never. I mean, that should literally never be the case that you're calling a hindrance. If you're calling out balls, if you're calling whatever, but you can't.
Yeah, right.
How are you determining for someone else if it's a hindrance?
Lauren, I believe that was a no, never. You worked in it. They weren't consecutive, but I mean a couple, words in between. No, never. That's strong. I mean,
I do see Byron Frezzo.
Oh yeah, head referee.
Over, so.
And I'm going to tell you right now, Lauren, it hasn't been a crazy long conversation, but this hasn't been a short one either. So they are very much discussing something at length. We'll just have to see what the outcome is. I will have to say, Shamrock Farms, the sign that's in question, lovely protein drinks. Really enjoy them.
Some are disgusting. I've tried theirs.
No.
Pretty good.
Oh, some are. Okay,
no.
right.
Some
I was going to say, you can't.
Gross.
Yes, for
Yuck.
sure. No, I.
No, rock and protein.
Hey, Byron, if she says it's not a hindrance, it's not a hindrance. You can't have a partner call it hindrance.
All right, Byron. I wish Byron would have this conversation by the net with the microphone. Go eavesdrop, Adam. So I think they're splitting hairs a little bit about did her paddle hit it or did she run into it, which I think are different outcomes.
So the eavesdropping that I did, the explanation that Byron Frezzo, head referee, gave is that these specific courts are not USA Pickleball regulation. So there is an extra discretion with those sponsor signs that are lining the court. Let's see what Dan Granat's saying.
It's the right call, Dan. You hit it. Not the right call. You know it's not. Just get over it. Get over it.
All right, what we're trying to tell you is score is 7-8-2, and you're serving 7.
serving, and you have 7.
All right, so they are replaying the point again. Granat not happy about that.
7, 8, 2.
Lauren, that was intense.
I mean, I
There you go. And you know what? I think that's a very small point in this match, just 1 point, but that's big for them to kind of get over that hump, because it was very possible, obvious that they had an issue with what was going on. So get that big stroke from Angela Simon coming out of that delay, I think was great for them as a team. And we have...
I mean, if I'm Dan Granat and I get an angled dink, I throw myself into the barrier trying to get it and claim a redo. Hindrance.
Hey, don't add on, Lauren, but
I'm
reasonable
just saying.
statement. Super reasonable statement.
Given how Dan looks like he felt about that, I wouldn't put it past him, and
Right.
I wouldn't say
Very upset. And you know what?
No more timeouts remaining.
I can't totally blame him for that.
I mean, again, they got 1 point, and a timeout was called from Atkins and Moore, which interesting timing, I guess, but
She can hit that ball. Angela
Yeah.
Simon firing away with spin, pace, and I don't know, 1 to 2 inches above the net. High level offense from Angela Simon.
9-8-2. Oh, really nice drop. She's been driving it mostly on that third shot, and I like the drop. Beautifully done. Game point for Dan Granat and Angela Simon. Ooh.
Side out.
Yeah, telling his partner sorry, but I'll tell you what, if that went over, it was going to be a lot of trouble. Reasonable attempt from Dan Granat.
That was definitely landing in, so good decision there. Oh, I thought it clipped his paddle. It did not.
It didn't hit him?
No, I guess
Oh,
not.
my.
I
Oh,
thought
my.
it didn't you think it? I thought I heard it.
I thought I heard something too, but I mean, absolutely no argument from Mary Helen or Scott Moore. So
that leads me to believe that we were incorrect in thinking that it
yes,
clipped something. 8-10-2.
I mean, a transition swinging volley from Angela Simon at about 102 miles per hour, and her left-handed partner Dan Granat ready in the middle for cleanup.
Yeah, I mean, Simon's got to look out because Granat's going to take her head off on one of those because he's definitely taking those.
Kick save and a butte from Dan Granat with the right shoe. She says, "My bad." He says, "No problem."
Oh, Dan's got that, that scary level of calm happening right now.
It's like casual swag, you know? Like it's there, but it is calm, sort of.
Yeah, it's a little scary.
Uh-huh.
Unable to close it out there, so Atkins and Moore. Another shot at tightening it up here. 8-10-1.
That's the one court time.
Yeah, the impatientness that I mentioned
and
earlier that she occasionally...
I mean, these are standard growing pains, Lauren. It's not like, oh my God, Angela Simon. These are just the things you have to go through.
100%. Oh, but I'd like to see them. They've gone away a little bit from the slow game into the right moments.
Yeah, that's a great carve from Angela Simon, who has been pulling a lot of triggers. So you understand Scott Moore leaning middle for a counterattack, and she puts a beautiful ball behind him and slow. That's the key.
10-10. Oh, she backed up too far. She didn't even need to go that far back. It wasn't a super pace ball. It's like she was still moving back even after it was hit.
Correct. You don't hear this too often, but the footwork too good.
Game point here now for Scott Moore and Mary Helen Atkins. Oh, I did not want to see something get rushed. So tough outcome here. So we'll take a short break. Game 2 coming your way here in our Senior Pro Mixed Gold Medal match right after this. Into the action here on championship court number 2 for our final match of the day as we are getting well into the evening. Dan Granat and Angela Simon on the far end here for game 2 of this gold medal match. Mary Helen Atkins and Scott Moore on the near end. Some definite controversy in game 1. And Dan Granat and Angela Simon having multiple opportunities to close out that first game, just couldn't quite get it done. So Scott Moore and Mary Helen Atkins taking game 1 and one step closer to getting into that tiebreaker match to 15 as they are coming through our back draw.
0-0-2.
0-0-2. Nice poach from Dan Granat. Love him getting a little bit more involved. He came for you, Adam. I mean, look at him. Scott Crandall's about to come over here and start something.
SoCal lefty. He got me.
The chicken's in the house.
Nice backhand poke from Dan Granat. And a nice dink from Angela Simon. So not a combination we've seen a ton. Aggressive dink from Angela and put away from Dan Granat, but I like it.
2-0-1. We'll see if he was being pretty aggressive in game 1, kind of pulled off of it, but we'll see if Dan Granat. Ooh, okay. Angela Simon will be aggressive enough for the both of them.
Yes.
It'll be interesting to see if Granat gets more heavily involved here in this second game.
3-0-1.
3-0-1. The third shot lob not as successful that time from Granat.
I'll tell you what. A light jog to the bathroom. I'm a little winded.
Yeah,
I think it was probably a good decision to pull out of this tournament as a player.
Houston was the worst. It was like running a 5K every time you had to go to the bathroom. Oh, great poke from Granat. Great anticipation of that Scott Moore speed up.
And you're exactly right. And I think the key there is knowing that Scott Moore is super offensive, and Dan Granat used his pace against him with almost no backswing or follow through on that backhand punch.
402.
Going for the drop volley. And we talk about that a lot, that a lot of times you're using your opponent's pace yourself. So when you get a hard shot at you, you don't have to swing all the way through it because then you're overdoing it. A lot of times you're going to send it long, maybe. Oh, that might have been going out.
Yeah, tough call. But yeah, you're exactly right, Lauren. And we as a coach and a teacher of pickleball, I see that so often that people try to repower the power shot or re-angle a good angle. And there's nothing wrong with just neutralizing that power or that good spot your opponent hits it to. You don't have to hit a better shot than they hit. And a lot of people fall into that trap.
Second server.
Just a calm, casual, nicely done, Angela Simon says to Dan Granat. Yeah, and that was one of those situations where I think Angela Simon should have just understood that the third shot drop was fantastic and just conceded the kitchen as opposed to trying to keep Scott Moore back.
Oh, yeah. I mean, Scott Moore kind of getting in the way of Atkins there.
For sure. And
a little bit too much.
That's the hard pump fake. And you do need to be prepared for that as a weak side player. But you're exactly right. I think Scott Moore overextended in that particular situation.
5-on-1. We mentioned it in game one. Another time where Simon's third shot just not great. And Granat crashing the net. Easy put away past him as he needed to perhaps wait and see for just a beat. But Simon and Granat are out in front here in game two.
1-5-1.
I mean, Lauren, I've been playing pro for almost 6 years now. I think Angela Simon hits the ball harder than me.
1-5-2.
I mean, her paddle head speed is ridiculous.
Nice switch.
Just missed it, but you're exactly right. That was an amazing switch. Dan Granat, I mean, almost a clairvoyant there, knowing exactly what was going to happen. He was breaking for that drop volley well before the point of contact.
2-5-2.
Oh, thought after that net cord, Moore very much had the advantage getting the slight pop-up. But Granat with the hands.
And he did. And I tell you what, not many people in this sport have faded the Scott Moore growl. Because when he's going to unleash on a big forehand, he lets out the growl well before contact. And Dan Granat up to the task.
5-2-2.
Would you say he was coming in hot, Lauren?
Coming in hot.
You know I like
Yes.
it when you change your voice like that. Coming in hot.
finish.
How was it?
Very nice job. Good sportsmanship over there. And Dan Granat with the initial lob. I love how he called it so quickly. Sometimes you waffle a little bit and then make the call late. He was right on it calling his, and he had a beautiful drop back into the kitchen. There's the growl. There's the growl. No one fades the growl.
Two, 7-1.
2-7-1 in game 2 of this gold medal match. Moore and Atkins took game 1, so Granat and Simon need to win this one and the next to avoid the tiebreaker match to 15.
Yeah, that's the moneymaker combo we saw earlier in the day. Initial counterattack from Mary Helen Atkins, and then the big cleanup in the middle from Scott Moore. Dan Granat, just incredible offense there. Really leading with the palm and his wrist, laying that paddle back and pushing it right on the backside of Mary Helen.
Okay. Oh, all right. Oh, jeez. Granat definitely making Moore and Atkins several times hit at least one more shot past what looked to be a winner.
And I'll tell you what, Lauren, there was a little worry in my mind after that lengthy discussion about the call, but Dan Granat has been locked in since that call, and very impressive kind of mental fortitude to get through that moment.
8-3-2. Oh, that, I mean.
You know I want to say it, Lauren. Sexy time. I mean, that was beautiful. No contact from Mary Helen Atkins, who is very fleet of foot.
I mean, that lob was what I was talking about in the hindrance discussion about, does that open it up to, well, I ran out of space. I can't run into the fence to get that. But I guess because no contact was made, that's the tipping point, perhaps, on that discussion.
Perhaps.
Perhaps.
Scott Moore says sorry, and Mary Helen Atkins says we deserve that. great opposite reactions from the teammates.
4-9-2.
I think he might have started to growl a little early on that one, but fine ball to be aggressive on. Just couldn't get the body where he needed to be. Contact point a little low.
You mentioned it when we saw Atkins and Moore earlier in the day, that it is a good spot to dink Scott Moore wide on that left side, because puts him moving, gets that ball a little on him.
Again, and Lauren, when you have a world-class forehand, you're going to be looking to hit it. So obviously, keeping him balanced and on that left foot is a great option. And my goodness, last match of the night, and we got a doozy on our hands.
We sure
that's for
do.
sure.
Granat and Simon take game 2. That means game 3 coming up. We will see if we have a gold medalist at the end of it or a tiebreaker match to 15. We'll find out right after this. back into the action here.
Let's go, Isabel and Melissa, the referees.
I mean, no one deserves that massive shout out from Adam Stone more than our two referees, Melissa Owensby and Isabel Gauthier. Dan Granat, Angela Simon on the near end here for game 3. Scott Moore, Barry Helen Atkins on the far end will switch ends at 6. And as I mentioned, if Granat and Simon take this third game, they are our gold medalists. If Scott and Atkins take it, Scott Moore and Atkins take this, tiebreaker to 15 coming your way.
And I think you can just chalk up the quality of attacks from Angela Simon. Mary Helen was on everything earlier, and she's been fooled a couple times from Angela Simon. So that just means her speed ups are on point right now. Was that a one-handed lefty backhand through the Boulevard of Broken Dreams?
It sure was.
My goodness.
It sure was. On the way to the Black Parade.
Yes,
Let's just like bust out some
Why
some
not?
amazing song lyrics.
Same guy.
Yeah,
Yeah, song lyrics are fun. And once again, a shout out to Steve Taylor, photographer extraordinaire, for him wanting me to use the Boulevard of Broken Dreams.
Aw,
there you go,
that's
Steve.
nice. I always think of really great things and then I forget them actually during commentating. Just carry around like a little notebook with me at all time, just writing down like cool little phrases that you could say.
Absolute perfect attack at the right hip of Angela Simon for Mary Helen Atkins. Nothing she can do, just too good.
1-1-1.
We haven't seen the drive too frequently. I think a reasonable time to try it, but could not clear the tape. Again, I mean, honestly, earlier in the day on everything. So
And yeah, and that's that backhand punch that she's so good. Just like never missed it. And yeah, Simon's really forcing those errors right now. I am really liking that Simon has switched a little more frequently now to the third shot drop. Okay. Great defense there from Dan Granat.
Yes, definitely. And you're exactly right. We saw it last night in the women's full-fledged attack, kind of understanding that she's in a little more of an even playing field with a strong male partner. Ooh, there it is.
There's the crash from Granat that works
exactly
as it is designed.
And it's not even like a crazy commitment to the poach. It's him just squeezing the middle and knowing that his partner is going to come through with a great third.
Yep, I mean, a good drive from Simon definitely has the opportunity to set a ball back a little high. And reminds me of, you know, one of the things that used to be kind of hammered home to everyone in the pickleball world, whatever level you're at, is the move in tandem with your partner. Don't go up without them. Don't go back without them. You should be kind of tethered together. And now that's kind of been blown open in terms of strategy, in that not necessarily the case. Really dependent on what's going on much more on the court than simply go with your partner wherever they're going.
Completely correct. And I like to call it a disconnect. I am completely okay with a disconnect, and I actually think there should be a disconnect, especially at this level when the percentage of third shot drops and drives are so high. It is completely okay to get a few feet ahead of your partner and look for an offensive opportunity. Obviously, we don't want to get, you know, one person behind the baseline and one person right at the kitchen. The disconnect can get too strong, but a little disconnect is completely okay, and I think that's a great comment, Lauren. You need to look to be aggressive in these spots.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate that. Okay.
No!
That was a body shot.
Yeah, and just a ridiculous block from Scott Moore.
Mhm.
Dan Granat could not have placed that attack any better at the right shoulder of Scott Moore. So to flail, be pretzeled up, and still come away with a drop into the kitchen, fantastic.
1-4-1 here in game 3. Yeah, Moore's backhand really being isolated by both Granat and Simon. Oh, yeah, just got a little pushed back.
Yeah, and basically from that position, there's not really a shot Angela Simon can hit, considering she's 5 feet behind the kitchen. Scott's right on it.
Second server.
That one was good, though.
Yeah. I think that's the other thing Simon just showed so well is I think people need to be aware. I think some people feel a little constrained by the court in that you don't go outside of the lines unless you are taken outside of the lines by a shot. But to step outside in order to set up the forehand put away, like we saw Simon just do, so smart. A lot of players, they just stay in the court and they use the backhand because that's naturally where the ball went instead of taking that step to the more dominant forehand. And I think a lot of players could benefit from realizing you can go wherever your body needs to go to set yourself up for the best shot possible, not just simply where the ball ends up in your body position.
Especially when that shot is slow. When that shot is slow, you're not really sacrificing much. Now, when it's hard, a little bit more dicey, but when it's a drop or a dink, absolutely hit your best shot. If you're slightly out of position, that's okay.
4-2-2. Oh, I thought that was going right up the middle, and all of a sudden Simon was getting hit by it.
Hip check.
I have my perspective a little skewed over here from the side. And I should say, my earlier comment was meant more for a higher sitting ball that was slower moving, like you clarified.
Wow.
Out of the way of that one.
Yes, and we talked about it earlier, committing to her opponent's paddle position and his previous power shots, committing to leaving that ball very early. Love it. And that was a good commitment on the previous shot and a poor commitment to the offensive situation in that point right there.
Oh, the two-handed backhand power put away from Angela Simon.
Four, 3-1.
That may be the first free point we've seen on the return error in this match.
5-3-1.
1 point away from triggering the end change at 6.
Yeah, big drive and big swing from Scott Moore. And I don't think it can be understated, Lauren, that Lee Whitwell is a lot of things, and smart is one of them. So for her to make a commitment to a player that is a little less known on the senior pro tour like Angela Simon, I think that says a lot about the talent that she possesses, because I have no doubt in my mind that Lee Whitwell would not be making a commitment with a significant amount of knowledge and sample size, seeing her play and information she's gathered from others. So I think that says a lot about Angela Simon's not only game right now, but her potential moving forward.
Absolutely. All right, end change complete.
6-3-1.
Dan Granat will continue with the serve 6-3-1.
I like Dan Granat's demeanor. I think it's super funny.
I am also a fan.
Yeah. So back-to-back drive errors on the third shot, and, you know, that's sad to see. But, you know, I don't think either one was a crazy decision or anything, just poorly executed.
3-6-1.
Yeah. Fantastic drop and following it up with a great forehand speed up. Mary Helen Atkins.
4-6-1.
Oh, great duck from Dan Granat. But
I'd like to have seen, again, when you didn't have to move in tandem with Simon as she went back to get that. I do think he needed to back up.
Right.
If she's going to let that bounce, you do need to retreat a little bit until you see what kind of shot she's going to hit and then close that ground back. But I think in him not giving up any space, no real chance at that next shot.
You're exactly right, and I think that a little disconnect, wonderful. A lot of disconnect can still be an issue. So 6-6-1, timeout called, and man, just an incredible match. So tight, back and forth. Looked like Simon and Granat had all the momentum, and then at 6-3, and all of a sudden we're tied.
All right, we got senior pro Sarah Mitten and her puppy dog over giving a little advice here to Scott Moore and Mary Helen Atkins, which Adam Stone is trying to listen in on.
That was just for me. I can't share. I can't share any of the specifics. And Sarah Mitten helping out Sarah Ansberry at this facility. So she's very much a local.
Look at that puppy dog. Look at that puppy dog. Look at that little face.
We're on the right side, you just said. Yes.
All right, and from this timeout.
6-6-1.
6-6-1 in game 3 of our gold medal match. Closing down the joint.
Second server.
I mean, you could tell they didn't get an early break on that. So there was a little bit of fooling for Mary Helen Atkins, but just overcooked it.
She's not sorry.
Yeah, not sorry at all. But I'll tell you what, nobody's getting that drop, whether it's a senior pro or a regular pro. Just unfortunate. Wow. Fantastic three-shot combination from Dan Granat on the solo shake and bake. Backhand drive and 2 forehand crisp volleys. Last one up the middle. A little backward momentum for Mary Helen Atkins. And a really good jump from Angela Simon, who wasn't in perfect position when that lob was struck, but she made up ground very quickly.
Absolutely. 8-6-1.
Second server.
Dan didn't like that. Face that at all.
8-6-2.
Again, I don't. Where's Dan going? Why are we crashing the net, Dan, when Simon's floating up a shot that it is in a tough position? Cannot get on board with that decision. 6-8-1. agree with Angela Simon. So good.
Yes. Yeah, there's not a lot of words. I believe every player on court said, "Nice shot, Dan."
I mean,
if it's too good, it's too good.
It's too good. Granat definitely getting a little more active here in the later stages of this third game.
I like that. I'm going to translate the I got it from Angela Simon as get the hell out of here, Dan.
Get out my way, Dan.
I mean, I don't know about the last one, but she definitely had the one she called. Yeah, nice forehand pressure from Angela Simon. Two-shot combination and able to somehow get the ball to the Mary Helen Atkins forehand. A lot of players struggling to do that throughout the day.
8-7-1. Dan, back up a couple steps. I get the error, but I mean, I have to think just as rule of thumb, if your partner is at the baseline, you shouldn't be on the kitchen line.
But she wasn't at the baseline, she was in the green.
9-7-1.
Fair enough.
Hey, man's confident in his hands.
Fortunately for him, his confidence has not always been enough.
Well, he's got a lead in this third game to win the gold medal, so.
Was it because of his hands at the kitchen line, though?
Details, Lauren, details.
Shh.
Sorry.
No, I was saying you're telling me to shh about the what it was about. I did not know they were on 10. I'll be quite honest. I thought they were on 9 maybe.
It's 10:13.
Well,
it's 9.5 hours for us, so
it's no wonder.
I'm going to let you off the hook, Lauren.
Thank you. But it is Dan Granat and Angela Simon who get the job done here. They avoid the tiebreaker to 15, so a big congrats to our silver medalists, Scott Moore, Mary Helen Atkins. But it is Dan Granat and Angela Simon who take that top spot, and we are done for the day. My bed is calling my name without doubt, so thank you so much for staying with us here today on CC2. It's been a fun-filled day of some fantastic matches in our pro and senior pro brackets. We are back tomorrow for Championship Sunday. I believe we're scheduled to start at 10. However, we have a good amount of rain in the forecast tomorrow, so definitely check out our social media pages for updates about if there's a delay when we're trying to get going. Just stay close to those social media channels. But a big thank you to Adam Stone, rocking it out with me here all day long. The prof is calling his name as well. He's got to go. Big thank you to our USA Pickleball Certified referees, Nicole Hobson at our tournament desk, our volunteers here at Palmetto Dunes, and Mitch DeVoe riding solo here on CC2, bringing you this production. Oof, what a day. Thank you so much, everyone.